आपका इलेक्शन आयोग उसके लिए तैयार है। भारत निवडणूक आयोग जो है, चुनाव आयोग, उसकी क्षमता है। आपके पास उतनी सिक्योरिटी लेने के लिए डिप्लॉयमेंट है, पुलिस है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फोर्सेस हैं। तो ये सब बातों की कमी पूरी करने के लिए पहले तो आपको उसमें बहुत सारा ध्यान और बहुत मेहनत उस पर रहेगी, और ये संभव नहीं है।
Switching tracks now, and Bollywood superstar Akshay Kumar sustained an injury while filming his upcoming movie Houseful 5. The mishap occurred during an action sequence when objects unexpectedly flew towards him on the set. Following the incident, the actor has been advised to rest and recover before returning to work. Fans have poured in heartfelt wishes for his speedy recovery, while the production team has assured that all necessary precautions will be reinforced for future shoots. Now, the 25th edition of the Hornbill Festival concluded at Nagaland's Kisama Heritage Village on December 10th. This vibrant festival embodies the spirit of the Naga way of life, bringing together all tribes and communities to celebrate unity and oneness.
This year's Nagaland Annual Cultural Extravaganza, held from December 1st to the 10th, marked its 25th anniversary, celebrating a quarter century of rich cultural heritage.
This time that celebrating this 25th anniversary, it is exclusive and we are quite happy.
Named after the majestic hornbill bird, the festival is a revered event in Naga culture. It showcases the state's diverse traditions through music, dance, art and cuisine.
We are all set for the 25th edition of the Hornbill Festival. It's called as the Festival of Festivals. And we are having 4 country partners, 2 state partners, countries from 4 continents, the United States of America, Peru, United Kingdom, Wales and Japan. It's going to be the biggest Hornbill ever. It brings together entire Naga society. It brings together all of the Northeast, the mainland India. And it's a platform not only for festivities to celebrate the culture and heritage of the Naga people, but it's also a platform for countries, states, nations, people to meet.
The festival also saw the launch of Asia's first consent cafe, an initiative by the Birds and Bees Talk. A music album was also launched, blending melodious tunes and powerful messages. Painting competitions, performances and cultural exchanges.
We all heard about the birds and the bees, where they fly away, united harmony. Let's tell you, life is a beautiful day. It gives you a reason, a new meaning. But are you aware? Are you safe? Where we all
So basically, the song is part of an album by the Birds and the Bees program. So my topic was consent. So it talks about basically sex education, but on a lighter tone, so that the younger kids can take it in with a positive message and all.
And what a wonderful day today! Like, we have all the indigenous tribes coming here. We have ambassadors from various countries. We have the Chief Minister of the state. We have even A.R. Rahman here today.
As the 25th edition of the Hornbill Festival drew to a close, the echoes of laughter, music and celebration lingered, weaving together tradition, identity and community. This festival transcended borders and touched hearts.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं।
Honoring those.
Taking a quick look at the headlines at this hour. The government has decided to clarify its stance on the Places of Worship Act by filing an affidavit in the Supreme Court. The court has directed that no further petitions related to this act will be entertained until the next hearing. The Modi cabinet has approved the One Nation, One Poll bill during its meeting, according to sources. The bill is expected to be introduced in Parliament next week. The Trinamool Congress moves a privilege motion against the Minister Kiren Rijiju, the Union Minister. He's called opposition MPs unworthy of being in the House. Allies pitch for an alternative leadership in the India bloc. The Trinamool Congress and the Samajwadi Party bat for key changes. The Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal announces an increase in financial aid for women under the newly approved Mahila Samman Yojana. The scheme promises to provide 1,000 rupees a month to all women above 18 years in Delhi, with the amount to be raised to 2,100 rupees if the Aam Aadmi Party wins the forthcoming elections. Adani stocks rally and gain 9% as the group stocks shrug off all negativity. But let's begin this bulletin with a very special conversation on the Constitution. Remember, our Constitution is now 75 years old. This is a special series by NDTV. My colleague Nikunj Garg spoke to a former Chief Justice of India, Nikunj Lalit. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guest today is not just a renowned jurist, but also a former Chief Justice of India. He still very recently occupied that chair, was part of some very consequential decisions, and it is generally believed, and independent observers say, that during his time he did move the Supreme Court towards a lot of administrative reforms and alacrity. Justice UU Lalit, welcome to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Justice Lalit, I just wish to ask you to begin with one question. That in a rare occurrence, Parliament is going to debate, at least they have agreed upon, a constitution debate, a debate on constitution of this country. Tell me one thing, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
There are certainly good features about it. See, every now and then, those persons who really matter, and when it comes to constitutional aspirations, goals, and what exactly would be the account as to what we have been able to achieve up till now, perhaps the best there can't be anything better than that. The body would be the parliament.
So you think it's a good
if
thing?
The parliamentarians quite periodically keep on taking this account or stock taking situation as to where exactly do we stand, how far have we come, whether there are any provisions which require any amendment, or whether any amendments which had been effected up till now, whether those amendments need any kind of fresh reading. So therefore, this kind of introspection is something which is always welcome. So if the parliamentarians wish to do that kind of introspection on the achievements on the constitutional front, then it's a very, very welcome idea. Yes.
And my second question to you would be that in terms of the aspiration or the lives of the common people, common men, common ordinary citizens of this country, how do you think, of course, it is the role of the judiciary, you occupied the apex of it, to interpret various features of the constitution in relation to the provisions in the constitution, freedom of an individual, freedom of expression, those are the critical features of a democracy. How do you think our constitution has fared so far?
It has fared very, very well. Of course, the judicial interpretation also helped us. In the initial case, the first case, which was A.K. Gopalan, one of the arguments which were advanced on behalf of the petitioner were that when you consider and interpret the expression except in accordance with procedure established by law in Article 21, do you simply go by the procedure as stated in the law, or would it be also open to see whether that procedure is fair or not? That is to say, read quote unquote expression due process in that particular article. It took us some time for the Supreme Court to accept that, and in Maneka Gandhi we came out with what is called the expanded definition of right to life. It is that expanded definition of right to life which was responsible for our reading a typical right flowing from Article 21. That is to say that every child in this country in the age group of 6 to 14 will have a fundamental right to be educated and to be imparted free, compulsory and good quality education. This is something which the Supreme Court stated in 1993. So therefore, in about 9 years' time, the Parliament came out with an amendment and Article 21 capital A got inserted. So these kind of developments always augur that very well the change is something which we always aspire for. Change for the betterment, change for the better lives of people. So therefore, if you study the Constitution, we have lost one fundamental right, which is right to property. But we gained one fundamental right, which is the right of every child in this country to have free and compulsory education. Have we really lost on account of that right to property not being in Part 3? Nothing much. It hasn't changed the spectrum so far as the entire population or the general people are concerned. But right to life getting inserted in Part 3, it has definitely had tremendous dimension so far as the development of this country is concerned, giving substance to everybody's life. And since last 2002, the right has been inserted. For last 22, take it that at least 2 generations of students have passed out with the help of that kind of facility afforded by that right. So we are definitely moving towards betterment, moving towards good ideals getting inserted in the Constitution, some of the fabulous ideas getting incorporated through interpretative process, and even now amendments as well. Now, the last amendment, which is 106th Amendment, now gives the women 1/3 of these seats in Lok Sabha and in every state legislature. We are moving towards what is called inclusive ideas on every front. So therefore, that's a very, very nice idea.
And my final question to you, Chief Justice Lalit, before I let you go, is that many people say that, while our constitution has been amended so many times in such a brief period of 75 years, the same fate has not been met by many other constitutions in the world. So why are we amending so fast? Is it to satiate the needs of a developing country, a developing nation, and a nation of mega population? Or do you think we are very quick to amend the constitution? In fact, Supreme Court has said on many occasions that constitution is a living document. It is not something that is, cast in stone, so hence it is can't be changed. It is a living document impacting the people's lives every day. Now, while that is understood, the criticism is also this, that there are far too many amendments to our constitution compared to other constitutions of the world.
Not so many. If you actually look at the substantive amendments, there are very few. We have come up to level of 106 amendments. Correct. 4 new areas got included in the union, like Dadra Nagar Haveli, Pondicherry, Yanam Karaikal, then Goa, Daman and Diu, and finally Sikkim. So therefore, some of these amendments are more or less, the procedural part, nothing substantive. Substantive amendments, if you put your fingers on, there may be just about 7 to 8 substantive amendments. So therefore, otherwise every amendment there have been results as perhaps I think response towards some of the judgments given by the Supreme Court. Say for instance, Indira Sahni said that no reservation in promotion. There was one amendment was required. Then there was a lot of debate whether it is consequential seniority or the original seniority. So therefore, one more amendment came into effect. Then another amendment whether backlog vacancies can be filled in or not. So therefore, these are some of the amendments which have been actually effected basically to refine the process. So therefore, some of the rough edges which were there in the process have been now sort of smoothened and the process becomes completely easy. So therefore, yes, there have been amendments, but to my mind, those amendments were required, were necessary, and they have actually galvanized our country towards the path of development. So therefore, nothing wrong in that. There have been amendments, and our constitution has to have that kind of elasticity to accommodate these kind of amendments. Now, take for instance 73rd and 74th Amendment. We wanted to have the unified ideas so far as Panchayat Raj is concerned, at Panchayat levels, at municipal levels. So therefore, this is how we have been moving towards. We are learning from experiences, and those experiences are now getting sort of solidified in our constitutional jurisprudence. So therefore, nothing wrong in that. That's absolutely perfect.
Thank you, Justice Lalit. Thank you very much for joining NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The Cabinet has cleared the One Nation, One Election bill, which aims to synchronize all elections in India. The bill is set to be tabled in Parliament next week following its approval in today's Cabinet meeting. This move comes after the government accepted the recommendations from a high-level committee led by the former President Ramnath Kovind, which proposed holding simultaneous elections for the Lok Sabha, for state assemblies and local bodies in a phased approach. The One Nation, One Election bill is seen as a potential game changer in the electoral process of India.
One Nation, One Election. इससे बड़ा फायदा है, बार बार आचार संहिता लगती है, काम भी सफर होता है, जनता के जो योजनाएं हैं उनको डिले होती है और बार बार इलेक्शन होने पे खर्चा भी ज़्यादा होता है। तो मेरा मानना है वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन एक बहुत सही है, फिर जो निर्णय लेंगे बोलिए।
ये एक देश के लिए जो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन एक उत्साह की एक लहर लेके आया है। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज एक तो इतना खर्चा होता है, 3-4 महीने में सारे अधिकारी जो है वो ड्यूटीज़ पे लग जाते हैं, सारे संस्थान रुक जाते हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो है हमारे देशवासियों के लिए उनको बार बार जो है वो प्रमोट करना, बार बार उनको भेजना वोट देने के लिए। हर साल जो है वोट देने वालों की जो है परसेंटेज कभी कभी किसी राज्य में आपने देखा कितना डिप कर रही है। तो ये एक दिस इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर।
अगर ले लिया फैसला तो बिल्कुल हम लोग समर्थन करते हैं। हम लोग कमेटी के पास भी गए थे, आदरणीय रामनाथ कमेटी के पास। कमेटी में भी हम लोगों ने कहा था, हमारी पार्टी ने कहा था कि हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार शुरू से पक्षधर रहे हैं लोकसभा में।
ये तो कैबिनेट ही बता सकती है, जब हमारे हाउस में वो प्रस्तुत हो जाएगा तो उसको देखने के बाद उसके मेरिट पे हम बात करेंगे। पर मेरे दिमाग में एक सवाल है कि जिनका विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल बचा हुआ उनका क्या होगा, जिन विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल खत्म हो चुका है उनका क्या होगा। और मैं कोविड साहब की इस थ्योरी को समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि इससे 1.5% GDP बढ़ जाएगी। वो कभी अर्थशास्त्री नहीं रहे हैं।
एक नया एंगल था कि इसमें बेरोजगारी की अब बात ना हो, अब अगले सेशन में जो है महंगाई की बात ना हो, बजट की कमियां होंगी या बजट की जो खामियां होंगी उन पे बातें ना हो, बल्कि बात हो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पे। ये सब बातें साइड। और व्यक्ति विशेष, जिस व्यक्ति विशेष के ऊपर आज इतना हंगामा हुआ है, उनके नाम पे जिनको बहुत लोग धन पशु भी कह रहे हैं, ऐसे लोगों पे जो नाम आज हंगामा हुआ है उसको आप दरकिनार करना चाहते हैं।
अभी जो इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं, आप हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र के जो विधानसभा के चुनाव थे वो पिछले वक्त भी साथ ही में आए थे और ये इस वक्त भी वो साथी होने की पूरी उम्मीद थी। लेकिन हरियाणा को अलग कर दिया, महाराष्ट्र को अलग कर दिया। क्या उतनी आपके पास रिसोर्सेज हैं? आपका इलेक्शन आयोग उसके लिए तैयार है? भारत निवडणूक आयोग जो है, चुनाव आयोग, उसकी क्षमता है? आपके पास उतनी सिक्योरिटी लेने के लिए डिप्लॉयमेंट है, पुलिस है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फोर्सेस हैं? तो ये सब बातों की कमी पूरी करने के लिए पहले तो आपको उसमें बहुत सारा ध्यान और बहुत मेहनत उस पर रहेगी और ये संभव नहीं है।
ये केंद्र सरकार, भाजपा सरकार तो लगातार चाह रही है ये हो। इससे जो रीजनल पार्टियां हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान है। जिस तरह से ये लोग फिर रीजनल पार्टियों को ख़त्म करके चाह रहे हैं कि देश में सिर्फ 1 या 2 पार्टी ही रहे, एक तरह का मैं तो इसको षड्यंत्र ही कहूँगी।
The Kerala High Court has taken serious note of the actor Dileep's VIP darshan at the Sabarimala Mandir. I'm joined now by my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's got more details on this. Uma, how were normal people disturbed as a result of this star showing up and disrupting activities?
In fact, Sabarimala is a place where the VIPs as well as non-VIPs tend to go in a very similar manner, and there is no such thing as a VIP darshan, unlike in several other temples that we hear about. But this incident took place on December 5, when actor Dileep had entered the first row of the Sopanam from the south side at 10:58 p.m. and remained there till 11:05, which is till the close of the temple, and at a time when something that is called a lullaby, a Harivarasanam song was being played out. So the court had taken cognizance of this and asked both the chief police coordinator as well as the Travancore Devaswam board to come back with the CCTV footage so that they can understand what happened. And they say that the first row was in front of the Sopanam was blocked for at least 7 minutes on that day, and it had in fact choked the view of the other pilgrims who had come to Sabarimala at that time. So the court has now told both the Travancore Devaswam board as well as the chief police coordinator there that they should not allow this kind of a VIP status, and asked in fact what is the privilege of such persons that they should be allowed in such a manner, treated as VIPs, and they have been directed now to ensure that such things do not happen. Earlier itself, some staffers had in fact been suspended by the board after this incident became public and the court had taken cognizance.
And Uma, just in terms of the numbers at Sabarimala, they are huge, absolutely. Lakhs of devotees on several days. So something like this taking place, But as you mentioned a little while earlier on, this is something that does happen in VIP darshans across the country. And you're saying that typically it's less or it doesn't happen at Sabarimala?
In Sabarimala, you don't usually hear of VIP darshanams happening in this manner because everyone does follow the penance or the kind of rituals that happen several days prior to it, and then go, as pedestrians, they walk through. There is no, vehicle movement. But this is the time. December is an annual Mandalam Magaravilak pilgrimage. It happens, and at that time, it is particularly auspicious for devotees to go there, and therefore there is always a very massive rush of devotees, and in fact the concern is very often about any stampede being prevented, and therefore to take all the and for a VIP to get privilege even for the 5 to 7 minutes at a very critical time when the doors of the sanctum sanctorum would close at that time has been considered as something very, very wrong by the court, and that's the reason why both the Travancore board as well as the chief police coordinator there have been ticked off by the court and said that nothing like this will be tolerated.
And so what potentially can happen to the Devasthanam board? Has there been any, is it just a warning that don't let this happen again, or is there anything more?
No, the Devasthanam board on its part has in fact suspended employees who have been found violating the court order, violating orders and ensuring or facilitating, should I say, the VIP darshan. So, per se, the court has not given any punitive action. It has only sent out a message saying that nothing like this should be repeated ever again. So, they have to ensure, both the TDP as well as the Chief Police Coordinator are to ensure that such things are not repeated at the Sabarimala Sannidhanam in future. It is a private trust. The Travancore board is the one that controls the happenings at the Sabarimala. So the court has not issued any directions of punitive action, but already employees have been suspended, including 2 guards and 2 officials at the Travancore Devaswam board.
All right, Uma, we leave it there. Thanks very much. The actor Dileep's VIP visit triggering, disturbances, problems for so many people over there at Sabarimala, and the court saying that that is just not acceptable. In other news, in the ongoing Supreme Court hearing on the Places of Worship Act, the court has directed that no new suits related to this act should be registered until the next hearing. Additionally, there should be no fresh orders for mosque surveys which should be issued, and no courts across India should pass any orders, including final or effective orders, in ongoing cases until further notice. The Supreme Court has also instructed the centre to submit its response within 4 weeks, emphasising that decisions cannot be made without the centre's reply. This effectively means civil courts cannot race ahead of the Supreme Court in these matters. The Supreme Court is currently hearing petitions challenging the constitutionality of the Places of Worship Special Provisions Act of 1991, which mandates that the religious character of places of worship should remain as it was on the 15th of August 1947. Interveners in the case support the Act, emphasizing its role in maintaining communal harmony and upholding India's secular fabric.
संविधान की गरिमा को जो संविधान चाहता है देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट से उसको रखा है, और मैं इसलिए नहीं कह रहा कि ये फैसला शायद हमारे पक्ष में नज़र आ रहा है, इसलिए ये बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ। हमारे पक्ष में ये इसलिए नज़र आ रहा है कि गैरकानूनी तरीके से हर मस्जिद को, हज़ारों मस्जिदों को मंदिर बताने की कोशिश हो रही थी, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत हमारे पक्ष में नज़र आ रहा है। लेकिन कोर्ट ने जो रीज़न दिया है इसका, वो ये दिया है कि जब एक किसी इशू के बारे में आप स्वयं ही चैलेंज कर रहे हो कि ये इशू जो है इस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिसाइड करे, तो निचली अदालतें उस इशू पे कैसे डिसीजन कोई दे सकती हैं। तो इस वजह से जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये डिसीजन नहीं होता, हमें नीचे के सारे काम, सर्वे का काम, जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर्स भी पास नहीं करेगा कोई, और नया कोई केस भी डाल नहीं पाएगा जब तक ये फैसला नहीं हो जाता।
हमने कहा है कि इसको रोकना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि ये प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर की बात करता है, और रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर देख के पता नहीं चल सकता, कोई ढांचा देख के नहीं बता सकता कि वो मंदिर है कि मस्जिद है। इसके लिए सर्वे करना जरूरी है। दूसरा, हमने ये भी कहा है, चूंकि जिन 18 स्थानों पे सर्वे का ऑर्डर हुआ है उसके पक्षकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में नहीं आए हैं, इसलिए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को स्टे नहीं करना चाहिए। आदेश क्या आएगा उसकी प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। आदेश अभी लिखा नहीं, चूंकि ओपन कोर्ट में कोई आदेश लिखा नहीं गया है, कोर्ट आदेश बाद में आएगा, तो देखेंगे क्या आदेश आता है। हमारा ये कहना है, बाबर, हुमायूं, तुगलक, गजनी, गोरी के इल्लीगल काम को लीगलाइज करने के लिए कानून नहीं बन सकता है। ये कानून न आर्बिट्रेशन का रास्ता दे रहा है, न कोर्ट जाने का रास्ता दे रहा है, कोर्ट का दरवाजा भी बंद कर रहा है। ये पूरी तरीके से भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है।
There will be no reimposition of the GRAP or Graded Action Plan for guidelines in the Delhi National Capital Region. The Supreme Court has said that the GRAP2 guidelines, which are the existing standards of pollution guidelines, will continue for the moment. There should be some Graded Action Plan 3 restrictions which should be implemented as well. But at the moment, some of the more stringent guidelines should not be implemented. The Supreme Court has said that water sprinkling and the cleaning of roads should continue. The Supreme Court has, however, said that there should be curbs on the entry of interstate buses. My colleague Sunil Prabhu joins us now for more on this. So, Sunil, at the moment, the court seems to be of the opinion that the pollution situation in the National Capital Region is perhaps stabilized. We hope it has. But it's not normal per se. There are still restrictions.
That's right. The Justice Oka was given the CKUM's findings in terms of how the entire GRAP is functioning, and there is a lot of fluctuation in terms of the AQI. That being, as the council explained, is dependent on the weather conditions. So as present, as you rightly pointed out, GRAP 2 will continue with stringent provisions of GRAP 3 in terms of vehicles, in terms of trucks coming into the city. Those aspects have to be looked into. So in that entirety, the Supreme Court has asked the court commissioners to continue with their work and will continue to monitor it, as well as see where there has been burning of solid waste which is taking place. That proof has been shown. So all those things they will take up for further hearing at a later stage, and has asked CQM to continue with GRAP 2 and certain stringent provisions of GRAP 3 where it is required.
All right, Sunil, we leave it there. Thanks very much for sharing those details. The Trinamool Congress has moved a privilege motion against the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, accusing him of insulting the Rajya Sabha MPs by calling them unworthy of being in the House. The motion notice, signed by 60 opposition leaders, reflects their discontent with Rijuju's conduct. The Trinamool Congress MP Sagarika Ghosh has criticized Kiren Rijiju for not fulfilling his role in ensuring smooth parliamentary operations, instead choosing to repeatedly demean the opposition.
I have moved a privilege motion against Parliamentary Affairs Minister Mr. Kiren Rijiju. Mr. Kiren Rijiju is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, but instead of living up to his responsibility as Parliamentary Affairs Minister of running the House smoothly, Mr. Kiren Rijiju has chosen to repeatedly insult parliamentarians, both inside and outside the Parliament. Yesterday, Mr. Kiren Rijiju turned to the opposition and said that you all are unworthy of being members of this House. This is a gross misuse of Shri Kiren Rijiju, of his high post, as well as his responsibilities as the Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Well, the opposition is going all out on the Treasury benches and the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs. First, it was the no confidence motion that was moved against the Rajya Sabha chairperson, and now it is the Trinamool Congress MP, who is the Rajya Sabha MP Sagarika Ghosh, who has now moved a privilege motion against Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju. Now, in this notice, it has been stated that the reasoning behind putting up this privilege motion is Kiren Rijiju calling the opposition MPs and the entire opposition unworthy of sitting in the parliament. It is, of course, Kiren Rijiju who made this statement in a reply on the ruckus that was created by the opposition MPs inside the House, as far as bringing the no confidence motion or the notice of removal for the Vice President or the Rajya Sabha chairperson. Remember, it was 60 of the MPs from the opposition bloc who...
In other news, the face-off between the BJP and the opposition MPs persisted today in Parliament, leading to the adjournment of both houses over the alleged George Soros-Sonia Gandhi connection. Amidst the disruptions, the Lok Sabha was expected to discuss the Disaster Management Amendment Bill and the readjustment of the Representation of Scheduled Tribes Bill. while the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was set to introduce the Banking Laws Amendment Bill in the Rajya Sabha. Additionally, BJP leader JP Nadda criticized the Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge for his comments against the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar, who you see on your screen, labelling Dhankar as the biggest disruptor of the House, and referred to Rahul Gandhi's mimicry in Parliament as being immature, likening him to a college guy.
आज ये जॉर्ज सोरोस बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है कि मैं वर्तमान व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करूंगा, जो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को पदच्युत करने के लिए, डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए मैं फंडिंग करूंगा, उनके साथ सोनिया गांधी जी का क्या संबंध है, ये देश जानना चाहता है। इस मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए इस तरीके का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। हम इसका पुरजोर भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं।
These are the pre-planned design by Narendra Modi ji not to run the house. Yesterday, leader of opposition had met the honorable speaker and he informed the speaker that we are for running the house. Whatever allegation the member Nishikant Dubey make, you have to examine it and expunge it. Speaker assured us also. The same thing happened today itself. We don't know how a member getting every day 0 hour, that for same subject. For the last 1 week, you can see that.
मैं समझती हूँ बहुत सारी समस्याएं जो उत्तर प्रदेश में हैं, जहाँ हमने देखा कि किस तरह उत्तर प्रदेश के भाईचारे को खराब करने का काम मौजूदा शासन, प्रशासन और सरकार ने मिलकर किया है। और आज जहाँ हम संविधान दिवस मना रहे हैं 75वां, तो वहीं बहुत सारे जो हमारे अधिकार हैं जिनका लगातार हनन मौजूदा सरकार कर रही है, इस पे भी प्रश्न उठता है आज। और जो 2 दिन का जो स्पीच होगी तो हम सब अपने पक्ष को रखेंगे इस मुद्दे पे।
A huge uproar was seen both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Yes, of course, there was some work that was done in the lower house of the parliament, but in the upper house there was disruption because the Rajya Sabha leader of the house clearly had targeted the opposition MPs and the Bharatiya Janata Party has been seeking answers from the Congress party over the alleged links between the Congress leadership. It is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi with George Soros Foundation. Now, it is also the Treasury benches who had been stating that opposition had insulted the Rajya Sabha chairperson. He holds the highest position in the parliament and he is just not the Rajya Sabha chairperson but also the Vice President of India. And how the remarks that had been made by the leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge yesterday during the press conference is derogatory. It is insulting to a person who had been always respecting the parliamentary democracy. Remember, Mr. Kharge yesterday stated that it is Jagdeep Dhankar who had been working as the spokesperson of the government, and certainly there was an all-out attack from the Bharatiya Janata Party stating that Mr. Dhankar is a farmer's son and he had always respected the integrity and the parliamentary democracy had been at its top as far as his chairmanship is concerned. Remember, there has been also the allegation that had been put forward by the opposition camp that it is Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar who had not given opportunities to the opposition MPs to speak, and he works in a biased and partisan way, and therefore the reason perhaps a no confidence motion was moved. Today, in both the houses, the uproar was seen. Rajya Sabha got adjourned. Soon after that, it got reconvened, and in Lok Sabha, similar scenes were witnessed as well.
The Bharatiya Janata Party has issued a whip to ensure its MPs are present for the constitution debate scheduled for the 13th of December and the 14th in the Lok Sabha. Following this, the Congress Party has also issued a whip to its MPs for the same event. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to initiate the debate, with Prime Minister Modi expected to conclude it on the 14th of December.
I'm not too sure whether the discussion will be peaceful, but a discussion is likely is what we can say at the moment. Because be it Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, and the Treasury benches, all of them have been emphasizing that they are looking forward to this discussion on the Constitution of India. and that is the reason why both the parties have made a list of their speakers, and that has been submitted to the Lok Sabha Speaker, who will be then, allocating 6 hours. The time which has been allocated in this 13 hours is 6 hours to the Treasury benches and the remaining hours to the opposition, and that is the reason why the views from opposition becomes crucial as much as the views from the Treasury benches. Who all will be speaking tomorrow is a big surprise, but perhaps in the next few hours even that will become clear.
The Rajya Sabha saw another day of disruptions because of a clash between the BJP and the opposition over a no-confidence motion against Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition is insistent on pursuing the no-trust motion against Dhankar, while the BJP accuses them of insulting the Vice President. Amidst this, the Treasury benches and opposition were exchanged in a heated round of conversations, leading to further stalling of proceedings. The question now looms whether the no-trust motion against Dhankar will succeed, though quite clearly the opposition doesn't have the numbers.
The House not to function. We have come here not to hear this motion which they have moved in the history. This is the first time they are bringing an impeachment motion against the chairman. They are creating a new precedent. This is going to demolish our democratic system.
देखिए, हम लोगों ने एकदम साफ हमारे लेटर में जो हम लोगों ने मोशन मूव किया है उसमें एकदम साफ हम लोगों ने कहा है कल एलओपी और सारे अलग अलग पार्टीज के नेता अपनी बात रखे हैं। किस तरह से बात करने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, किस तरह से चुप किया जा रहा है, किस तरह जन के मुद्दों को उठाने से रोका जा रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारे नोटिस को दरकरार किया जा रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारे लीडर्स की और एलओपी की का ह्यूमिलेशन करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जिस तरह पार्टीजन है, ये देख के ये मोशन मूव किया गया है। जब बहस होगी उसके ऊपर बात रखेंगे।
Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage. Be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
Maha Kumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do.
Opposition MPs and chief ministers, in fact, have opposed the One Nation, One Poll bill, which has been cleared by the cabinet today. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Stalin, has also reacted. He says it's impractical is ONOP and is an anti-democratic bill, while the Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, has also reacted, saying that the cabinet bulldozed their way through this process. Authoritarian imposition by the centre is what Mamata Banerjee says. She said that this was designed, One Nation, One Poll, to undermine India's democracy. She says our MPs will oppose this draconian law. Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo in Delhi, says that the BJP's priorities are misplaced. He said One Nation, One Education is needed, not ONOP. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us for more on this. Saurabh, what exactly has Mamata Banerjee said?
Well, Mamata Banerjee, of course, says that this is not reform, but this is something else. In fact, in a tweet that she put out in a post on social media platform X, she said that the Union Cabinet has bulldozed their way with the unconstitutional and anti-federal One Nation, One Election bill, ignoring every legitimate concern. She goes on to say that this is not a carefully considered reform. It's an authoritarian imposition designed to undermine India's democracy and federal structure. And then, of course, she says her MPs will oppose this draconian legislation tooth and nail, and Bengal will never bow to Delhi's dictatorial whim. She also says this fight is about saving India's democracy from the clutches of autocracy. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has also tweeted on this, and of course he's also spoken about how this has been bulldozed, and this is something that he said in a tweet a short while ago. And these are all chief ministers of opposition ruled states, so their comments are important. And what M.K. Stalin has said again, that the Union Cabinet has approved the introducing of draconian One Nation, One Bill. He calls it impractical, anti-democratic move and will erase regional voices, erode federalism and disrupt governance. He says, rise up India, let us resist this attack on Indian democracy with all our strength. And then, of course, the hashtag is say no to ONOE, which is basically One Nation, One Election.
Leave it there, Saurabh. Thanks very much for joining us. We're going to move on now to our continued series, Conversations on the Constitution. My colleague Maria Shakil spoke to V. Raghavchari, senior advocate in the Madras High Court.
And let me bring in Mr. Raghav Achari, senior advocate of Madras High Court. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. As a seasoned lawyer, how do you think Indian Constitution has fared in balancing individual rights with the need for social welfare and development, sir?
In fact, there is no better constitution in the world which could have safeguarded the rights of not only the individual, but the society as a whole. If you had seen several other constitutions, which as far as the Indian Constitution is concerned, it was deliberated by persons coming from various arena. In fact, if you had seen, people would have been from, for Alladi Krishnasamy Iyer, he was a top lawyer, Ambedkar, Nehru. All these persons are exposed to the people, and thereafter this constitution had been framed. Similar is the case where we have in South Africa, in Africa, where in 1996 the constitution was framed, where they also took into consideration not only the majority, but also the persons from other walks of life, almost similar in nature, but ultimately which survived very easily in the context of protecting the public right as well as the private individual is our constitution.
Okay. So would you then say that the criticism that the Constitution has faced, our Constitution has faced over the years, particularly with regards to the treatment of marginalized communities and limitations on individual freedom, do you think that interpretation and amendments have been made to it, or would you say that there are successes and failures in this regard?
May not be. In fact, as soon as the First Amendment was got into the statute book, it was only from Tamil Nadu, Madras state then, Champakam Dorai Rajan. It was constitutional amendment was, the constitutional provision was challenged. Ultimately, the bench of the Madras High Court conceded in favor of the petitioner. That was taken to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court also affirmed it. Ultimately, the First Amendment came. If you had seen as and when person who are to be uplifted or upgraded in society, if there is going to be any bar or any statute which interferes, amendment had been carried out by the parliamentarians at various points of time. We have introduced in 15 and 16 and ensured those marginalized people are not let down. In fact, they grew along with the rest of the society. Today, we had seen our President of India is from one such. There are top people. In fact, the Chief Justice of India was at one point of time was also from that from a community, from the community where we call them marginalized. In fact, they compete with the rest of the society of late. But still, there are certain areas which they require to be attended. For instance, it is my personal opinion, maybe or may not be accepted by many. On their own, those persons who have grown up in society from the marginalized area, they should give up in respect to others who are yet to come up. Had they done it, in fact, the society would have grown much better.
How do you think the Constitution's provisions on federalism, that is Article 245 to 255, have shaped the relationship between the centre and the states in India? Because I'm asking this question to you because you come from Tamil Nadu, and that is one of the states that is ruled by an opposition party. And we see this constant centre versus state play out at multiple levels.
In fact, one would prefer a strong union. Yet again, this is my personal opinion. One would prefer a strong union, the state to join and work in tandem with the union. Now, what is in Tamil Nadu, we speak about the federalism to such an extent where we want our independence absolutely. This may not work well to a larger extent. In fact, we have to go along with the union and ensure the work is carried out. After all, they are elected representative of the people as well. One goes to the parliament, other goes to the state. They have to work for the cause of the public. When they enter the parliament, I don't see them as one belonging to a particular political party. Likewise, one enters the state legislature. He doesn't owe his allegiance to a particular political party. I see them only as a member of the assembly, elected by the people as a whole, not from a particular constituency. In fact, to a larger extent, the 10th schedule which had been introduced is a bane on the constitution. If you kindly see, once they enter the arena of the parliament, each one are entitled, every member of the parliament is entitled to debate. Now, what exactly is happening? The whip says what should be done and what should not be done. Ultimately, the personal opinion of the member who can independently act is snatched. Therefore, when we speak about the federalistic theory, I would say, both of them should go hand in hand. The center should not think it is supreme in all respects. So too the state should not think it is being deprived. They have to act in tandem. There are areas where the Chief Minister as well as the ministers in the center should speak with one another and ensure the problem is solved.
So let's discuss now the role of judiciary in protecting constitution and promoting social justice in India, because invariably what we have seen is that judiciary has taken up a role where executive has failed in several counts. We have also seen executive and legislature up against judiciary. So would you say that there is some kind of encroachment of responsibilities and duties?
I won't say judiciary has failed. In fact, but for judiciary, the system would have failed. Let us be very clear. If you had seen Keshavananda Bharati, the basic structure, it was evolved. Though we have taken away the property rights at some point of time, the court has also protected the rights of the common man. If a land acquisition had taken place, the compensation is not paid. It was the non-payment was treated as a deprivation of a human right. To that extent, the court has interpreted the provisions. Be it then Puttaswamy's case, where the individual right of the person had been recognized. Once you recognize the basic structure as a formula, the basis for which the entire rights of the public being safeguarded, then the question of saying that this judiciary did not step in to help the people may not be appropriate. Judiciary, I don't think it has failed in any manner. You might say that may be an error in one or two judgments, but at a later point of time, it has been cured. For instance, Jabalpur case, a judgment of Justice Chandrachud, Senior Chandrachud, Junior Chandrachud came and said it is wrong. So these are things that happen everywhere.
Okay.
When there is going to be an error in a law, it is the judiciary which step in and strike it down.
Mr. Raghavachari, Senior Advocate of Madras High Court there, sharing his thoughts. So thank you so much, sir, for your time here on NDTV.
A leadership tussle is intensifying within the India alliance, with allies advocating for a leadership rejig, hinting at a future without the Congress party at the helm. The Trinamool Congress is pushing Mamata Banerjee as an alternative to Prime Minister Modi and possibly as the head of the India bloc, signalling a lack of confidence in Rahul Gandhi's leadership capabilities. This has led to the Congress becoming increasingly isolated within the alliance as the cracks widen amidst the ongoing power struggle. Meanwhile, the Samajwadi Party has suggested that Akhilesh Yadav should coordinate the India alliance, adding to the internal dynamics.
अब जो भी इंडिया ब्लॉक है वो अब आपस में इतने विरोधाभास के कारण राष्ट्र स्तर पर आए थे कि जब राज्यों का चुनाव आएगा तो अपने आप बिखर जाएंगे और वो होना शुरू हो गया है। इसलिए वैसे भी अगले 5 वर्षों तक कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है।
मैंने जी खेत प्रकाश किया, उस स्पीकर का घर में दोनों गए थे। वहाँ ठीक हुआ कि कल्याण हाउस पे आके ये बोलेंगे और वो मान लेंगे। मैं इतना दिन तक जानता है, तो कल्याण तो बोला, ज्योतिरादित्य तो नहीं माना। इसके बाद स्पीकर को भी कुछ कदम उठाना चाहिए। ये बोलना ठीक नहीं हुआ, वो तो मैं मान लेता हूँ। ये कांग्रेस भी नहीं चाहता, बीजेपी भी नहीं चाहता, हम लोग क्या करेंगे? ममता बनर्जी हम लोगों को बता दिया हाउस चलना चाहिए, और बंगाल का बहुत समस्या है। दिल्ली सरकार बंगाल को रुपया नहीं देता, वो आवास योजना की रुपया नहीं देता, वो मनरेगा की रुपया नहीं देता।
समाजवादी सांसद आप मुझसे पूछेंगे कि जो इंडिया ब्लॉक की जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी के अध्यक्ष की बात अगर कोई किया जाए, संयोजक की बात किया जाए, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को संयोजक बनाया जाए, ताकि हम अपने प्रदेश के मुद्दे को प्राथमिकता के तौर पर उसे उठा सके सदन में।
Indian alliance partners have questioning Mr. Karge's leadership of the India alliance and the fact that the Congress wasn't able to have unity of opposition forces, especially in the state of Haryana, which have cost the party dearly in that recent state elections, as well as, of course, in Maharashtra. But be that as it may, at present, the Congress does not see any kind of vacancy, because there is the assembly elections that are due in Delhi and then Bihar, and then subsequently Bengal, Assam, and Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry and Kerala. So it's in that backdrop that, there is a long way ahead for elections. Much will depend on who has got the largest number of members of parliament. At present, the Congress does have. So they are just keeping quiet and watching how things play out. But everybody understands that the unity of opposition forces is a critical aspect. And they will wait and see what exactly does Mamata Banerjee and the other alliance partners have in mind when they want a change in the Indian alliance leadership.
The Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal has announced a new scheme for Delhi's women, 1,000 rupees in their accounts every month, with a promise to double it to 2,100 rupees if the Aam Aadmi Party wins February's election. However, the initial payment of 1,000 rupees cannot be credited till after the election, he said, pointing out that poll dates will be announced in 10 to 15 days, so it's not possible to transfer the money now. The BJP has reacted, calling this yet another gimmick by the Aam Aadmi Party.
हम लोगों के मेहनत से, प्रयासों से आज ये योजना दिल्ली के अंदर लागू हो गई है। ये हम कोई एहसान नहीं कर रहे अपनी मां बहनों के ऊपर। बीजेपी वाले गालियां दे रहे हैं कि केजरीवाल तो पैसे लुटा रहा है, केजरीवाल फ्री की रेवड़ियां बांट रहा है। यही बात वो तब भी कहते थे जब मैंने पिछले 2013 के चुनाव में जब मैं लड़ा था 2014 में, तब मैं कहता था बिजली फ्री कर देंगे और बीजेपी वाले कहते थे केजरीवाल झूठ बोल रहा है, पैसे कहां से आएंगे। मैं बीजेपी वालों को कहना चाहता हूं, मैं जादूगर हूं।
पंजाब में सरकार किसकी है? आम आदमी पार्टी की। और पंजाब चुनाव से पहले आपने वहां पर भी माताओं बहनों को राशि देने की घोषणा की थी। जरा बताएं कि आज तक 1 रुपया किसी के अकाउंट में गया होता? जवाब नहीं आपके पास। सरकारी खजाना खाली होने का रोना रोते हैं आप।
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. News and headlines coming up after that. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है।
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा।
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है।
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान।
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, Judy. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something.
The Union Cabinet approves the One Nation, One Election bill during its meeting. The bill is expected to be introduced in Parliament next week. Opposition-led states oppose the One Nation, One Poll bill. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin calls it impractical and anti-democratic. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee says it's an authoritarian imposition by the centre. Former Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal says that BJP's priorities are misplaced. Supreme Court puts on hold surveys of places of worship as it hears petitions challenging the validity of the Places of Worship Act. Supreme Court calls for the centre's reply, asks the government to make its stand clear on the issue in 4 weeks. Actor Dileep's Sabarimala visit draws Kerala High Court's ire. Kerala High Court asks what privilege do such individuals have of blocking other pilgrims' darshan. Warns Travancore Devasthanam Board and Corps not to repeat such VIP visits. Adani stocks rally, gain 9%. Adani stocks shrug all negativity. Starting our bulletin with news from the south, and actor Dileep's Sabarimala visit has drawn the Kerala High Court's ire, where the Kerala High Court has in fact taken a serious view of the actor's visit to Sabarimala on December 5th, where apparently because of the actor's visit and the arrangements which were made for it, it blocked several pilgrims' darshan at Sabarimala. In fact, the High Court also asked what privilege do such individuals have? And the High Court has also warned the Travancore Board as well as the local police over there, the Travancore Devasthanam Board as well as the local police over there of such an incident or such an episode not repeating. Let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir for more on this. Uma, first of all, explain for our viewers what were some of the inconveniences caused by actor Dileep's visit, and so also take us through some of the key observations made by the High Court today.
So the Kerala High Court has taken a very serious view of what it has called as a VIP darshan for actor Dileep at Sabarimala. This was regarding an incident that happened on the 5th of December, and the court had taken cognizance of the TDP, which is the Travancore Devasthanam Board, had in fact issued notices to 4 people, including 2 officers of the Travancore Devasthan Board. And what had happened was that they had asked for the CCTV footage to be submitted to the court, and that's what was done. And after observing what happened in the CCTV footage, the court has made these observations, saying that we are taking a very serious view of this, that between 10:08 p.m. and 11:05 p.m. Dileep was in the front of what is called the Sopanam, which in front of Lord Ayyappa, and that the first 2 rows, in that sense, people were choked, and because the VIP or the person was kept there for a while, that's why the view of people there was choked, virtually choked is what the court said. And it also pointed out that there is no such thing as privilege for specific people, and that's the reason why the court has now said that no such event should happen ever again in the future. So it's a warning that was issued to both the Travancore Devasthanam Board as well as the Chief Police Coordinator. As you know, Sabarimala, especially during the Makaravilakku Mandalam period, during this period, there is a huge rush that happens. And there is a huge concern as well about stampedes and about unfortunate incidents, and that's the reason why there is big police presence. And usually there is, I should say, not really a VIP kind of a culture in Sabarimala, because everyone goes the same route and reaches the Lord and has their darshan and then comes back. But of course, always there is a crowd in front of that. And this was during the last period of the day when Harivarasanam, which is a kind of a lullaby for the Lord, is sung, and then the doors of the Sanctum Sanctorum close. So that's the time that Dileep had visited, and therefore the Kerala High Court took a strong view of it and has now issued this warning. Back to you.
Uma Sudhir, appreciate you joining us with that story. Now, the Union Cabinet has cleared the One Nation, One Election bill, which aims to synchronize all elections in the country. The bill is set to be tabled in Parliament next week as per sources, following its approval in today's cabinet meeting. This move comes after the government accepted the recommendations from a high-level committee led by former President Ramnath Kovind, which proposed holding simultaneous elections for Lok Sabha, state assemblies and local bodies in a phased manner. The One Nation, One Election bill is seen as a potential game changer in the electoral process. But there have been a lot of reactions coming in. We'll of course play out some of the sound bites which we have got through the day today. But very importantly, just a short while back, we've got reactions coming in of states, from opposition states. Now, on your screens there, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, they're calling the bill impractical and anti-democratic. He also says that it will erase regional voices. If we go into the other set of graphics that we have, reaction coming in from Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, where she has in fact said that the cabinet has bulldozed its way through, and this is an authoritarian imposition by the centre, and that she also goes on to add that TMC MPs in the parliament will oppose this draconian law. We also have reaction coming in from Delhi of former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He's still the Aam Aadmi Party chief, of course. He has also reacted sharply to the cabinet move, saying that BJP has its priorities misplaced. Let's now play out some of the sound bites we have got on this story.
One nation, one election. इससे बड़ा फायदा है. बार बार आचार संहिता लगती है. काम भी सफर होता है. जनता के जो योजनाएं हैं उनको डिले होती है. और बार बार इलेक्शन होने पे खर्चा भी ज़्यादा होता है. तो मेरा मानना है वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन एक बहुत सही है. फिर जो भी निर्णय लेंगे बोलिए.
अगर ले लिया फैसला तो बिल्कुल समर्थन करते हैं. हम लोग कमेटी के पास भी गए थे, आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी कमेटी के पास. कमेटी में भी हम लोगों ने कहा था, हमारी पार्टी ने कहा था कि हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार शुरू से पक्षधर रहे हैं लोकसभा में.
ये षड्यंत्र है. जानबूझ के कल का दिन ये ऑर्डिनेंस निकालेंगे, बोलेंगे कि हाउस नहीं चला इसलिए हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. हम ऑर्डिनेंस निकाल के वन नेशन वन, वो जानते हैं कि वन नेशन वन ये सिक्का खोटा है.
ये केंद्र सरकार, भाजपा सरकार तो लगातार चाह रही है ये हो. इससे जो रीजनल पार्टियां हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान है. जिस तरह से ये लोग फिर रीजनल पार्टियों को ख़त्म करके चाह रहे हैं कि देश में सिर्फ एक या दो पार्टी ही रहे, एक तरह का मैं तो इसको षड्यंत्र ही कहूँगी।
फिर एक नया एंगल था कि इसमें बेरोजगारी की अब बात ना हो, अब अगले सेशन में जो है महंगाई की बात ना हो, बजट की कमियां होंगी या बजट की जो खामियां होंगी उन पे बातें ना हो, बल्कि बात हो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पे। ये सब बातें साइड, और व्यक्ति विशेष, जिस व्यक्ति विशेष के ऊपर आज इतना हंगामा हुआ है उनके नाम पे, जिनको बहुत लोग धन पशु भी कह रहे हैं, ऐसे लोगों पे जो नाम आज हंगामा हुआ है उसको आप दरकिनार करना चाहते हैं।
अभी जो इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं, आप हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र के जो विधानसभा के चुनाव थे वो पिछले वक्त भी साथ ही में आए थे, और ये इस वक्त भी वो साथी होने की पूरी उम्मीद थी, लेकिन हरियाणा को अलग कर दिया, महाराष्ट्र को अलग कर दिया। क्या उतनी आपके पास रिसोर्सेज हैं? आपका इलेक्शन आयोग उसके लिए तैयार है? भारत निवडणूक आयोग जो है, चुनाव आयोग, उसकी क्षमता है? आपके पास उतनी सिक्योरिटी लेने के लिए डिप्लॉयमेंट है, पुलिस है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फोर्सेस हैं? तो ये सब बातों की कमी पूरी करने के लिए पहले तो आपको उसमें बहुत सारा ध्यान और बहुत मेहनत उस पर रहेगी, और ये संभव नहीं है।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta from Kolkata on this. Saurabh, we have seen very strong reactions coming in from several states, from opposition party members in the parliament, of course, but also from the states. Take us through what are some of the concerns which have been raised by Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister.
Well, in the past, Mamata Banerjee has written to the leadership also about, one nation, one election, and highlighting the reasons why she believes that it's a bad idea. Now, obviously, the Trinamool Congress is opposed to this. The members of parliament, as Mamata Banerjee says in her post on social media platform X, are going to oppose it tooth and nail. She says this is not carefully considered reform, but a way to dismantle the federal structure. She says Bengal will not bow to Delhi. She says this will be opposed. And this is something that the Trinamool has said in the past as well. But now also you've seen opposition chief ministers like M.K. Stalin, Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal also from the Aam Aadmi Party, all speaking out against one nation, one election. Now in the past, several parties have reasoned that there are multiple reasons why India is a vast country, geographically, culturally, it's different things happen at different times. And therefore, having elections at the same time as, for the entire country may not be a good idea. For example, even, winter and summer. Some places have snow in winter. Some places are extremely hot in summer. So all of these things are all part of the reasons why the opposition believes that it's a bad idea, but obviously the government believes that too much time, too much money is spent on constant elections with a focus on elections rather than working. So there are justifications on both sides, but the opposition is very clear that this is being bulldozed and that's why they're opposing it.
Right. Saurabh, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Vasudha from the newsroom. Vasudha, the government has the numbers on its side, so it's not going to be too much of a trouble for them to get this through. But explain for our viewers the process here on. Are there any challenges in the way?
Absolutely, Tanima. If you look at the Union Cabinet meeting that was held in the Parliament complex today at 1 p.m., according to our sources, the Prime Minister was very insistent on making it clear that everybody is on board when it comes to this particular bill. The Home Minister is said to have made a presentation. The Law Minister also spoke about the history of the bill. So clearly, this also shows that the BJP is very intent on bringing this about, but at the same time wants to make it a consultative exercise. What we've been told is that speakers from various legislative assemblies will also be called to give in their views. Experts will be consulted. So this is going to be a widespread consultative exercise, which is why as soon as it gets introduced in the bill, there's an expectation that it will go to a joint parliamentary committee or an expert committee like we saw in the case of the criminal laws or even for that matter the Waqf bill. So the government wants to ensure that it wants people on board, and also because while it does have numbers, it does not have as many numbers to ensure that the bill completely gets cleared, which is why it also needs to talk to a resurgent opposition, an opposition that has had had, the opposition that has, in some ways has had it big when it came to the Lok Sabha elections, but in the last few months it has also seen electoral defeats. The Prime Minister is very intent on making it clear that this is a people-centric, pro-people, pro-governance, pro-uninterrupted governance bill, and he says that this is for the country that he wants to sort of bring this in. The government seems to be very clear that it wants to make it a consultative exercise, but what I've been told is that there will also be back-channel talks, but all of that is for the later. As of now, the government wants to make sure that it sends out a message that it wants everybody on board, and it will be also having a lot of widespread consultations in place before this bill actually, has to meet the test of numbers.
Right, Vasudha and Saurabh there, thank you so much for joining us on that story. Right, and some breaking update coming in from Kerala, where in an accident, a truck has killed 4 schoolgirls. That's the information that we have coming in right now. The truck was, as far as initial information is concerned, the truck was loaded with cement, and 4 schoolgirls have unfortunately lost their lives in this incident, which has taken place in Palakkad in Kerala. The girls were waiting there for their bus after school. Right, let's shift our focus back to other important updates coming in from the Parliament, and the face-off between BJP and the opposition MPs persisted, leading to adjournment of both houses of Parliament over the alleged George Soros Congress connection. Amid the disruptions, the Lok Sabha was also expected to discuss the Disaster Management Bill and the Readjustment of Representation of Scheduled Tribes Bill. But what we, of course, saw playing out in the Parliament was once again multiple disruptions due to sloganeering and protests going on in the House.
आज ये जॉर्ज सोरोस बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है कि मैं वर्तमान व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करूंगा, जो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को पदच्युत करने के लिए, डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए मैं फंडिंग करूंगा, उनके साथ सोनिया गांधी जी का क्या संबंध है, ये देश जानना चाहता है। इस मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए इस तरीके का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। हम इसका पुरजोर भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं।
These are the pre-planned design by Narendra Modi ji not to run the house. Yesterday, leader of opposition had met the honorable speaker and he informed the speaker that we are for running the house. Whatever allegation the member Nishikant Dubey make, you have to examine it and expunge it. Speaker assured us also. The same thing happened today itself. We don't know how a member getting every day 0 hour, that for same subject. For the last 1 week, you can see that.
A huge uproar was seen both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Yes, of course, there was some work that was done in the lower house of the parliament, but in the upper house, there was disruption because the Rajya Sabha leader of the house clearly had targeted the opposition MPs and the Bharatiya Janata Party has been seeking answers from the Congress party over the alleged links between the Congress leadership. It is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi with George Soros Foundation. Now, it is also the Treasury benches who had been stating that opposition had insulted the Rajya Sabha chairperson. He holds the highest position in the parliament, and he is just not the Rajya Sabha chairperson, but also the Vice President of India. And how the remarks that had been made by the leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, yesterday during the press conference is derogatory. It is insulting to a person who had been always respecting the parliamentary democracy. Remember, Mr. Kharge yesterday stated that it is Jagdeep Dhankar who had been working as the spokesperson of the government, and certainly, there was an all-out attack from the Bharatiya Janata Party stating that Mr. Dhankar is a farmer's son and he had always respected the integrity and the the parliamentary democracy had been at its top as far as his chairmanship is concerned. Remember, there has been also the allegation that had been put forward by the opposition camp that it is Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar who had not given opportunities to the opposition MPs to speak, and he works in a biased and partisan way, and therefore the reason perhaps a no confidence motion was moved. Today, in both the houses, the uproar was seen. Rajya Sabha got adjourned. Soon after that, it got reconvened, and in Lok Sabha, similar scenes were witnessed as well.
And the Rajya Sabha also saw another day of disruptions due to a clash between the BJP and the opposition over the no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition is insistent on pursuing the no-trust motion against Dhankar, while the BJP accuses them of insulting the Vice President. Amidst this, the Treasury benches and opposition engaged in a heated exchange, leading to further stalling of proceedings. The question now looms whether the no-trust motion against Dhankar will succeed.
One of the former leaders today, some of his own colleagues disturbing the house not to function. We have come here not to hear this motion which they have moved in the history. This is the first time they are bringing an impeachment motion against the chairman. They are creating a new precedent. Son, this is going to demolish our democratic system.
देखिए, हम लोगों ने एकदम साफ हमारे लेटर में जो हम लोगों ने मोशन मूव किया है उसमें एकदम साफ हम लोगों ने कहा है कल एलओपी और सारे अलग अलग पार्टीज के नेता अपनी बात रखे हैं। किस तरह से बात करने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, किस तरह से चुप किया जा रहा है, किस तरह जन के मुद्दों को उठाने से रोका जा रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारे नोटिस को दरकरार किया जा रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारे लीडर्स की और एलओपी की का ह्यूमिलेशन करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जिस तरह पार्टीजन है, ये देख के ये मोशन मूव किया गया है। जब बहस होगी उसके ऊपर बात रखेंगे।
देखिए, आप प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप लोगों ने सुनी होगी, वो हमारे पार्टी के भी लीडर हैं और एलओपी हैं, अध्यक्ष है। उन्होंने जो कहा वो हम लोगों ने वहां पर देखा है और हम लोग झेल रहे हैं। और सरेआम 267, क्या आपने कभी सुना है कि 267 रूलिंग पार्टी डालती है? और विद इन मिनट एक तरफ हम लोग घोटाले की बात कर रहे हैं, ब्राइब की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो डालते हैं और मुद्दों से भटकाने के लिए आप किसी भी तरह के मुद्दे ला रहे हैं, रूलिंग पार्टी से ही 267 उठवाया जाता है और उनको जबरदस्ती प्रोवोक किया जाता है बोलने के लिए। तो ये क्या है?
Now, spiritual leader Sadhguru has voiced his disappointment regarding the ongoing disruptions in Parliament, describing them as disheartening. He highlighted that it has been 3 weeks into the winter session without any serious discussion on any issue, emphasizing the need for constructive dialogue rather than disruptions. Sadhguru criticized the opposition for targeting industrialists, stating that wealth creators should not become the subject of political rhetoric and stressed the importance of fostering businesses for India's progress. He further argued that any discrepancies should be addressed within the legal framework rather than being used as political football.
पक्ष के लोग हैं वो पार्लियामेंट का कामकाज नहीं होना चाहते हैं, गलत तरीके का व्यवहार वो करते हैं, अनाप शनाप बातें करते हैं, चिल्लाते हैं, बच्चों जैसी हरकतें करते हैं। एक तरफ संविधान की बात करते हैं, संविधान का सम्मान की बात करते हैं, लेकिन जो संविधान ने ये पार्लियामेंट और पार्लियामेंट का जो चर्चा रहती है जो अनिवार्य है संविधान में, लेकिन जब चर्चा शुरू होते हैं तब गड़बड़ करते हैं, चिल्लाते हैं और पार्लियामेंट बंद करने का काम करते हैं, वो गलत है। उन्होंने सोचना चाहिए कि जो अपनी बातें हैं वो सही ढंग से सभागृह में पेश करना चाहिए।
Now, the BJP has issued a whip to ensure its MPs are present for the constitution debate, which is starting from tomorrow. Following this, the Congress party has also issued a whip to its MPs for the same. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to initiate the debate, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi responding to it on December 14th.
I'm not too sure whether the discussion will be peaceful, but a discussion is likely is what we can say at the moment. Because be it Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, and the Treasury benches, all of them have been emphasizing that they are looking forward to this discussion on the Constitution of India. And that is the reason why both the parties have made a list of their speakers, and that has been submitted to the Lok Sabha speaker, who will be then, allocating 6 hours. The time which has been allocated in this 13 hours is 6 hours to the Treasury benches and the remaining hours to the opposition. And that is the reason why the views from opposition becomes crucial as much as the views from the Treasury benches. Who all will be speaking tomorrow is a big surprise, but perhaps in the next few hours, even that will become clear.
Now, the leadership tussle is intensifying within the India alliance, with the allies advocating for a leadership rejig, hinting at a future without Congress at the helm. The Trinamool Congress is pushing Mamata Banerjee as an alternative to Prime Minister Modi and possibly as the head of the India bloc, signalling a lack of trust in Rahul Gandhi's leadership capabilities. This has led to Congress becoming increasingly isolated within the alliance as the cracks widen amid the ongoing power struggle. Meanwhile, the Samajwadi Party suggests Akhilesh Yadav should coordinate the India alliance, adding to the internal dynamics.
अब जो भी इंडिया ब्लॉक है वो अब आपस में इतने विरोधाभास के कारण राष्ट्र स्तर पर आए थे कि जब राज्यों का चुनाव आएगा तो अपने आप बिखर जाएंगे, और वो होना शुरू हो गया है। इसलिए वैसे भी अगले 5 वर्षों तक कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है।
मैंने जी खेत प्रकाश किया, उस स्पीकर का घर में दोनों गए थे। वहाँ ठीक हुआ कि कोल्लन हाउस पे आके ये बोलेंगे और वो मान लेंगे। मैं इतना दिन तक जानता है, तो कोल्लन तो बोला, ज्योतिरादित्य तो नहीं माना। इसके बाद स्पीकर को भी कुछ कदम उठाना चाहिए। ये बोलना ठीक नहीं हुआ, वो तो मैं मान लेता हूँ। ये कांग्रेस भी नहीं चाहता, बीजेपी भी नहीं चाहता, हम लोग क्या करेंगे? ममता बनर्जी हम लोगों को बता दिया हाउस चलना चाहिए, और बंगाल का बहुत समस्या है। दिल्ली सरकार बंगाल को रुपया नहीं देता, वो आवास योजना की रुपया नहीं देता, वो मनरेगा की रुपया नहीं देता।
जी समाजवादी सांसद, आप मुझसे पूछेंगे कि जो इंडिया ब्लॉक की जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी के अध्यक्ष की बात अगर कोई किया जाए, संयोजक की बात किया जाए, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को संयोजक बनाया जाए, ताकि हम अपने प्रदेश के मुद्दे को प्राथमिकता के तौर पर उसे उठा सके सदन में।
Now, in the ongoing Supreme Court hearing on Places of Worship Act, the court has directed that no new petitions related to this act will be registered until the next hearing. Additionally, no fresh orders for mosque surveys will also be issued, and no courts across India will pass any orders, including final or effective orders in ongoing cases, until further notice. The Supreme Court has also instructed the centre to submit its response within 4 weeks, emphasizing that decisions cannot be made without the centre's reply. This effectively means civil courts cannot race ahead of the Supreme Court in these matters. Remember, the Supreme Court is currently hearing petitions challenging the constitutionality of the Places of Worship Act.
हमने कहा है कि इसको रोकना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि ये प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर की बात करता है, और रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर देख के पता नहीं चल सकता। कोई ढांचा देख के नहीं बता सकता कि वो मंदिर है कि मस्जिद है, इसके लिए सर्वे करना जरूरी है। दूसरा, हमने ये भी कहा है, चूंकि जिन 18 स्थानों पे सर्वे का ऑर्डर हुआ है उसके पक्षकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में नहीं आए हैं, इसलिए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को स्टे नहीं करना चाहिए। आदेश क्या आएगा उसकी प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। आदेश अभी लिखा नहीं, चूंकि ओपन कोर्ट में कोई आदेश लिखा नहीं गया है, कोर्ट आदेश बाद में आएगा, तो देखेंगे क्या आदेश आता है। हमारा ये कहना है, बाबर, हुमायूं, तुगलक, गजनी, गोरी के इल्लीगल काम को लीगलाइज करने के लिए कानून नहीं बन सकता है। ये कानून न आर्बिट्रेशन का रास्ता दे रहा है, न कोर्ट जाने का रास्ता दे रहा है, कोर्ट का दरवाजा भी बंद कर रहा है। ये पूरी तरीके से भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है।
संविधान की गरिमा को, जो संविधान चाहता है देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट से, उसको रखा है। और मैं इसलिए नहीं कह रहा कि ये फैसला शायद हमारे पक्ष में नजर आ रहा है, इसलिए ये बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ। हमारे पक्ष में ये इसलिए नजर आ रहा है कि गैरकानूनी तरीके से हर मस्जिद को, हजारों मस्जिदों को मंदिर बताने की कोशिश हो रही थी, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत हमारे पक्ष में नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन कोर्ट ने जो रीज़न दिया है इसका, वो ये दिया है कि जब एक किसी इशू के बारे में आप स्वयं ही चैलेंज कर रहे हो कि ये इशू जो है इस पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिसाइड करे, तो निचली अदालतें उस इशू पे कैसे डिसीजन कोई दे सकती हैं। तो इस वजह से जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये डिसीजन नहीं होता, हमें नीचे के सारे काम, सर्वे का काम, जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर्स भी पास नहीं करेगा कोई, और नया कोई केस भी डाल नहीं पाएगा जब तक ये फैसला नहीं हो जाता।
Well, I think the most important takeaway is that the Supreme Court has intervened and made it clear that, as you rightly pointed out, that they cannot and will not allow any court to pass any order in the interim till they finally dispose of this matter. They are waiting for the central government. They've urged the central government, the union government, to file an affidavit on what its position is on the constitutional validity. They're going into all aspects, not only the constitutional validity of the Places of Worship Act 1991, but they're also looking at its ambit and the various other legal provisions on that. Having said that, they've also said that no fresh survey will be allowed or be permitted while the Supreme Court is hearing this matter. This came after the respondents pointed out that they would like a stay. It then required the Chief Justice of India to confer with his fellow judges, Justice Vishwanath, then making it clear that a 5-judge bench has already made it clear that when the Supreme Court is hearing a matter, cases are kept pending, and following that principle, despite objections from the petitioners, and at one stage the Chief Justice of India even said, I hope you don't want me to pass orders in the chambers, and then pass these very, very clear directives, making it clear that the Places of Worship Act 1991 will be implemented as is present. There will be no survey taken, and there will be no fresh or matter being heard on this matter till the Supreme Court disposes of this case.
Breaking update coming in on that important constitution debate which is set to take place in Parliament tomorrow. We've got more information coming in from sources. My colleague Aishwarya has got all this information from his sources, which says that tomorrow the Lok Sabha, when it resumes at 11 a.m, of course, it will have question hour between 11 to 12, and then the debate on constitution will start from 12 noon, and it's going to be Defence Minister Rajinath Singh who initiates the debate in the Lok Sabha. For more, let's go across to Aishwarya quickly, who's got all these breaking updates. Aishwarya, what are the details you've gathered?
Well, it would be from tomorrow, all-important constitution debate that will be starting in Lok Sabha, and we've been told that it would be from Bharatiya Janata Party, 12 to 15 leaders who will be speaking on this important debate. Tomorrow, there would be a question hour starting from 11 to 12, and from 12 noon, it would be the debate that will be initiated by Defence Minister Rajinath Singh. Top sources also had indicated that NDA leaders like H.D. Kumaraswamy, Shrikant Shinde, Shambhavi Chaudhary from the LJP, Rajkumar Sangwan, Jitam Ram Majhi, Anupriya Patel and Rajiv Ranjan will be speaking on the constitution debate. The NDA leaders will be raising issues like the emergency, the fake narrative being spread by the oppositions, and multiple constitutional amendments being brought by the Congress government in their era. It has been also stated that Prime Minister will be concluding the debate on 14th of December, that is on Saturday by the evening. Sources also indicated that top leaders from the NDA, top ministers will be given a chance to speak on the constitutional debate from the Bharatiya Janata Party side. So BJP is all set, the NDA leaders is all set for the constitution debate. From the opposition camp, also sources had indicated that it could be Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition, who can start the debate. From the Congress party, TR Balu from the DMK, Mahua Manjhi and Kalyan Banerjee from the Trinamool Congress are the speakers from the Trinamool Congress side. Few more, including Asuddin Owaisi from AIMIM will also be given chance. It's a 12-hour discussion in the Lok Sabha. 6 hours each had been allotted for the opposition and for the ruling party. We've been also told that if there would be requests from the members to the Lok Sabha speaker, then time can also be extended for this debate in the Lok Sabha.
Right. Lot of details coming in just hours ahead of that important constitution debate in the Parliament. Aishwarya Jain, thank you so much for joining us with that breaking update. And on that note, we'll head into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Cashback has no करते नहीं impress. Life with easy कितना कुछ free only with single ID. ये भी free वो भी free कितना कुछ free only with single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps हैं मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
Right, welcome back. Now, the Modi cabinet has approved the One Nation, One Poll bill during its meeting, according to sources, and the bill is expected to be introduced in Parliament next week. We'll get you more on that. That is, of course, one of the top stories that we have, in fact, been following. But now it's time for NDTV's new series, Meet Our MPs. In today's episode, my colleague Vasudha speaks to BJP MP from Bihar, Dharamshila Gupta.
Often seen as the epicenter of Indian politics, Bihar, we have an MP from there, Dharamshila Gupta, Dr. Dharamshila Gupta. मैम ये बताइए कि आपकी एंट्री पॉलिटिक्स में कैसे हुई, बिकॉज आप पार्टी में भी हैं और उसके साथ साथ एमपी वाली जिम्मेदारी भी है
हमारा परिवार संघ परिवार रहा है और बचपन से ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी और संघ से जुड़ी हुई हूँ। स्टूडेंट्स लाइफ से ही मैं पार्टी के विभिन्न कामों को किया और मैं पंचायत अध्यक्ष यानी कि मंडल अध्यक्ष से लेकर जिला अध्यक्ष और महिला मोर्चा प्रदेश मंत्री मेन विंग में, और उसके बाद प्रदेश अध्यक्ष महिला मोर्चा का विभिन्न दायित्वों को मैंने अपनी जिम्मेवारी को निभाया। नगर निगम पार्षद रही, महापौर का चुनाव भी लड़ी, सिंडिकेट में मेंबर रही, बहुत सारे कामों को किया। और अचानक से मुझे अप्रैल में फ़ोन किए मेरी पदाधिकारी। मैं भागलपुर में मीटिंग ले रही थी महिला मोर्चा कार्य समिति की, तो उन्होंने फ़ोन किया कि दीदी आपका OTV में आ रहा है कि आप मैंने उसको डांट दिया। मैं बोली ऐसा क्यों उल्टा पुल्टा बोल रही है तुम लोग, मोबाइल रखो। फिर उन्होंने फिर फ़ोन आने लगा। तो कुछ देर के बाद फिर जब ऑफिस से फ़ोन आया कार्यालय से, तो पता नहीं मेरे आँख से आंसू गिरने लगे, क्योंकि मैंने कल्पना नहीं किया था, मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी। मैं विधायक का टिकट मांग रही थी और महिला मोर्चा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हूँ, इस नाते कोर कमेटी में बैठती हूँ और महिलाओं को नाम देती हूँ MLC के लिए, विधायक के लिए, राज्यसभा सांसद के लिए। तो मैंने और महिलाओं का नाम दिया था, अपना नाम मैंने नहीं दिया था। लेकिन आभारी हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, अपने केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का, जो एक साधारण परिवार की महिला, एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता को उन्होंने ये अवसर दिया, देश के सबसे उच्च सदन राज्यसभा में नेतृत्व करने का क्षमता दिया, उन्होंने एक अवसर दिया, इसके लिए आभारी हूँ। सचमुच जब ये मुझे समाचार मिला तो मेरा परिवार भी काफ़ी रो पड़ा कि हम उस लाइन में थे ही नहीं कि राज्यसभा सांसद बन सकते हैं।
डॉक्टर गुप्ता, ये बिहार को जैसे मानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स के लिए मर्दों के लिए भी मुश्किल है, लेकिन औरत होने के नाते पार्टी का काम करना, MP होना आपके लिए कितना चैलेंजिंग रहा?
बहुत चैलेंजिंग रहा। मेरी बाल विवाह हुई थी, मेरी 10th में शादी हो चुकी थी और मैंने बहुत धैर्य से।
तो कितनी उम्र में शादी हुई होगी?
16 वर्ष में। हाँ। और बहुत ही धैर्य से ससुराल मिथिला में थोड़ा सा हम लोगों का ये संस्कार है, अपने से बड़ों का बहुत सम्मान करते हैं, सास ससुर भाई बंधु जो भी हैं, और सारे रिश्ते को अच्छे से निभाते हुए बच्चों को भी पाला। और
बच्चे हैं मैम?
हाँ, मेरे 4 बच्चे हैं, 2 बेटे हैं, जुड़वा बेटियां हैं।
ओके, वाह। हाँ।
मेरे 3 बच्चे डॉक्टर हैं।
तो इसके साथ साथ अपनी राजनीति?
हाँ, मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ नागेंद्र झा महिला कॉलेज में बॉटनी की। मैं खुद भी पढ़ा, बच्चे को पढ़ाया। बहन की चूल्हा पे जब खाना पकाती थी तो नीचे में बोरा बिछा के बच्चे को बैठाती थी। मैं मध्यम परिवार से हूँ, मैं बहुत रिच नहीं हूँ, तो उस गरीबी को मैंने देखा है। उस गरीबी में मैंने अपने बच्चों को खुद पढ़ाया और मेरे बच्चे FMC पास किए, DMCH पास किए, BHU पास किए और पढ़ाई किए, लेकिन मैंने सबों का सम्मान किया और अपनी जो जिम्मेवारी है, जो दायित्व है, या घर की हो या समाज की हो या राजनीति की हो, मैंने पूरी निष्ठा और कर्मठता से उसको निभाया। पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखा, निरंतर अपना काम करती गई, एक उद्देश्य के साथ, एक लक्ष्य के साथ कि मुझे सेवा करना है, सबों का, राष्ट्र की सेवा करना है, समाज की सेवा करना है। तो निरंतर अपना कर्तव्य पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी से निभाया।
राइट। डॉक्टर गुप्ता, ये बताइए कि इंडियन राजनीति में कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो सबसे अच्छी लगती है आपको, और कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपको लगता है कि अब खटकती है कि ये चीज़ जो है वो गलत है भारतीय राजनीति में?
हम भारतीय राजनीति में आज की परिस्थिति में महिलाओं का बहुत सम्मान है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी महिलाओं को बहुत सम्मान देते हैं और उनको आगे भी बढ़ाते, आत्मनिर्भर भी बना रहे हैं। और थोड़ी सी परिस्थितियां आती हैं जो हर जगह है। हाँ, कोई बढ़ते हैं तो पीछे से खींचना, कुछ करना,
औरतों को ज़्यादा मुश्किल होती है।
हाँ, औरतों को जब बहुत मुश्किल है। मैं बहुत चीज़ आपको मीडिया में नहीं बता सकती जो मैंने झेला है, लेकिन जब खुद को मजबूती होती है ना, अगर खुद में आत्मबल होता है कि मुझे डिगना नहीं है, तो कोई नहीं डिगाता। मुझे कोई नहीं डिगा पाया। ये चीज़ है। मैं आपके माध्यम से महिलाओं को ये संदेश देना चाहूँगी कि आप अपने आप में अडिग रहो, आप डिगो मत। कोई कुछ कहे, कोई प्रलोभन दे,
कोई कुछ का आप डिगो मत, लक्ष्मीबाई की तरह, दुर्गा की तरह आप अपना उद्देश्य में लगो, अपने लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में काम करो, आपको कोई नहीं डिगाएगा और अपने आप सम्मान के साथ उस शिखर को, उस मंजिल को पा लेंगी जिसको आप पाना चाहती हैं। अगर फिसलें तो गई।
अच्छा, मेरा लास्ट सवाल, आपको कभी ऐसा लगा है कि परिवार को ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं दे पाई है राजनीति के कारण, या तो फिर कभी, क्योंकि एज अ वर्किंग वुमन मुझे कभी लगता है ऐसे, आपको कभी ऐसा फील हुआ है मैम?
नहीं, जब मेरे बच्चे छोटे थे तो मैं वो 4 बजे सुबह अभी भी उठती हूँ और 4 बजे से 6-7 बजे तक बच्चे को पढ़ाना, स्कूल भेजना। तो और जब बच्चे नहीं हैं उस समय मैं काफ़ी समाज का काम किया। अब परिवार में समय नहीं दे पाती हूँ, इवन कि पति को भी समय नहीं दे पाती हूँ, क्योंकि देश की बात है, राष्ट्र की बात है और ये देश भी मेरा परिवार है। मैं दोनों को ही परिवार मानती हूँ और दोनों में ही बराबर समय देती हूँ।
Okay, thank you, Dharamshila Gupta, Dr. Dharamshila Gupta from Bihar, somebody who believes that in politics there's often a lot of distraction, but women will have to keep working to get their goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And some breaking update coming in. Gukesh has become the youngest world chess champion, beating Ding Liren in the 14th game. This makes Gukesh, as I mentioned, the youngest world champion at the age of 18. And he's the second Indian grandmaster after Vishwanathan Anand to become the world chess champion from India. This is, of course, a major feat by the young Gukesh, where he has in fact beaten Ding Liren in the 14th game to take the top title. Right, so for our viewers who are joining us right now, this is a breaking update coming in where Gukesh has beaten Ding Liren and become the world chess champion. He is the youngest world chess champion at the age of 18. This is, of course, a major feat. He's become the second Indian grandmaster after Vishwanathan Anand to hold this title from India. Right, I'm joined by my colleague Abhishek on this. Abhishek, a major feat by Gukesh. In fact, it was in the pipeline for quite some time, but finally he's managed it.
Yes, Tanima, it's an incredible achievement by the 18-year-old chess prodigy Gukesh D. And the most important thing is it came at the last minute. It was a nerve-wracking contest was going on between the Ding Liren and Gukesh. And ultimately Gukesh held his nerve and defeated Liren in the 18th and become the 18th world chess champion. And if you see that Gukesh is the youngest world champion right now. He is the youngest world champion right now. And before that, Gukesh beat Ding Liren of China. Yes, Sonima.
Right, Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with that breaking update coming in. There's big sports news, and India has got another young chess prodigy there taking the top title. Staying with sports news, and the Great Wall of Indian hockey, PR Sreejesh took up the coaching role after his historic farewell from Team India after bagging a bronze medal in Paris Olympics in 2024. To honour Sreejesh, India is one of the safest hand. The Hockey Federation has retired his jersey number. The 4-time Olympian PR Sreejesh spoke exclusively to my colleague Sriram. Listen into this candid interview.
I'm joined by hockey icon PR Sreejesh. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. Yes. So retired life now, had 20-year career for you. So how has post-retirement been for you, first of all?
No, nothing has been changed. After retirement, I joined the junior team as a chief coach, and I joined SG Delhi, SG Pipers as the director. So I'm revolving with the hockey, so nothing has been changed yet.
So talking about your coaching career, there was a lot that was made of your coaching standpoint once you had announced your retirement. So do you think that is something that you want to carry on for a longer period of time now?
No, see, both are different because coaching is different, and when you're playing career is totally different because the playing career, all the actions, all the results is because of your hard work. But now being a coach, you are asking someone else to do the job because your job is to train them and they need to perform. So it's totally two different aspects. But I'm taking the baby steps now. My dreams are higher, but for any big journey, you need to take the first baby step. So I'm taking that now. Let's see what is going to happen in the future.
Right. So you were one of the senior members of the team for a long period of your time. So coaching and almost mentoring the younger players from your time period is sort of similar. You have always been mentoring younger kids in the team. So have you drawn from that aspect as well going into coaching?
See, definitely, because here also I don't want to take that Kabir Khan of actions. Here it's all about telling them what to do, and in their way. It's not my way, because they're the one who is going to play on the field, not me. So I want to prepare them to become the best in their version, rather than molding them into my style. So I want them to understand my structure, my strategies, what I want to apply, and do it in their style, not in my style. So that is what I'm focusing in, and that is what I ask my players to do, because they are free to do whatever they want on the field, but in structure of my condition. Yes.
So looking back at your career, you of course had the historic moment of having your jersey retired. So how was that moment? How was that feeling?
That's something which is surprise and great honor, because you know that you only heard about the retirement of jerseys with Sachin and Dhoni, the great legendary players. Then after that, Hockey India decided to return my jersey. I think I'm not comes up to their category, but still I feel like it's a great honor as a player. Hockey India done a wonderful job for me.
So final question before you let go. So the last pivotal moment of your career, of course, was the Olympics just now. So looking back at your illustrious career, do you think that was the perfect moment almost for you to end the career there?
I think that's a dream moment. That's it. Because I never thought that, I'm going to... I've dreamed about winning a medal in Paris, but it was not... it was realistic, but still you feel it like, there is a big chance that 50-50 kind of thing. But I thought that I just want to finish my career on a top note. So that Olympics is the top one for any athlete. Because over to that, there is no other event. So that's why I decided before the Olympics that, I'm going to retire after this Olympics. But everything fell at the right place. We won a medal, and the closing ceremony, I carried the flag alongside with the Manu Baka. Then after came back, Hockey India done a wonderful felicitation function, retiring my jersey from the team. Then I think everything fell at the right place at the right time, and I'm done my job. That's it.
Thank you so much for joining us. That was hockey legend PR Sreejesh in conversation with us. Thank you.
Right, interesting interview there. On that note, we'll be taking a short break at this point, but the news will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Welcome back. Now, just ahead of that all-important constitution debate in Parliament, here on NDTV, we are showcasing a special series, a conversation on constitution. NDTV Senior Managing Editor Nikunj Garg speaks to former Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit. Listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guest today is not just a renowned jurist, but also a former Chief Justice of India. He still very recently occupied that chair, was part of some very consequential decisions, and it is generally believed, and independent observers say, that during his time he did move the Supreme Court towards a lot of administrative reforms and alacrity. Justice UU Lalit, welcome to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Justice Lalit, I just wish to ask you to begin with one question. That in a rare occurrence, Parliament is going to debate, at least they have agreed upon, a constitution debate, a debate on constitution of this country. Tell me one thing, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
There are certainly good features about it. See, every now and then, those persons who really matter, and when it comes to constitutional aspirations, goals, and what exactly would be the account as to what we have been able to achieve up till now, perhaps the best and, there can't be anything better than that. The body would be the parliament.
So you think it's a good thing?
If the parliamentarians quite periodically keep on taking this account or stock-taking situation as to where exactly do we stand, how far have we come, whether there are any provisions which require any amendment, or whether any amendments which had been effected up till now, whether those amendments need any kind of fresh reading. So therefore, this kind of introspection is something which is always welcome. So if the parliamentarians wish to do that kind of introspection on the achievements on the constitutional front, then it's a very, very welcome idea. Yes.
And my second question to you would be that in terms of the aspiration or the lives of the common people, common men, common ordinary citizens of this country, how do you think, of course, it is the role of the judiciary, you occupied the apex of it, to interpret various features of the constitution in relation to the provisions in the constitution, freedom of an individual, freedom of expression. Those are the critical features of a democracy. How do you think our constitution has fared so far?
It has fared very, very well. Of course, the judicial interpretation also helped us. In the initial case, the first case, which was A.K. Gopalan, one of the arguments which were advanced on behalf of the petitioner were that when you consider and interpret the expression except in accordance with procedure established by law in Article 21, do you simply go by the procedure as stated in the law, or would it be also open to see whether that procedure is fair or not? That is to say, read quote unquote expression due process in that particular article.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना।
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up on the show this evening, but first let's take you through the big headlines we're tracking. Opposition ruled states raise a strong voice against One Nation, One Poll after the Union Cabinet approves the bill to be introduced in Parliament. MK Stalin calls it impractical and anti-democratic. Mamata Banerjee says it's authoritarian. Kerala High Court's tough remarks on the VIP treatment given to actor Dileep in Sabarimala, says it's very, very serious and asks what privilege he has. Adani Group stock surge at the markets, gain 9% as the group gets past all the negativity. And a historic moment for Indian chess as Gukesh becomes the youngest ever world chess champion after a last-ditch blunder from Ding Liren. First up this evening, the important question we're raising: has there been too much sensationalism and judgmental remarks that have clouded a substantial and sensitive and responsible conversation on the death by suicide of 34-year-old Bengaluru-based engineer Atul Subhash. Atul had made serious allegations of harassment against his estranged wife and her family, and a team from the Bengaluru police, which had filed cases based on Atul's statement, is in Jaunpur in Uttar Pradesh to serve a notice to the wife's family. While the legal process will take its course, the sensationalism and the reactions to the tragic incident seem disturbing. In fact, too much publicity to the case itself could have psychological implications and needs to be probed into. Remember, in March 2023, a Kerala man had died by suicide in New Zealand after recording his discontent with his wife on a video which went viral on social media. Several important questions on the issue to be sensitively addressed here, including the publicity by the media, television channels to the case. Joining me this evening, noted women's rights activist Brinda Adige, former police officer Sanjay Sahai, senior journalist Aditi Fadnis, and Khushbu Jain, advocate at the Apex Court. We'll try and pose all the questions to the panelists here, but first to you, Brinda. While our prayers and thoughts and sympathies are with the family of Atul, unfortunately, the conversation this tragic incident has been driven by sensationalism and the impact of too much publicity and jumping to conclusions. This could be disturbing and dangerous. What are your thoughts on it?
I completely agree with you. It is disturbing. First and foremost, condolences to the family, very, very tragic. But taking a case of this nature, knowing the antecedents of this case, and then sensationalizing it and saying, now it's time for laws to be gender neutral, to be diluted, to be removed. It's a dangerous law, it's not good. People have not understood that these laws did not come overnight. Laws protecting women, whether 498A or the Domestic Violence Act or POSH, all of these came over struggles, years, decades of struggle. There are lacunae, there are loopholes, but that is not because it is the fault of the law, the way it is read. It is much to do with the functionaries. It is much to do with our patriarchal mindsets. It is a lot to do with the apathy that the systems, the justice system and other duty bearers extend. And nobody talks about mental health. Mental health is a very serious concern and a very serious issue. Neither the courts nor the support service organizations, nobody talks about it. One part of it is the law and whatever is enforced and not enforced. But sensationalizing the whole case and saying that justice has to be extended. Absolutely. Every crime, there is a victim or victims, and justice must and should be extended. But not at the cost of a large majority of women who are going through similar such situations. That said, I think it is time that this case is an eye-opener for everybody to rethink on how things are happening and how it must or it should happen.
On the one hand is the criminal justice system and the law itself, and you're making an extraordinarily important point on why the laws are the way they are, because they've come about after several struggles. On the other point, Aditi Fadnis, this is also a case of suicide. And when there is so much publicity given to it, and sometimes irresponsible by the mainstream media, by television channels, it could have very adverse impacts. You think there is a streak of irresponsibility there because much of it is driven by the quest for numbers and what gets traction. And it's very important to address the psychological consequences of this.
Oh, absolutely. I think suicide is the worst thing that can happen to any family. It basically means you are exiting the world in protest and you are holding everybody around you responsible, even if on the face of it, it suggests that you are putting the blame on X, Y, or Z and are trying to protect other members. Everybody gets affected by suicide. In many cases, people don't understand why a person had to take such an extreme step. I think the first thing that we have to understand is that in India, the concept of counseling is really effectively non-existent. every case that comes to court like this should necessarily, mandatorily be sent for some sort of counseling at some level. I don't know whether that happened in this case. Marriage is a very complicated institution. It takes very, very hard work to make a marriage run. There are perceived grievances, there are imagined slights, and it takes a very long time to for a marriage to actually stand up on its 2 feet. Obviously, both individuals in the marriage are responsible for making it run. And if one individual is highly sensitive and is prone to moodiness and other things, then the other partner obviously has to work harder at it. I don't want to pass any judgments, and I don't think anyone should. But it is a deeply tragic protest by a person who commits suicide to basically end his life because he can't take it anymore. And I mean, there are no winners and no losers in this situation.
Yeah, you know, the psychological implications, Aditi, it's extraordinarily important to send out saying that this is not a solution. Sanjay Sahai, you know, when we come down to a case of this nature, and you know, each case is different in its realities, right? There is also, again, exposed is the quest to run to a judgment and be opinionated about something of this nature. How do you see this whole, what's the conversation that surrounded a tragic incident play out? I mean, from the police officer's point of view, how do you see this? I mean, does it worry you, the kind of reactions that you've seen around? Just your thoughts on it.
See, social media is a totally different animal. And we have no way to stop publishing whatever one feels like on the global stage. So that is from where we start. And I don't find any publicity, even at this nature and even irresponsible, that is of no use. I don't find it that way. It becomes of no use when the whole of the criminal justice system does not respond to it. What Brinda said, that these laws came to shape after a huge battle and lot of thoughts and variety of things which went into that. There is absolutely no denying that fact. But the other part of the reality is, then when these laws got finally, they became the statute of the country. Since then till today, whether any effort has been made to take the feedback or the grievance redressal, and whether those things have ever been added, amended into the law itself. Law in India is a very hard-coded stuff. So finally, a law is passed, and after that, for decades together, whatever might be the fate of the law, and whatever might be the lack of inability of the police or the criminal justice system to put that law in place, it keeps going on and on and on. Now that Kerala case also, I think it is being quoted, which happened last year. But what is really tragic about this whole thing is that the whole criminal justice system is today in the dock. Now, mental health is one part of the story. This whole ecosystem has not responded. And 498A, for all its merits, is basically, it relates to one gender. And to deny another gender that there is absolutely nothing, no harassment can be done to that gender as a legal presumption, I think that itself is questionable. Now, case to case, what you do is very, very important. Okay. And whether the police has the wherewithal to do that. Had Atul gone to the police, I think they would have made a mockery of him also, that you are not able to handle this situation. Had he gone to the NGOs, there wouldn't be any takers. The family court, he has even alleged that they were looking for money. So this is this whole ecosystem, and beyond the police, you have the governance mechanism. So he goes to the Home Department, he goes to a variety of other sustenance mechanisms. So, yeah, you're asking something.
No, you're saying that the whole ecosystem in terms of sensitivity, I know that there are strong points of gender which requires a substantial debate, but I'm also concerned
we'll leave the gender aside.
About the psychological impact.
We'll leave the gender aside. What is the ecosystem?
No. You're right. You're making a very, very strong point. I'm also worried about the psychological reaction to that ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that we all struggle with. Khushbu, when you see a situation of this nature, a case of this nature, does it worry you in terms of what impact it has? Because the reaction to the ecosystem and the struggle is the real worrying aspect.
It is deeply concerning. There is no doubt about that, and it is sad that a person has to go to a level that he doesn't find any other solace but to commit a suicide. It's sad for the family. It's sad for the society as well that we are not being able to protect somebody that he's so tortured that he has to commit a suicide. Now, to understand this part, there have been changes that has been made in the new 3 laws. All those 3 changes are in a way talking about adopting technology to bring in that transparency, accountability and speediness in the system. The whole aspect that is coming in is aspect of delay, the time that it takes, the process which makes it difficult for people to attune to it. Like, for example, one such statement was that I am in another jurisdiction and I had to travel all the time for hearing. The aspect where there is a pendency, it took so many hearings for it to complete. In all these things, the answer lies is technology, that the new law is talking about recording of statement online, hearing online, recording of cross-examination online. See, a lot of these things come in. There is an aspect which talks about law is clear that within this time frame, a matter has to close if there is no reasonability or reasons to extend. Now that reason comes from either one side, from the girl or the guy, or in any other matter, both the parties, or from the lawyer saying that there is an aspect where we are not able to travel or there's a difficulty and we submit a application in the court. Now this can be avoided by online hearing or recording of statement online or cross-examination that can be done online. All one has to look into is these laws have come, the changes have come in, we have to make changes in the system. We need to make our courts equipped with these technological advancements. Yes.
Right. Khushbu, you're making a very important point, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just going to bring the focus back to an issue because these are all very, very important points. But Aditi, when you see the conversation that's playing around this, is it driven more by sensationalism rather than a desire to address perhaps core, deeper issues? And I'm again coming back to psychological consequences of giving too much publicity to a recording before death by suicide, which can be disturbing. Very briefly on how this should be approached largely by those who make these conversations or have these conversations for the sake of greater publicity and greater traction.
Well, Veera, you and I, we are both in the same game. We are reporters, and for us, a person exiting the world because he can't handle it anymore does make for an important story. It's a comment on society. How you address this comment on society, how you address this comment on laws, on the ecosystem where marriages sink or swim, these are important issues. I would not cast a judgment on sensationalism. We can't really say it is too sensationalist, it has been too sensationalized. I'm not competent to pass a judgment on those kind of issues. But I would say that most important thing is to be sensitive to everyone who is in that situation. That includes his wife, it includes his family, it includes his in-laws, it includes his extended family, and most of all, it includes his son. So, I mean, I'm helpless. I really don't know how I would go about reporting it.
I know it's a tough challenge, right? Being sensitivity over sensationalism, perhaps to drive the conversation into a substantive debate amongst the points that all of you have raised. But thanks very much. We hope to have such conversations because there are some real important issues that have been raised. We'll hope to have those in the future. But thanks very much to all 4 of you for joining us this evening on this important topic. Now to strong criticism from the Kerala High Court of the VIP treatment given to controversial Malayalam actor Dileep during his 5th December visit to the Sabarimala temple. A 2-judge bench which observed that the issue was, and I quote, very, very serious, asked what is the privilege such persons are having. After reviewing the CCTV footage, the bench observed that the access to the first 2 rows near the sacred Sopanam was halted to allow the actor's extended presence. The actor, remember, is an accused in a sexual assault case. NDTV's Uma Sudhir with the details.
So the Kerala High Court has taken a very serious view of what it called as a VIP darshan, during which actor Dilip was present in front of the Sanctum Sanctorum, in front of the Sopanam on the front row for 5 to 7 minutes from 10:58 to about 11:05 p.m. on the 5th of December. The court had taken cognizance of this, and subsequently the Devaswam board had in fact issued notice to about 4 people, including 2 officers of the Travancore Devaswam board as well. During the Mandalam Makaravilakku period, there is a huge rush at Sabarimala, and usually you have thousands of people who come visiting. It could be up to 80,000 people who visit on any particular day, and usually you do not have really a VIP culture there, because everyone follows the same kind of ritual practices before they take a darshan of Lord Ayyappa there. And in this case, the court has observed that because he was in the front row, it had choked the view for the other people who were present, and it had happened during a time when a lullaby, which is the Harivarasanam, was being played out for the Lord, after which the the Sanctum Sanctorum doors are closed, and therefore this had choked the view for the other pilgrims, and therefore these the board as well as the police have been now warned that no such incident should happen ever in the future.
Well, also there were strong political reactions in Telangana after the state police took a farmer to hospital in handcuffs. The farmer, Hirya Naik, was one of those allegedly involved in the incident in Vikarabad district. Remember, when the collector was attacked at a farmer's gathering. The video of the farmer being taken in handcuffs led to sharp reactions from the opposition Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti leadership, and Chief Minister Revanth Reddy said strong action will be taken against the officials involved. Uma Sudhir again with the details.
So this video of a farmer, tribal farmer from Lagacherla, who was in jail for the last 1 month or so, was being taken to a hospital in Sangareddy after he complained of chest pain, and the visual of him actually being handcuffed and being brought in handcuffs with a chain as well, that went viral and has created quite an outrage. BRS leader Mr. K.T. Ramarao has in fact said that this is brutal, insensitive, because not only were the family members of Hirya Naik not informed, and he says when somebody complains of chest pain, for him to be brought in handcuffs as though he is some kind of a dreaded terrorist is absolutely shocking. Chief Minister's office has also reacted to this. In fact, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has ordered an inquiry into this incident, and saying that the people's government will not tolerate any kind of incidents like this, and likely that he is going to be shifted from the Sangareddy hospital to the Gandhi hospital here in Hyderabad. The background to this is that on November 11 is when the Vikarabad collector and some other officers were attacked when they had gone there for a public hearing on the setting up of a farmer village there. Subsequently, of course, the Chief Minister has announced that it's going to be an industrial belt and not really a farmer village, and during that time, the people who had attacked or people who had instigated, including BRS leader Patnam Narendra Reddy, were arrested, and farmers were also arrested. And this is one of the farmers, Hirya Naik, who was now seen being taken to hospital in handcuffs.
Well, from all that, now to Pushpa 2, ruling the box office and entering the 1,000 crore club with its worldwide collections crossing over 1,000 crores, bringing it in the same league as blockbusters like Bahubali 2, Jawan and RRR. But remember, Pushpa is still counting money and could well beat all records to be Indian cinema's highest ever grosser. Iconic star Allu Arjun is all smiles.
I'd like to thank all the Indians across the globe for watching this film and pouring immense love. And also I would like to thank all the crossover audience who are watching Indian films from across the globe. Thank you so much. Pushpa ko national samjhe kya? Is baar international. Thank you everyone. What can I say? This is wild. ये love नहीं है, ये wild love है. Thank you India. धन्यवाद. Thank you India. Thank you.
Well, Girish Wankade, trade analyst and our good friend, joins us here on the show again. Girish, we don't seem to be able to stop talking about Pushpa 2, the money it's making. Well, it's all set to be possibly the highest ever grosser in Indian cinema.
Yeah, it will be, because the way I see the excitement, it's so huge. And this is one of the best time for the exhibition sector, because everywhere there is this euphoria of Pushpa. People see watching it with a repeat value. The songs are growing. People are talking about only this film, and the collection, which we call the average ticket price, irrespective of the pricing, every center, A center, B center, and C center, every center is working. And that is why, because there is a certain entertainment quotient which everybody loves. So I think the best time of cinema is here now.
Would you say that Allu Arjun is now a national star? He's no longer a Telugu star. For years we've said this is a Tamil star, this is a South Indian star. We used to always have this conversation in South India when we used to say, when people say Amitabh Bachchan is the Indian star, how about Southern stars? They are all restricted to their languages. Can we say that Allu Arjun, let us say a Prabhas, let us say, a junior NTR, have all become national stars with their hits?
Exactly. They are superstars now, because because of television penetration, they were already household names in North territories. Now, because of television penetration and dubbed films, which they watch on OTT also, they were huge names. Now, with Pushpa, that whole category breaking film has come, and Allu Arjun at this right now is one of the biggest stars country has ever seen. And not only him, the entire, even Fahad Fasil is huge now. And then with all Junior NTR and films like RRR, and then KGF doing so amazingly on box office, we can get the pan-India stars from North, from South. No more North stars. South has dominated us. And how? That is how we can say, because of their understanding the pulse of masses.
You're making a very important point for the Southern view. South has dominated because we understand the pulse of the masses. But the final question to you, Girish, is that the cultural dynamics of shooting a film now seem to have become completely broad-based. So, for instance, the undertext of it being an Andhra film or a Telugu film or a Tamil film has now completely changed in the way movies are being made.
And that is a wonderful initiative. That is a great time, because after 5 to 10 minutes you watch any film, you get immersed into it irrespective of its language. We love the content because it's a visual medium. And right now, if a Telugu film dubbed in Hindi is doing amazingly around 200-300 crores on Hindi box office, that is a great change. And that acceptance is something which we love. So there are no more people talking about it's a Telugu or Tamil or Malayalam cinema. It's the cinema as a whole. As a cinema, with a great entertainment quotient,
yes.
A cinema which serves the purpose, that is what we want, which serves to engage the audience, that is what we wanted, and these regional films have done it.
Right, regional films have done it and they've got the money and the rewards for it. Thanks very much, Girish. But the question is, will Rajinikanth give us 1,000 crore blockbuster? That's what the fans of the superstar in Tamil Nadu will be hoping for. Pushpa can rule the box office, but for the Rajinikanth fan, it's the superstar forever. He turned 74 today, and it was time for his fans to celebrate on social media with the famous Rajini memes. There's nothing Rajini can't do. Happy birthday, superstar of Tamil cinema. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा अखंड धारा उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The Union Cabinet on Thursday approved the One Nation, One Election Bill. It's likely to be tabled in the winter session of the Parliament next week. The bill will be referred to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Now, this is being seen as a reform, a move to overhaul India's electoral democracy, bringing in positive changes when it comes to cost, convenience, and, of course, uninterrupted governance. Government sources have made it clear that they want deliberations on this at all quarters. In fact, speakers from legislative assemblies across the country, domain experts could also be spoken with once the bill is with the expert committee. In fact, sources have also said that the Prime Minister in the cabinet meeting today has specifically asked for people to be taken on board as far as this idea is concerned. He wants them to know that this is a people-centric move aimed at ensuring governance remains on agenda all the time and is not stalled any time for polls. But when it comes to the idea itself, how tricky will the implementation be? Remember, this is not a new idea. India has had concurrent polls till 1967. Is it logistically possible given that the country is huge now? It's also very diverse. What are the challenges and how will it fundamentally change the way Indians look at elections? That's what we will try and discuss today. Joining me now is former Election Commissioner O.P. Rawat and political analyst Rajat Sethi. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Mr. Rawat, to you first, sir. The Ramnath Kovind panel's report has given a mechanism for simultaneous polls, Lok Sabha and Assembly polls at the same time, local polls 100 days later. Now, the ECI has said that it can be implemented by 2029. Many say that this comes at a time when the ECI could not even hold elections of Haryana and Maharashtra together. What are the logistical challenges that exist for ECI for this idea to actually become a reality?
Actually, these are two separate things. Maharashtra, Haryana separately. These are all immediate issues that they didn't have that much availability of central paramilitary forces and other things. And that's why they had to do this jugglery, because Jammu Kashmir was also clubbed with Haryana. So, whereas one nation, one poll, the main issue will be availability of a large number of EVMs and VVPATs, because right now Election Commission is making do with around 2.5 million machines, which suffices for holding Lok Sabha election with 3 or 4 states. But if all the states go to polls with Lok Sabha, then they will need 5 million, almost double. And manufacturing capacity is limited, just about 1 million in a year by both the Bharat Electronics as well as ECIL. So they will need at least 2.5 years, at least 2.5 years to manufacture these machines, which will be required for one nation, one election. That is first main constraint. Second will be having central paramilitary forces to the tune that it doesn't stretch to a large number of phases. Like right now, 7 or 8 phases are also criticized. And when one nation, one election is held, there should be maybe 4 or 5 phases.
Right, sir, please go on. What are the other challenges if you want to list?
There are no other challenges. Election Commission had already in 2015 written to the government that you have to make certain amendments to the constitution. Major 5 articles, then certain amendments to the RP Act 1951, and some amendments to the rules of procedure where no confidence motion, etc. are governed, so that all these things can be put together to bring in sync all the legislative assemblies to the Lok Sabha. And in the eventuality of any house getting dissolved premature, how to handle that situation, either by holding election for the limited time or otherwise. So these are other challenges for which ruling party will need the support of other parties, and that's why they will have to bring them on board.
Right. So that's a question I wanted to ask Rajat Sethi. Rajat, simultaneous polls have been, I mean, it's been a promise that the BJP manifesto has showed for many years. The Prime Minister, in fact, has been speaking about it since 2014, saying that it is intended towards bringing in uninterrupted governance. But the BJP also faces challenges in gaining consensus. Do you see the BJP, which is deeply invested in the idea, also this time the numbers are not as many as the party would have wanted. Do you see the party reaching out to a resurgent opposition, which also has faced electoral setbacks in the last few months, but there are also sections of which are completely opposed to the reform? We saw reactions from Mamata Banerjee, from M.K. Stalin, and also Arvind Kejriwal today.
So I believe that opposition isn't resurgent the way they were in the month of June. That has given BJP the right amount of ammunition to go after a bill that is very close to the vision Prime Minister has. Also, this is not an ideological bill. I mean, it doesn't, have its roots in its core ideology of the BJP as well. So, winning over more allies onto this, getting them onto the same platform so that they can support this very crucial amendment is going to be the task which has been cut out for various stakeholders in the government. The several outreaches have already been done. Several members of the India Alliance themselves are not opposing this bill, if not coming out and fully supporting it. So I believe that some kind of a give and take can be managed by some of the key government managers to ensure that there is the necessary numbers in terms of support who will see the bill through. By the way, I mean, if you ask, this seemed like almost of an impossible proposition when it was first discussed. But I'm really happy that it has taken the shape where today the cabinet has approved it. So it is going to necessarily be tabled. There will be more active deliberations. And if certain parties, and since I said it is not an ideological bill,
right?
If certain parties like the TMC or the Aam Aadmi Party, etc., they have some issues with it, they need to be vocal about it. They can't simply blanket say that I'm opposed to it.
Right.
They need to come out behind the reasons. What would be the ways which can assuage their concerns?
Right.
So it should be a more mature discussion around something which is largely to do with India's interest, and this obsession around elections and politics should be limited to every 5 years.
Okay, I'll come to you. Come to that in a bit, Mr. Rawat. We also spoke about the large positives and negatives. Could you also list the large positives with regard to cost, convenience, administration, governance? But also, when we talk about democracy, one thing is that it is expected that elections must be held whenever and wherever governments lose trust of people. That's a constitutional guarantee. Do you think that also in some ways makes it difficult for an idea like one nation, one poll to completely work in India?
I don't think that will come in the way. In fact, the two major issues which we are facing with the frequent polls, every year having some or the other poll, in fact, in this year, 3 tranches of polls. So that is resulting into two very serious issues. One is political parties, opposition and the ruling, they are not now opposition and ruling, they are enemies. They become enemies because continuously for 5 years, this enmity grows, strengthened. Second thing is quick fixes, like defeating anti-incumbency. Some ad hoc quick fixes solutions are looked for, and though they may be good decisions, but without any scientific analysis, without any financial and economic thinking, when these decisions are taken just to win the poll, things become very difficult financially for the states and for having some good work for infrastructure development and plan development, it becomes very difficult.
Right.
That is what is visible. And
that's a
that
very
is
important
one
point.
thing.
Rajat, this is also touching upon what you said. How do you see this idea, if it becomes a reality, changing the Indian voter? Because there's an understanding that local polls are bijli, sadak, pani, and Lok Sabha polls are to do with a vision for the country, safety, security, foreign policy. Do you see an eclipsing of those ideas? Do you see the Indian voter getting more apolitical, or do you see any engagement between the political parties' voters also getting impacted if this becomes a reality?
Actually, we should have full faith in our voter, because I saw with a bit of surprise Maharashtra results. In Nanded district, all the assembly constituencies were won by Mahayuti, that is BJP Shiv Sena Shinde. And the by-election for parliament has been won by Congress.
Absolutely.
So our voter is really mature.
I think having faith in Indian democracy is very important. Rajat, would you like to also answer this question?
Well, I mean, contrary to the world's opinion around, preempting the wisdom of Indian voters ever since we got independence, has been largely contrary to their expectations. Indian public has always lived up to the promise and expectation of casting their vote and ensuring that they are putting in enough thought when it comes to picking the right government and the right set of representatives. And it has happened over and over again. We've seen incumbents, long-term incumbents losing power, sitting chief ministers being thrown out of seat of power, and sitting ministers and being removed from power, and people who are challengers from common houses being catapulted to the highest political offices. And all of this has been possible because of the wisdom of Indian voters. So anybody, and including the people in the opposition who are opposed to this idea, they have to be very wary of this. They cannot take Indian voters for a ride. They cannot presume that Indian voters don't know anything, only we are the savior of the larger interests of Indian democracy. That's not going to happen. That won't sit right with the Indian voters per se.
Right. Mr. Rawat, I know I've asked you this question earlier also, sir. When it comes to the cost of, conducting elections, why does everybody keep bringing the cost here? Because, the expenditure that we have on elections is not as much as we see in a lot of other countries. Is that really a factor here? And also the kind of money that political parties, spend on, elections. Do you think that will also in some ways get impacted if this becomes a reality?
You're very correct in saying that cost is insignificant. In fact, we are the cheapest election management body in the world. We spend just about $1 a vote, whereas quite a few democracies, it goes right up to $25 a vote. So, and total expenditure on our Lok Sabha election, and when One Nation, One Poll comes, maybe around 10,000 crores in 5 years, which is nothing. An economy which has a budget of 40 lakh crores in every year. In 1 year, if you spend 10,000 crores on election, it is nothing. So talking about economy or savings, etc., I think it's very irrelevant. Only on campaigning, the political parties, certain research platforms bring out some data. I don't know how accurate and well-founded the data is, that 70,000 crore, 110,000 crore were spent in campaigning. That needs to be seen with a pinch of salt, and that may be reduced because only once they will have to do it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Rawat. Thank you, Rajat Sethi, for joining us on this broadcast. The Union Cabinet has approved the One Nation, One Election Bill, aiming to hold simultaneous Lok Sabha and State Assembly elections. Supporters cite cost savings, improved efficiency and higher voter turnout. But there are also critiques and opposition that worry about national issues overshadowing local concerns and potential misuse of power. Remember that this bill is going to get introduced next week is what the what sources are telling us. But of course, it will be sent to a JPC. We will be tracking that very closely for you even as the Parliament session is on. Now moving on to other news, the winter session of the Parliament has seen repeated disruptions and adjournments leading to a deadlock amongst the ruling party and the opposition parties. Now the opposition wants a debate on the Adani matter, while the BJP has doubled down on the allegations of links of Congress leaders with George Soros funded individuals and organizations. To make sense of all of this, we have with us noted IT veteran and venture capitalist Mohandas Pai. Thank you, Mr. Pai, for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, Mr. Pai, is there's a certain political rhetoric that the opposition in India, specifically the Congress party, is harping on, attacking a business house, corporates. Many people have, in fact, come out to say that at a time like this, when in India the growth has slowed down, there are also challenges of jobs and quality education, it may not be the right thing to target wealth creators. What is your view on this?
Look, wealth in this country is created by Indian industrialists, entrepreneurs, and not by the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party have never created wealth in this country. Jobs are not created by government. Jobs are created by individual entrepreneurs and business. I think they have to understand the economics very well. They know all this, but they're using this rhetoric to say that industrialists hand in glove with the NDA, they're paying bribes, etc., which is not true. I think they're hurting the country and hurting everybody else by carrying this rhetoric. The rhetoric will get them nowhere. Pradeep Chakravarti wrote an article recently where he spoke about a new kind of business ecosystem, which is all rubbish. What is the new kind of ecosystem? There's no crony capitalism in this country. All natural resources are given by auction. There is competition. Nobody is given allotment like the UPA did and which took bribes. It is not happening. The UPA is the most corrupt government that we have had in our history. And they are trying to play the same games. We will have another business. We will help MSMEs. We'll help startup. We'll help this. We'll help that, etc. and they go on abusing these people who are creating wealth. Then they go back to the same people to ask for money for elections. This is all the rhetoric for the public. And we know that the Congress governments are the most corrupt, including in my state of Karnataka. Corruption has gone to an unprecedented level. So I don't know what they're talking and whom they're fooling. And they're not understanding aspirational India does not like this. They're not going to support political parties who back up industrialists. Aspirational India wants to be successful, wants to be wealthy, wants to be entrepreneurs, and they look up to these people as entrepreneurs. And these people whom they abuse have created great assets. They created great thing. For example, Mukesh Ambani deserves say Bharat Ratna for creating a giant industry for India. He's a great entrepreneur. Adani has spent 40 years creating industry. His port is one of the best in the world. His green energy investment is very, very huge. And all the green energy has been won by auction. So what is the big deal? You win by auction, so what is the big deal? Now George Soros is going after him, doing fake narratives. For example, the Hindenburg report is all fake. It picked up something which have been settled. Now another fake thing has been done about the so-called bribes, and there is no evidence for the bribes. There is no note of who has taken the money, where has the money gone, no bank or nothing, vague allegations, and they jump up and down to sue it, and the Indian market has ignored them.
Right. Mr. Pai, also we have seen the Supreme Court look into the Adani matter. We have, we have a country with our own institutions, regulators and mechanisms that have in many ways survived the test of times, evolved in the last many decades. How does raising questions, repeated questions on institutions impact the Indian psyche and the way these bodies are run?
No, I think the people of this country, particularly young people, have understood this is just useless political rhetoric. They're ignoring them. And they're losing their support. It is not gelling with the public. For example, Rahul Gandhi spoke about Rafale being corrupt. When you deal with the government of France and the government fixes the price, where is the corruption? Because they're so used to corruption. The problem is the Congress party is so used to corruption. So they think anybody does business, anybody does business, there must be corruption because they have participated in corruption, the beneficiaries of corruption, and they think everybody else must be corrupt. When you have a G2G deal, like India has the US and France, where is the middleman? There's no middleman. And then you have the stupid French press, which says that somebody paid a bribe much before 2014. And it's so stupid. They said he paid a bribe before 2014. I don't know how these guys can put such kind of rubbish. They put this kind of rubbish. Then there's the Jeffrey Lot, funded by George Soros who write kind of rubbish. So there is a big pool of people who are opposed to this NDA on ideological grounds, possibly because of George Soros' political philosophy, who sold their souls, who took money from him. And many people say that Sam Pitroda and the Congress party are getting support from there through all the network. For example, when Rahul goes to Cambridge, whom does he meet? All the people supported by George Soros. When he goes to Europe, where does he meet? All these leftists and socialists, many of whom are NGOs supported by George Soros. You understand? So I'm happy that the matter is getting exposed. The Indian public can understand who are these people going against our country. And I think more and more people of the country are believing, which I don't think is true, that there's a conspiracy by the West to undermine India. Now, that is what happens. That is what happens if people start carrying this beyond a level. See, look, Congress, we need the Congress party as an opposition because it's a large tent. It has got space for everybody. It must get away from being a family-dominated party and become a real political party with multiple leaders. They must focus on governance. They must focus on jobs. For example, in my state of Karnataka, which is the richest state, we have not had any job scheme for the last nearly 2 years. This new government has come. There have only been doles. Some 60,000 crores has gone as doles. Is it creating jobs for people? No. It's the richest state in India. This year, $5,000 per head per capita income. And we have to focus on jobs, abuse these jobs. And then they say India is having unemployment, increasing unemployment. Unemployment cannot be solved by the central government. It has to be solved by the state government. How can the central government solve unemployment? By hiring more people for government jobs, which is a drain of our resources. We don't want more government bureaucrats. We don't want more oppressors in the government, right? We want lesser government. We want more money in infrastructure, more money on industry so that more good jobs are created.
Also, Mr. Pai, let me ask you what the opposition has been saying. They have completely dismissed the George Soros matter or the allegations of him influencing Indian politics. A section also strongly feels that this is a diversion and that a strong NGO network mobilizing people for the right causes is also the hallmark of a democracy. Can you tell us why George Soros or the way he or people like him are known to operate? See, manufacturing dissent is the crux of these allegations here. Why is that so dangerous for a democracy like India?
Look, first point is no independent sovereign country will allow foreign money to come into the country to mobilize public opinion. The fact remains George Soros and his open society have penetrated the Indian NGO sector. Many people have sold their souls, have taken money from him, are still taking money, including parts of the media, directly or indirectly, particular digital media. They indebted to him and they are mouthing what he wants. He gave a press conference in Davos last year where he said, Modi should answer to Indian Parliament and what happened to Adani, etc. Now, who the hell is he to tell our Prime Minister should answer to our Parliament? And that's exactly what the Congress mouthed. And what are the Hindelman report? A lot of rubbish put together, which are all old matters with no new things, right? Now, if there's something like that, you complain. Then they abuse SEBI to say SEBI has not investigated, SEBI has not done. SEBI does a great job. They're investigating. It takes time to investigate if you make an allegation. Then they come with all kind of stuff because George Soros has funded the Democratic Party in the US. George Soros has funded the Black Lives Movement and many things else in the US. He's funded district attorneys. He's funded academics. He's getting a huge network because he spends $200 to $500 million a year. That's a lot of money. And he's bought a lot of people's souls. They all mouth his opinion. You can see in Cambridge, in Oxford, there's some academics who have been bought over. They're always criticizing India on specious ground. And all of them have a common narrative. The narrative is the same between what they say and what the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi and others are saying about India. The narrative is the same. This thing is the same. And tell me one thing. Will any independent sovereign country like India accept foreign capital coming in trying to support our politics? Will the United States allow Russian money or Chinese money to come into the country support politics? They will not. They will not because politics is something to be decided by the people of this country. Narratives have to be set by the people of this country and not by foreign capital. And these are all foreigners coming in the guise of NGOs and others. The evidence is so strong. So much have been published on Twitter and X that, these and these have been funded. They created a huge network of funding agents. And one of the Open Society, Vice President, Salil Shetty, was marching with Rahul Gandhi. He's my junior from college in Bangalore. I know him well. He's been marching. He was running Amnesty. He also ran some fake narratives against this country as head of Amnesty, head of everybody else. Now his Open Society clearly in the open. When you had this Bharat Jodo, you had all these elements funded by Soros come and march in the streets. Come on, give me a break. Why do you need them? Indians should do it. Indians should run Indian politics, not foreign capital. And that, I think, should be a no-no. We have been too lenient. We are not exposed to all these people. Look at the farmers' agitation last year. It cost 2 to 3 crores every single day for nearly a year for all the spending that happened. Where did the money come from? Government of India should investigate where the money came from. The money must have come from Canada to Hawala or something. Where did the money come from? It's been used there for what? Some specious purposes. It's still going on. And now what is it? They have no cost because, MSP is being given to everybody for so many years that will continue. There's no need for a law because if there's MSP law, why can't industry go and say, buy all our produce at that particular price and give us the same benefit? Why discriminate against others, right?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Pai, for joining us with those views. Mohandas Pai there, tech veteran on how India's politics will be run by Indians and not foreign capital, and how at this point India needs growth and not attacks on its business houses. Time for a short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City Mumbai
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the
Hello everyone, you're watching News at 8 on NDTV. Our top headlines this hour. Cabinet clears One Nation, One Poll a bill which is seen as a game changer, likely to be tabled in Parliament next week. It's similar scenes in Parliament
Another day wasted in the Parliament of India. Congress Soros Ling take over Parliament again. Constitution debate though slotted for tomorrow. Prime Minister will reply on December 14th evening. Both the parties issue whip to its MPs. Places of Worship Act hearing in Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that there should not be any more suits to be registered till the next hearing. The Supreme Court also bars the civil courts from passing orders. It also says that there cannot be any more surveys of mosques. After Mamata Banerjee, now pitch for Akhilesh as India bloc chief. Samajwadi Party throws Akhilesh's hat in the ring. No confidence clearly in Rahul's leadership, we ask. Chennai boy D. Gukesh is the new world chess champion, becomes youngest world champ at 18, second Indian grandmaster after Vishy Anand. The Union Cabinet today cleared the One Nation, One Election bill, which aims to synchronize all elections in India. The bill is set to be tabled in Parliament next week, following its approval in today's Cabinet meeting. This move comes after the government accepted the recommendations from a high-level committee, which was led by former President Ramnath Kovind, which proposed holding simultaneous elections for Lok Sabha and state assemblies and local bodies in a phased manner.
ये आना चाहिए, जैसे आप उड़ीसा में देखिए एक साथ चुनाव हुए और आपको बार बार चुनाव में जाना नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा प्रदेश में वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन नहीं है। अभी हमने लोकसभा चुनाव किए, दोबारा अभी विधानसभा चुनाव करना पड़ता है और जो साल भी आप लोकसभा या विधानसभा चुनाव करते हैं लगभग पूरा साल में कुछ डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होते हैं। तो इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन हो। हम लोग इसको पूरा समर्थन करता हूँ।
नया एंगल था कि इसमें बेरोजगारी की अब बात ना हो, अब अगले सेशन में जो है महंगाई की बात ना हो, बजट की कमियां होंगी या बजट की जो खामियां होंगी उन पे बातें ना हो, बल्कि बात हो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पे।
ले लिया फैसला तो बिल्कुल समर्थन करते हैं। हम लोग कमेटी के पास भी गए थे, आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी कमेटी के पास। कमेटी में भी हम लोगों ने कहा था, हमारी पार्टी ने कहा था कि हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार शुरू से पक्षधर रहे हैं लोकसभा में।
जब हमारे हाउस में वो प्रस्तुत हो जाएगा तो उसको देखने के बाद उसके मेरिट पे हम बात करेंगे। पर मेरे दिमाग में एक सवाल है कि जिनका विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल बचा हुआ उनका क्या होगा, जिन विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल खत्म हो चुका है उनका क्या होगा। और मैं कोविंद साहब की इस थ्योरी को समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि इससे 1.5% GDP बढ़ जाएगी। वो कभी अर्थशास्त्री नहीं रहे हैं।
Sunil Prabhu is joining me live. Sunil, it's only a matter of time. Should we say that this will become a reality, or are you of the opinion that it's a long way to go, a long procedure which has to be followed?
Well, I think it's a long procedure because, as you are well aware, the constitutional amendment has a lot of processes that have to be followed. It's going to be take some time. That's the reason why the government is ticking the box, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet have followed in letter and spirit what the Cohen Committee report has done. What they have and what we've been able to understand from our sources is that the cabinet has cleared the first phase of the One Nation, One Poll. What does the first phase mean, Maria? It means that elections to be conducted simultaneously for Lok Sabha as well as state assembly elections. That proposal, which amends 4 constitutional amendments, will be tabled in the floor of the House, as you said, as early as next week. It should be given to members during the weekend so that they can study it, and if they have any provisions against it, they can put it up. The House has to be on order when a constitutional amendment is moved, and it's in that process that we will have to wait and see. They haven't touched the other process, what is called a simultaneous, just immediately after this election, to conduct elections for panchayats and local bodies after 100 days. They're not touching that, which also means a common electoral roll, which will need ratification of state assemblies. What the first phase does is this constitutional amendment is only required to be passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha and does not need the ratification of states. So that's the first process that they have done. But yes, it will go to a parliamentary committee, a JPC as they're talking about it, if not a full parliamentary committee to study in depth, speak to everybody else, and then go through the contours of that. But as you are and I know, Parliament is unpredictable. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. There are already remarks from federal, from state chief ministers as well as others who feel it goes against federalism, against parliamentary democracy. So we'll have to wait and see how they muster that two-third majority, both in Lok Sabha as well as in the Rajya Sabha.
Sunil, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. The face-off between the BJP and the opposition MPs persisted today, leading to adjournments in both the houses of Parliament. And as per sources, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will start the constitution debate for the government tomorrow. At least 15 BJP leaders are expected to speak. From the opposition side, it will be Rahul Gandhi who will be leading the opposition charge. The list of speakers are now out, and it's very clear that both the sides will be going all out in trying to corner the other. Both the BJP and the Congress, the two national parties, have issued 3-line whips to ensure that all their MPs are in attendance when the crucial constitution debate happens in the Lok Sabha on 13th and 14th.
आज ये जोश जॉर्ज सोरोस बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है कि मैं वर्तमान व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करूंगा, जो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को पदच्युत करने के लिए, डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए मैं फंडिंग करूंगा, उनके साथ सोनिया गांधी जी का क्या संबंध है, ये देश जानना चाहता है। इस मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए इस तरीके का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। हम इसका पुरजोर भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं।
These are the pre-planned design by Narendra Modi ji not to run the house. Yesterday, leader of opposition had met the honorable speaker and he informed the speaker that we are for running the house. Whatever allegation the member Nishikant Dubey make, you have to examine it and expunge it. Speaker assured us also. The same thing happened today itself. We don't know how a member getting every day 0 hour, that for same subject. For the last 1 week, you can see that.
जॉर्ज सोरोस भाजपा के विफलताओं को छुपाने का सुरक्षा कवच बन चुका है और इसीलिए एक ही विषय पर बार बार 0 आवर में उल्लेखित होना उसी का प्रमाण है, उसी का सबूत है। पार्लियामेंट का कानून ये कहता है कि जब एक बार विषय 0 आवर में उठ जाता है तो उस विषय को दोबारा नहीं आ सकता। लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा के एक लोकसभा सदस्य को बार बार उसी विषय को उठाने के लिए हर दिन उसको 0 आवर में अवसर मिल रहा है और उसने पिछले हफ्ते इस विषय को उठाया भी। जिस विषय को उन्होंने उठाया आज दोबारा उनको उठाने का अवसर मिला। तो क्या पार्लियामेंट के कानून भाजपा पे लागू नहीं है?
मैं समझती हूँ बहुत सारी समस्याएं जो उत्तर प्रदेश में हैं, जहाँ हमने देखा कि किस तरह उत्तर प्रदेश के भाईचारे को खराब करने का काम मौजूदा शासन, प्रशासन और सरकार ने मिलकर किया है। और आज जहां हम संविधान दिवस मना रहे हैं 75वां, तो वहीं बहुत सारे जो हमारे अधिकार हैं जिनका लगातार हनन मौजूदा सरकार कर रही है, इस पे भी प्रश्न उठता है आज। और जो 2 दिन का जो स्पीच होगी तो हम सब अपने पक्ष को रखेंगे इस मुद्दे पे।
This is going to
Vasudha Venugopal joins me live. Vasudha, so stage is all set for what will be a fiery debate in Parliament. What is the sense that you're getting from the Treasury benches and also the opposition? Will there be ruckus, or is possibility of a debate still there?
Well, Maria, a lot of back-channel talks are also happening, and the BJP has also ensured that its leaders are meeting today. In fact, there was a very important meeting of Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajinath Singh, the Defence Minister, at the Prime Minister's residence a short while ago. Before that, even in the Parliament, Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Ram Meghwal had a meeting. So clearly, all of this seems to be geared towards the fact that tomorrow is going to be the spotlight of the entire session. The Constitution is going to be debated. This is a political move also by the BJP. The subtext of that is interesting. The BJP completely wants to own the narrative around the Constitution, specifically around the reservation policy, after what we saw in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, something that has been denied and dismissed in the subsequent electoral victories that the BJP has enjoyed both in Haryana and Maharashtra. But today, of course, in the Rajya Sabha, there was complete chaos. It was, in fact, a theatre of complete disruptions with JP Nadda, defending the chairperson, who is actually facing a lot of accusations from the India bloc allies, who have called him the biggest disruptor. And but of course the picture was slightly different in the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha, I'm happy to at least report that the disaster management bill has been cleared. Yesterday we saw the railway amendment bill being cleared. In fact, even during the discussion of the disaster management bill, Sadhguru Owaisi made this important point that pollution and heat wave are not part of disasters, which is something that should make us think. So clearly, when the Parliament runs, it always makes all of us as citizens feel proud about this. But tomorrow is going to be the actual test of governance, convergence, and we will get to see if this conflict actually takes a different shape and there is some agreeable convergence that happens tomorrow and the debate takes place.
And our special broadcast begins at 9 a.m. and Vasudha and I will be joining you live from Vijay Chowk with guests and lots of interesting views we'll try and get from political analysts. Vasudha, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Ongoing surveys of places of worship, including mosques, will now be paused as the Supreme Court has said it clearly. Remember, the Supreme Court is hearing a batch of petitions which have challenged certain provisions of the Places of Worship Act. Among the 6 petitions which is before the court, there is one by BJP's Subramaniam Swamy as well. The main petition was filed 4 years ago, after which the government was told to respond but never did. Now the government has been told by the Supreme Court to give its own view within 4 weeks.
हमने कहा है कि इसको रोकना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि ये प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर की बात करता है और रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर देख के पता नहीं चल सकता। कोई ढांचा देख के नहीं बता सकता कि वो मंदिर है कि मस्जिद है, इसके लिए सर्वे करना जरूरी है। दूसरा, हमने ये भी कहा है, चूंकि जिन 18 स्थानों पे सर्वे का ऑर्डर हुआ है उसके पक्षकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में नहीं आए हैं, इसलिए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को स्टे नहीं करना चाहिए। आदेश क्या आएगा उसकी प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। आदेश अभी लिखा नहीं, चूंकि ओपन कोर्ट में कोई आदेश लिखा नहीं गया है, कोर्ट आदेश बाद में आएगा, तो देखेंगे क्या आदेश आता है। हमारा ये कहना है, बाबर, हुमायूं, तुगलक, गजनी, गोरी के इलीगल काम को लीगलाइज करने के लिए कानून नहीं बन सकता है। ये कानून न आर्बिट्रेशन का रास्ता दे रहा है, न कोर्ट जाने का रास्ता दे रहा है, कोर्ट का दरवाजा भी बंद कर रहा है। ये पूरी तरीके से भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है।
संविधान की गरिमा को जो संविधान चाहता है देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट से, उसको रखा है। और मैं इसलिए नहीं कह रहा कि ये फैसला शायद हमारे पक्ष में नजर आ रहा है, इसलिए ये बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ। हमारे पक्ष में ये इसलिए नजर आ रहा है कि गैरकानूनी तरीके से हर मस्जिद को, हजारों मस्जिदों को मंदिर बताने की कोशिश हो रही थी, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत हमारे पक्ष में नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन कोर्ट ने जो रीजन दिया है इसका, वो ये दिया है कि जब एक किसी इशू के बारे में आप स्वयं ही चैलेंज कर रहे हो कि ये इशू जो है इस पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिसाइड करे, तो निचली अदालतें उस इशू पे कैसे डिसीजन कोई दे सकती हैं। तो इस वजह से जब तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये डिसीजन नहीं होता, हमें नीचे के सारे काम, सर्वे का काम, जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर्स भी पास नहीं करेगा कोई, और नया कोई केस भी डाल नहीं पाएगा जब तक ये फैसला नहीं हो जाता।
Sunil Prabhu continues to be with us. Sunil, what happens to all those cases which are presently in various courts of India? You know, for example, the permission being given for a survey of the Sambal Mosque, or similar petitions which are being filed with regards to the Ajmer Dargah. What happens to all those petitions?
So all of them have been stayed. Nothing can be heard or any decision can be taken. No fresh survey. That's the Supreme Court's decision. There were some tense moments as Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, along with his other judges, were dictating the order. There were some judges who were still vehemently opposing. Finally, CJI saying that, do I have to now dictate my orders in the chamber? Finally, he decided after hearing both sides. It is extremely contentious, as you rightly pointed out. They have asked the government to, within 4 weeks, especially Solicitor General, to come clear on what its position is on the Places of Worship Act 1991. And then, of course, the other parties all will be part of the entire aspect. They will study the entire constitutional validity of the act, its entire ambit, and its whether it can be carried forward. All those aspects will be looked at by the Supreme Court when it hears this matter after 4 weeks. So definitely extremely contentious issue, but at present, no fresh survey, no fresh case. And everything stands still till the Supreme Court decides on this important matter. So there's, if you ask me specifically, there are around 11 suits, title deeds from Mathura to Sambal, and the list carries on, which will not be on hold as of now.
Sunil, thank you so much for that update. And a piece of breaking news that is coming in now: an attempt to murder charge was added to the case filed against veteran Telugu actor Mohan Babu over his alleged attack on a video journalist. Following a complaint that was made by the 35-year-old journalist, a case under section 118(1), which is essentially voluntarily causing hurt using dangerous weapons or substances, has been registered against the actor. Let me bring in Uma now. Uma, what really happens after this nature of case? I mean, does it mean immediate arrest?
Okay. Tonight, when the assault in fact happened, after that assault, Mohan Babu had been in fact called in by the police as almost like a restraining order. The father and son both were called in by the police to try and ensure that they do not disrupt peace in that place. But at that time, Mohan Babu had gone and admitted himself in the hospital, and the police and the hospital authorities had issued a note saying that he is suffering with high blood pressure, anxiety, stress, and a history of losing consciousness. But Ranjit Kumar, the journalist who suffered the fracture bone on his cheek because of what was caught on camera, Mohan Babu flinging a mic head at him, and that was obviously a metal which went and hit his cheekbone. And the police, on the basis of the fractures, the medical injuries that have been found on Ranjit Kumar, the journalist, it is on that basis that the police decided to change this from voluntarily causing hurt to an attempt to murder, because they feel that this is an serious enough issue to warrant action under the attempt to murder section. So while Mohan Babu has managed to get some kind of a reprieve from court, saying that till the December 24th, when the next hearing will happen in court, he does not have to appear before the police commissioner of Ratchakonda, but Ratchakonda police commissioner's office has in fact now changed the sections under which he will be tried for assault on the journalist. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thank you so much. Another piece of breaking news that is coming in now: the Bengaluru cops are looking for accused wife and her family in the Techie suicide case. Remember, a software engineer had died by suicide, leveling allegations against his wife and the entire family, saying that he has been tortured and mentally harassed by his ex-wife's family. Let's bring in Ranveer now. So Bengaluru cops, Ranveer, we are told, are in touch with UP cops. What happens now in this investigation?
Bengaluru police spoke to Jaunpur police because Nikita Sachdev resides in Jaunpur, and her family members were in their house, but yesterday at midnight, the mother of Nikita Sachdev and brother both fled from their residence, and they stayed in a hotel. And thereafter, they gone to some hidden place. We don't know where they are. So they have fled from their house. And as far as Nikita is concerned, the lawyer said that Nikita is in Delhi and she is working there. So Nikita and her family is not in their residence. The lawyers, they are trying to get update through police, and police is in with touch with Bengaluru police, because FIR has been lodged in Bengaluru, and now the investigation is approaching towards UP, and that's why Bengaluru police spoke to Jaunpur police to get some updates in Atul Subhash suicide case.
All right, Ranveer. Shifting focus to politics now. After Mamata Banerjee's TMC, now it is Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party which has pitched in for their leader to take charge as the head of the India bloc. Akhilesh Yadav's leaders came out all in support of Akhilesh, saying that he is best suited to lead the India bloc. What happens in this leadership tussle? What is going to be the future of the Congress party in this entire, non-BJP or should I say opposition bloc? Here's that story.
जी समाजवादी सांसद, आप मुझसे पूछेंगे कि जो इंडिया ब्लॉक की जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी के अध्यक्ष की बात अगर कोई किया जाए, संयोजक की बात किया जाए, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को संयोजक बनाया जाए, ताकि हम अपने प्रदेश के मुद्दे को प्राथमिकता के तौर पर उसे उठा सके सदन में।
कल्याण बनर्जी खेद प्रकाश किया, उस स्पीकर का घर में दोनों गए थे, वहाँ ठीक हुआ कि कल्याण हाउस पे आके ये बोलेंगे और वो मान लेंगे। मैं ज्योतिरादित्य तक जानता है, तो कल्याण तो बोला, ज्योतिरादित्य तो नहीं माना। इसके बाद स्पीकर को भी कुछ कदम उठाना चाहिए। ये बोलना ठीक नहीं हुआ, वो तो मैं मान लेता हूँ। ये कांग्रेस भी नहीं चाहता, बीजेपी भी नहीं चाहता, हम लोग क्या करेंगे? ममता बनर्जी हम लोगों को बता दिया हाउस चलना चाहिए, और बंगाल का बहुत समस्या है। दिल्ली सरकार बंगाल को रुपया नहीं देता, वो आवास योजना की रुपया नहीं देता, वो मनरेगा की रुपया नहीं देता।
And a week since the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra were sworn in, the tug of war over portfolio allocation has only escalated. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar held series of meetings in the national capital with BJP's top brass. The final decision on who will be sworn in the Council of Ministers is yet to be taken. Here's a special report.
A week since the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra were sworn in, yet the tug of war over portfolio allocations continues. Both Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar are in the national capital to meet BJP top brass in a bid to finalize the division of portfolios. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has chosen to stay back in Mumbai, a move that has raised several eyebrows. The much-anticipated cabinet expansion is expected to take place on December 14.
कैबिनेट एक्सपेंशन 14 तारीख को होगा पूरा, ऐसा उन्होंने बताया.
As per sources, the BJP is likely to get 20 ministerial berths, while Sena may secure 12 and the NCP could bag 10. A few current ministers are likely to be dropped or will lose their posts due to their poor performance or tainted images. The emphasis is on bringing in fresh faces into the cabinet.
मी माझ्या पक्षाच्या नेत्यांना भेटायला आलेलो आहे आणि आमच्या पक्षाचे मंत्री कोण असतील, त्यांच्या पक्षाचे कोण असतील, शिंदे साहेबांचे शिंदे साहेब ठरवतील, अजितदादांचे अजितदादा ठरवतील. आमच्या पक्षाचे मंत्री कोण असतील याचा निर्णय हा शेवटी आमचं जे काही पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड आहे, आमचे नेते ते घेतात. त्यामुळे काल बावनकुळेजींनी आणि मी आमच्या नेत्यांची भेट घेतलेली आहे, त्याच्यावर चर्चा केलेली आहे. प्रत्येक विभागातनं प्रॉबेबली कोण मंत्रिपदाचे उमेदवार असू शकतात, कोणाला आपण बनवू शकतो, असे एक प्रॉबेबल शॉर्टलिस्टिंग देखील त्यांच्यासोबत आम्ही केलेलं आहे. आता या संदर्भात वरिष्ठ स्तरावर ते निर्णय करतील आणि आम्हाला कळवतील.
Shinde, who appears not to be at peace after vacating the Chief Minister's post, is keen on key portfolios such as home and finance, but both these portfolios will most likely be retained by the BJP and NCP respectively. Sena is trying to secure a larger share, which has led to delays in finalizing the portfolio divisions.
कुछ नहीं हो रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, जो हो रहा है वो अच्छा हो रहा है.
महायुति एक साथ, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। माध्यम ने क्रिएट किया इशू है, ऐसा कोई भी इशू नहीं है।
Publicly, all three parties claim that differences will be resolved amicably. However, it appears that the three top leaders may have to come together for a final round of discussions before the formula is sealed and the berths are distributed. This is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
With attacks on minorities, especially Hindus, continuing, some are trying to flee to India in desperation to escape Islamic radicals in Bangladesh. Even Chinmoy Krishnadas's lawyer, Rabindra Ghosh, a senior advocate in the Bangladesh Supreme Court and a human rights activist, was manhandled and threatened when he went to Chittagong and submitted the pleas in the court for jailed Hindu monk Chinmoy Krishnadas.
This minor girl from Panchagor in Bangladesh, whose family are ISKCON devotees, fled to India to save her life after threats from radicals in her country. She entered India illegally and was apprehended by the BSF on Tuesday night and was handed over to the Chopra police in Bengal, who then sent her to her shelter home. Her relatives with whom she had planned to stay in India say threats from radicals have become unbearable.
থানায় আসছি স্যার, আমার সম্পর্ক ওই নাতিন হবে, তো আমি আমার ফোন নাম্বার ওরা জানে, সেজন্য আমি থানায় আসছি তো ওনাকে দেখা করার জন্য। তো ওরা তো ওইদিকে ও আমাদের ইসকনের ভক্ত বলে ও টর্চারিং করেছে, তারপর ওকে কিডন্যাপ করবে এই ভয়ে তো ও আসছে, সেজন্য আমার ফোন নাম্বার ওরা নিয়েছিল।
Another Hindu youth, 21-year-old Jibon Burman, fled to India after he was threatened and accused by hardline fundamentalists of participating in protests for the release of jailed Hindu monk Chinmoy Krishnadas. He was stopped by the BSF when he entered India by swimming in the Korotwa River in Rajganj block and handed over to the Rajganj police station. After interrogation, the police arrested him and he was produced in the Jalpaiguri district court on Wednesday.
আমি একজন সনাতনী, আমাদের হিন্দুদের উপর অনেক টর্চার হচ্ছে, যার কারণে আমি বাংলাদেশ থেকে ইন্ডিয়াতে আসি।
Meanwhile, incarcerated Hindu monk Chinmoy Krishnadas remains in jail as his new lawyer also faced attacks in a Chittagong court. Senior advocate Rabindra Ghosh says he was attacked when he appeared in court for the Hindu monk.
আমার অ্যাপ্লিকেশনগুলো মুভ করি আমার পিছন দিক দিয়ে দুই একজনে ধাক্কা দিয়েছে, আমি জানি না, তবে আমার ওদেরকে দেখলে আমি চিনতে পারবো।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has asked the union government to act.
আমরাও সকলে প্রোটেকশনের দাবি জানাচ্ছি। আমরা চাই গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া মাস্ট অ্যাক্ট। অ্যাক্ট মানে কি? মানুষকে নিরাপত্তা দিক, মানুষকে যারা ফিরতে চায় ফিরিয়ে আনার ব্যবস্থা দিক। কাজেই টোটালটা গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়ার ব্যাপার। আমরা শুধু চাই তারা আমাদের মাইনরিটিসদের রক্ষা করুক।
India is walking a diplomatic tightrope when it comes to dealing with the Bangladesh situation as anti-India elements and radical forces continue to target minorities and Hindus in Bangladesh. The Indian government has been pushing for the safety of minorities, especially Hindus. But in a relationship that has so many aspects, the challenge for India remains in keeping the neighborhood friendly and stable. With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And some good news now. Indian Grandmaster D. Gukesh became the youngest world chess champion at just 18 years. He in fact defeated title holder Ding Liren of China in the 14th and last game of a roller coaster showdown that went right down to the wire. All the stories on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Last Word with me, Maria Shakil. The countdown to the much anticipated parliamentary debate on the constitution has begun. Both the BJP and Congress have issued 3-line whip for all their MPs in the Lok Sabha, asking them to be present in the House on December 13th and 14th during the debate on the Constitution of India. Sources say that Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, will start the debate in the Lok Sabha, and the BJP has lined up 12 to 15 speakers who will be sharing their views on this crucial topic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to reply on December 14th. NDA is likely to raise the issue of emergency in order to counter opposition's narrative. NDA is also likely to raise the multiple amendments that were brought by the Congress-led governments in the past to the Constitution. Looking at the opposition now, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, is set to start the discussion on the behalf of opposition India bloc. He is likely to raise the Save the Constitution pitch. As far as other political parties are concerned, TR Balu and A. Raja are likely to be the speakers from DMK, Kalyan Banerjee and Mahua Moitra from the TMC. But before we bring in the politicians, we have Saket Gokhale and Rakesh Sinha lined up for you for a quick discussion on constitution and what it means for the politicians. But before that, what did the legal luminaries who are constitutional experts, what do they have to say on the fact that the Parliament of India will be debating constitution? Let's take a look at that.
In a rare occurrence, Parliament is going to debate, at least they have agreed upon, a constitution debate, a debate on constitution of this country. Tell me one thing, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
There are certainly good features about it. See, every now and then, those persons who really matter, and when it comes to constitutional aspirations, goals, and what exactly would be the account as to what we have been able to achieve up till now, perhaps the best and, there can't be anything better than that. The body would be the parliament.
So you think it's a good thing?
If the parliamentarians quite periodically keep on taking this account or stock-taking situation as to where exactly do we stand, how far have we come, whether there are any provisions which require any amendment, or whether any amendments which had been effected up till now, whether those amendments need any kind of fresh reading. So therefore, this kind of introspection is something which is always welcome. So if the parliamentarians wish to do that kind of introspection on the achievements on the constitutional front, then it's a very, very welcome idea. We are definitely moving towards betterment, moving towards good ideals getting inserted in the constitution. Some of the fabulous ideas getting incorporated through interpretative process, and even now amendments as well. Now, the last amendment, which is 106th Amendment, now gives the women 1/3 of these seats in Lok Sabha and in every state legislature. We are moving towards what is called inclusive ideas on every front. So therefore, that's a very, very nice idea. Our constitution has to have that kind of elasticity to accommodate these kind of amendments. Now, take for instance 73rd and 74th Amendment. We wanted to have the unified ideas so far as Panchayat Raj is concerned, at Panchayat levels, at municipal levels. So therefore, this is how we have been moving towards. We are learning from experiences, and those experiences are now getting sort of solidified in our constitutional jurisprudence. So therefore, nothing wrong in that. That's absolutely perfect.
Thank you, Justice Lalit. Thank you very much for joining NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As someone who has witnessed several challenges to the Constitution over the years, how do you think the document has withstood these challenges, and what lessons can be learned from these experiences, sir?
If the document has failed us in any measure, however slight, let's be very clear, we have failed the document, not the document failing us. The Supreme Court doesn't run the country. The Supreme Court is not the moral guardian of Indians. Let's be very clear about that. The day the people who run our institutions, our parliaments and our legislatures, they lose all sense of constitutional morality, Indian democracy will be in serious trouble.
That's why when the Parliament will be taking up the discussion on Constitution, what do you think will be the important context? And of course, what do you think is the future of the Indian Constitution then?
First of all, I'm sorry, I don't get into a political debate because I understand very little of politics. But I do hope the people who speak on the Constitution don't have an empty booklet in their head. And they do their homework on constitutional principles. It is no use citing rhetoric of Supreme Court judgment criticizing one or the other government. All governments have at times failed in their constitutional duty. That's why we need the court. But I do hope they can all sit down and see where we are going wrong. If you can put the rhetoric aside, they need to decide important issues of moment which are bothering this country. Believe me, today appointment of judges is something which people who run parliament have to sit together and put their heads together. How do we fix this state of disrepair? And I don't use softer language. The state of disrepair in the appointment of judges. It's an important issue to be resolved. If today there is such huge pendency of cases, what use is it having a constitution if there is no rule of law? And what use is pretending to have a rule of law if a average litigant has to wait 30 years for us or 20 years to get succor from the courts? These are matters which people must decide about constitutional law. If today there are people who are deprived of their rights, how do we make sure that the legal system at the doorstep, mind you, the average Indian doesn't interact with Supreme Court, not even with High Court. The average Indian interacts with the magistrates court, with the lowest court, with the sub-judges court. How do we make sure that system works efficiently and in a user-friendly way for the common Indian? Then we would have made rule of law living reality. These are matters on which there should be no political divide.
A pleasure speaking to you, Mr. Salve. Thank you for your time. Over the weekend, or perhaps starting from Friday, we will be seeing a discussion on Constitution, and that is the reason why we have started this series in which I'm speaking to top lawyers such as you. What are your expectations from this discussion in Parliament?
Whenever a debate, for instance, in the recent times, if you had seen, we elect the parliamentarians, send them to Delhi and ensure that when the law is passed, it is debated properly. There is no use shouting in the parliament. Invariably, you would have seen one section would be shouting as shame. And as soon as it is over, the other section also shouts. What exactly is happening in parliament? I would say the parliament, if it had properly understood the scope with which these people are selected and sent there, it would be more appropriate. Unfortunately for us, I would say the parliamentarians had failed to a limited extent. Whenever the debate starts, the debate doesn't go to the logical end. People rush to the well of the parliament. They don't allow the parliament to function. How many crores of rupees are being spent each day for holding the parliamentarians together? These are matters which had to be looked into. It is only my personal wish a debate takes place as it used to be earlier in point of time, as how the people actually debated when the law is sought to be introduced. I hope as soon as possible, the good things that happened earlier in point of time is also adopted.
All right, Mr. Raghavachari, senior advocate of Madras High Court there, sharing his thoughts. So thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Saket Gokhale joins us. He's a member of Parliament of the Trinamool Congress. We also have Rakesh Sinha, former MP of the BJP. Saket Gokhale, you heard from the legal eagles. There's a lot of anticipation and expectations from politicians that you all will be having a cohesive and perhaps less rhetorical discussion on Constitution.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Shakil. Good evening, Mr. Sinha. Of course, but if you look, I mean, the reason I feel very disappointed today is if you look at what has happened since the start of this week in the Rajya Sabha, at least the house that I belong to, unprecedented. It is the government which is not allowing parliament to function. In the past, I heard some of the esteemed lawyers earlier saying that, people would go into the well and all of that. It was the opposition usually, not just in the last 10 years, but even before that. We had the great Mr. Arun Jaitley, who famously said that disruption is a legitimate tool of parliamentary debate. But today it is the government that is disrupting parliament, which is unprecedented. It is normally believed that the government is the one who wants parliament to function because they have bills to pass, they have legislative agendas. The government is the one whose job it is to run the parliament. They convene the parliament. It's their job to run it. But today, for the last, and not just today, I've been saying this is Monday, Tuesday, you suddenly have the leader of the house getting up. You suddenly have the parliamentary affairs minister getting up, making, allegation, whatever agenda. My point is I don't know if that is the way to put it, where all of their members stand up and start screaming until the chair is forced to adjourn the house. That is not how things should. The government, in fact, let's say the government should be at least more mature. You're running a government, you've been running it for 10 years. How can the leader of the house not have control over his own MPs from the ruling party? The treasury benches coming and crowding and shouting. It's funny because that's what they've been blaming the opposition for. But now in desperation, the government has now, I don't know if it's the government or if the government is an opposition or the government is an opposition to itself. It just doesn't make any logical sense. We've been asking every day, let 0 hour continue, let question hour, because that is the only time MPs from non-ruling parties get to raise people's issues. That is the only time they get to ask questions. We're seeing that entire period, 0 hour question hour is being adjourned every day. And Parliament gets adjourned for the rest of the day.
So my question is, will the House function tomorrow for a discussion on Constitution?
And the discussion on Constitution tomorrow and day after in the Lok Sabha. I hope it will function. The Lok Sabha thankfully has been functioning in bits and spurts, but that is also because the government had certain bills that they needed to pass in the Lok Sabha. When there are bills to pass, the government makes sure that the House runs. For example, last year, they suspended 145 MPs, unprecedented, and then passed the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and the criminal laws on a voice vote with no opposition present for debating. So it is not that the government cannot run the House when they want to run it. They have run the House after suspending 145 MPs. They have passed legislation when there is no opposition in the Parliament, which is why Lok Sabha has been running, because they have the Railway Amendment Bill and other bills to pass. Rajya Sabha, there is no pressing legislation to pass, so the government is happy to disrupt it. So the question is, will the government allow it to function? Of course, the Prime Minister might speak, so there is no way the government is going to interrupt him. But will this government that is organizing a discussion on the Constitution abide by the basic fundamentals of the Constitution? That's not something we've seen for 10 years.
All right. Rakesh Sinha, whether the House will function at all is the big question. Although the world will be watching the parliamentarians and of course the entire nation, because this was a discussion long awaited. The opposition wanted this discussion to happen, so did the Treasury benches. The time has come. The question is, will the House function?
Before coming to that, I have a point. Gokhale raised the question that opposition Treasury bench disturbed the House and didn't allow to run the House. In fact, you know, the sovereignty of a country is not encroached by only the people in uniform, but also by those people who are not in the uniform. And George Soros is one of his examples. When the linkage between, relationship between one of the persons who wants to destroy India's sovereignty and democracy, George Soros, and the leader of the largest party and former ruling party, Sonia Gandhi, has been established. And the Parliament refused to debate that. This is not a small issue. But before going to, I'm not going to discuss all these things because all these things are being discussed inside the Parliament. My question is that, if you want to discuss the debate in Parliament, the mirror is our own Parliament, and I am giving one example. 16th May 1951, there was debate on Constitution. The debate, the context of debate was the First Amendment Act. And anybody can go and read the debate. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister, Syama Prasad Mukherjee, N.G. Ranga, Pandit Bhargav, all these people debated. And the debate, the standard of debate that provided the constitutional morality, and that is also political morality. They heard each other. They used the facts and logics. N.G. Ranga called Syama Prasad Mukherjee the Indian Burke, and he called him he represented the social conservative force. And this way is the debate. But unfortunately, the opposition parties considered that by reading the preface of the preamble of the debate in the street, they are using the parliamentary debate as the street debate. That is the most unfortunate part of that. I have two important things for the debate on the Constitution. The Constitution is not something which is static. It is a dynamic thing, and it should be changed according to the context. That's why I am quoting Jawaharlal Nehru. He said on the same day, you don't make the Constitution the sacred and the sacrosanct. If you want to kill the India's Constitution, then you make it sacred and sacrosanct. Therefore, I consider that there have been a number of amendments. But the point is that ultimate sanctions come from the people, and the Parliament represents the people. This debate would provide the people the mirror of their understanding of the Constitution, their conviction for the Constitution, and their futuristic vision for the Constitution. These three things should be incorporated in any debate if you want a successful debate on the Constitution. If you want to go into the political jugglery, then nothing will be constructive, and ultimately people will be disappointed. I have two more points. One thing, just I'm ending, that the Constitution cannot be a part of the political narrative. The opposition party is using the Constitution, save the Constitution. I have a question. When the first amendment of Constitution was brought out by the Congress party, it was a shrinking of the fundamental rights. The first amendment of the American Constitution came, it was the expansion of the fundamental rights. So I think that there are certain people who don't believe in the Constitution. I blame the Congress party throughout its rule. It has tried to sabotage the Constitution, and now it has been shouting the emergency is the Congress party's product. The shrinking of all the fundamental rights is the Congress party's product. The encroachment of the Supreme Courts is the judiciary, the Congress party's work. So I think that opposition party must rethink, self-introspect, and then come to the constitutional debate.
Mr. Gokhale?
Sorry, I have to add something, Miss. To what my honorable and very dear friend said, I have to put in 3 points. Number one, I think if we genuinely respect the Constitution of India, and I do believe that Mr. Sinha does as well. We've had the pleasure of serving a little bit of our time together. First of all, India is a union of states. Remember that yes, it leans a bit towards a stronger central exile. India is a union of states. My state of West Bengal, the unprecedented attack on federalism that we've seen in the last 10 years, the way the center under the Narendra Modi government has tried to usurp the rights of the states, deprived us of our dues. I'm sorry, but that is not constitutional even by a long shot, number one. which leads me to my next point, which is the BJP and the Congress have the same problem. They both think that they are the only parties that exist in this country. When Mr. Sinha uses Congress and opposition interchangeably, because they think BJP and Congress are the only two parties. It's quite a matter that their own party does not have a majority in parliament right now. They have to rely on the TDP and the JDU, but they still refuse to acknowledge the fact that there are other parties in this country. Congress does not encompass the entire opposition. Sir, we are the second largest party in the opposition. We are in the state of West Bengal. We have 29 in the Lok Sabha plus 13 in the Rajya Sabha. Whatever your disputes with the Congress might be, that's fine. But we have a view as well. And your government needs to listen to that view also. Number 3, it is very interesting that my honorable friend from the BJP had to go back to 1951 under Jawaharlal Nehru to show an example of a great debate where there was consensus. It is quite a telling fact that he could not find a single instance in the last 10 years under Narendra Modi where he's managed to reach out and hold a constructive debate taking the opposition together. The fact that you have to go back to 1951 just shows how successful your government has been in building consensus over the last 10 years. Look, it's all willy-nilly and nice to talk about constitutional values and this and that and make great speeches about it. I will tell you what is going to happen. I will tell you that the BJP is going to talk about emergency when the debate happens. I'll tell you the other parties are going to talk about what has been happening in the last 10 years. There has to be intent to discuss the constitution. A government which has passed laws which a lot of times have been struck down by courts today. We've been seeing this unprecedented thing over the last few months where they're going and looking for a temple under every mosque. Today, the Supreme Court has struck it down. The fact that the Places of Worship Act is an act created by, it's an act of parliament, but the government has refused to uphold it throughout. We've had this harebrained idea of one nation, one election, which is the complete blow to federalism. You brought in that bill, your cabinet approved that bill today, and tomorrow for the next 4 days in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, you're going to sing fake glories of the constitution. See, people are intelligent. When you try to bluff people, they reduce you to 240 seats. Uske baad bhi, you're not willing to read the writing on the wall. That do not underestimate the people.
Mr. Gukesh, my question is, yes, you know, all this is in the realm of, attack and trying to counter the opposition.
It's not my question.
Similar to
Look,
what Mr. Rakesh Sinha did. He was trying to call. My question is that the entire country is looking towards the parliamentarians, and they are hoping that what we used to see, good old days of good debates, very structured debates, that is what will happen when there is a discussion for 13 hours in the Lok Sabha.
See, we've had good debates. I'll tell you, Mr. Sinha himself, he's a fantastic debater. He's a fantastic speaker. It's not that it's only been in the good old days. Even as recently as the last session or last day, we've had good debates. It's not that good debates don't happen in parliament. But to give an example of what he said earlier, I don't know anything about this George Soros business, whatever is going on. But if the government is coming and disrupting parliament, saying someone is trying to destabilize the nation, then bhaiya, home minister should resign then. Defense minister should resign. If they can't control, if they know there is someone destabilizing the nation, you cannot act against that person, तो हम आके parliament disrupt करेंगे. This is a government that said घर में घुस के मारेंगे. अभी ये बोलते parliament में जाके disrupt करेंगे. सरकार आपकी है. Who's stopping you from taking action? But please allow parliamentarians to raise people's issues.
Okay.
We've been deprived of funds in West Bengal, unemployment, price rise. These crucial issues are not, and they're not.
You get the last word.
Not, sorry. Let me just finish. Give me 10 seconds. The government is bringing all these bogies of Videshi Haat and this, that simply because they're not comfortable discussing price rise, unemployment, deprivation of funds to states. They're not okay. Manipur, they don't want to discuss these. So this is the diversion by the government.
Okay. So it's diversion by the government, not by the opposition, Rakesh Sinha.
I don't want to indulge in such debate because people are fed up with such ideas and such indulgence. I have 2-3 points, very quick points to make here. I believe that there is a progressive deterioration of the parliamentary debate. And this is a very dangerous for democracy. And you see, I hope that this time we will debate on constitution, but we debated the functioning of the parliament. Means there is some problem. So I think when I have one example, I was a member of Rajya Sabha. The leader of opposition spoke, and the Prime Minister heard it very carefully. He noted down his points to respond. When Prime Minister started speaking, the entire opposition, including TMC, disturb the Prime Minister's speech. This is not going to be any good thing for the parliamentary democracy. One. Second important thing is here that the parliamentarians should have a habit to study. Without studying, without self-study, you cannot be a good parliamentarian. Going to the constituency and going to library, both are important for parliamentary democracy. You see why the US Congress Senate debate is quoted, House of Lords and House of Commons debate is quoted. Why not Indian Parliament debate is quoted? We are the largest democracy of the world. The reason is there that the dialogue, discussion, and debates have deteriorated. So it is a collective responsibility to uplift it. But the important thing is that in Indian democracy, it is the people whose mandate is most important. When you question the mandate, you don't acknowledge the Prime Minister, you don't acknowledge the result of the election, then democracy cannot function. Okay. You see right from 2014 to 2024, after every election, opposition questions the legitimacy of the electoral process, legitimacy of the elected government.
We get your point
This
and
is
what you said. That it is about the collective responsibility of all the parliamentarians to ensure that the parliament witnesses a solid discussion, a comprehensive discussion on constitution. Saket Gokhale, Rakesh Sinha, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on The Last Word. That's all from me. And Vishnu is joining me right here in the studio.
Thank you, Maria. Coming up on Left, Right and Centre in just a few moments, who's really in charge of the India bloc? Who's the leader? Is it the Congress? Is it the Trinamool, the Samajwadi Party? Or some other party? Who knows right now, because they all seem to be having questions about the leadership of the Congress. Important observations also today, which were made by the Supreme Court on the Places of Worship Act. What were those and what are the implications? And finally, a very, very worrisome report by Lancet, very credible, which says that 16.6 million Indians may have died because of PM 2.5 pollution in a decade. We'll give you the details. That's coming up after the break.
This week on India Ascends.
New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं।
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail?
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom on the program this evening. In the heart of India's political arena, storm brews within the India alliances. Whispers of discontent echo through the corridors of power. The spotlight falls on the Congress party's leadership, with regional stalwarts like Mamta Banerjee vying for control, suggesting a shift in the alliance's dynamics. While the Congress struggles to maintain its pivotal role, allies like the Aam Aadmi Party and the Samajwadi Party have hinted at going their own way in key states, signalling potential cracks in the unity of the opposition. This power struggle might impact the opposition's strategy against the ruling NDA. It certainly impacts unity within the group. That's up first. Later on the program, in a landmark decision, the Supreme Court has imposed a stay on new lawsuits and surveys concerning religious sites following challenges to the Places of Worship Act 1991. This act aimed at preserving communal harmony by freezing the religious character of places of worship as of the 15th of August 1947 faces scrutiny over its constitutionality. The court's interim order seeks to prevent potential conflicts until a final verdict is arrived at. And finally, tonight, a groundbreaking report from the Lancet reveals the deadly impact of air pollution in India between 2009 and 2019. There were 3.8 million deaths were linked to PM 2.5. In fact, much more than that, surpassing Indian air quality standards. Shockingly, under the World Health Organization guidelines, this number skyrockets to 16.6 million. The study underscores the critical need for stricter air pollution controls in the world's most populous nation, our India. First, a quick look at the headlines. The Cabinet has cleared One Nation, One Poll. It's a game-changer bill. It'll be placed in Parliament next week. Another day wasted in Parliament. The Congress-Soros links take over Parliament once again. There will be a debate on the Constitution in Parliament from tomorrow. The Prime Minister will reply to the debate on the 14th of December in the evening. And we have a new world champion. The Chennai boy Gukesh is the new world chess champion. He becomes the youngest world champ at 18. He's the second Indian grandmaster to become world chess champion. An incredible achievement. Well, in the heart of India's political arena, a storm brews within the India alliance as whispers of discontent within the India alliance grow. It is a huge concern now because there are serious question marks which are being raised on just who's in charge in terms of leadership. The spotlight clearly on the Congress party's leadership, with regional stalwarts like Mamta Banerjee vying for control. I'm joined now by Pradeep Bhati of the Samajwadi Party, Liz Matthew, the senior journalist, will be joined by Seema Malik of the NCP and Radhika Khera of the BJP in just a moment. But Pradeep Bhati, let me come to you first. Who is, in your opinion, in charge of the India alliance right now? Is it the Congress party?
Thank you, Vishnu, and good evening.
Good evening.
See, when it comes to running an alliance or country, we do not believe in hum do hamare do. We are the alliance that has values of socialism, secularism, and democracy. So, an India alliance is a big group of mass leaders with the pan-India acceptance. Mamta ji is definitely a senior and capable leader of our alliance, and she has vast experience also as a CM and also running a state, a sensitive international border state, and she also have an experience of fighting communal forces. Our Samajwadi Party is a third largest party in India in terms of seats and also in terms of votes also. My honorable leader Akhilesh Yadav is also a dynamic leader with a progressive mindset and has proven track record of taking UP, the most populous state, to new heights of development and harmony. So we have senior leadership in our alliance, leaders like Laluji and Sharad Pawar ji, and also the other fabulous CMs and ex-CMs. Our leader has welcomed and open to all the good suggestions and positive moves to make an Indian alliance stronger. So we definitely, in terms of the alliance, if something positive is coming, that which we can bring bring betterment in the life of the common people of this country, we definitely look for those kind of suggestions.
All right, let me just go quickly across to Seema Malik, spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Pawar group. With NCP leaders, Seema ji, publicly backing Mamata Banerjee, does this reflect a broader consensus within the India bloc for a shift in leadership?
So I think if you're talking about Mamata Banerjee, I think many of the leaders of India Alliance have endorsed her, and I think she's one of the tall leader of the nation, and she's a very responsible and capable person. So I think most of the leaders are suggesting her, and you see, she has defeated BJP. Repeatedly she has defeated BJP, and I think she's able to fight. I mean, she's got the capacity to fight. Fight with the communal forces, and she's an emerging. Emerging from struggle, I must say. जिसको बोलते हैं ना, she's संघर्ष से निकली हुई नेता है. So and she has, you see the modern West Bengal.
So Seema ji and Pradeep Bhati, can I just interrupt to ask you a basic question? Do both of you, in one word, yes or no, see Mamata Banerjee as the leader of the India bloc? Seema ji, to you first.
It seems yes. I
All right,
say yes.
To you say yes. And the Samajwadi Party, Pradeep ji, where do you see? Do you see her?
Of course,
yes or no as the leader?
It will be, it will. I mean, the most of the people, they'll sit together and then they will, make
Sure.
decisions.
I understand that. I understand that. But Pradeep Bhati, where does your party stand? Do you see her as the leader of the India bloc?
She is definitely an asset to our alliance, and we welcome these kind of suggestions, and we are very positive about this development, and we are looking forward for discussing that in the...
Right. So Radhika Khera, based on what both of them have said, and I must add, they were far less diplomatic than I thought they would be. I think they're fairly direct about Mamata Banerjee now. That changes potentially the dynamics within Parliament and within the opposition. How does the BJP see that?
Good evening to everyone. The India Alliance is a house of cards with no foundation and no leader. The so-called united opposition is busy squabbling over leadership rather than addressing the issues in their own state, whether it is the women's security or other issues like their states like Himachal, etc., going bankrupt. And they are not even bothered about letting Parliament function. There are innumerable questions that we are asking on the relationship between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros, which are concerning the national security of our country, but they want to divert the attention and they don't want to address those issues. So they've got onto their own internal family drama squabble. Well, Mamata Banerjee's growing chorus to be the leader exposes the alliance's hypocrisy. It's their own house, they can do whatever they want. But what are they fighting over? Which party is more dynastic than the other? That's their only qualification. Each and every one of them is dynastic in some way or the other. Okay. Now, when we talk about what is the vision of this alliance has no vision, and we've seen that they're just a group of opportunists who are trying to grab power from one another by hook or crook because they're not able to grab power.
All right, so all of them are opportunists, you're saying. Does it make a difference? Of course, they came. Does it make a difference to you who's the leader? Who the leader of the India bloc is? Radhika, does that make a difference to the BJP?
Vishnu, they are opportunists because at the time of the Lok Sabha, they got together. Then suddenly, when their state election comes, they separate. We're seeing what is happening in Delhi. We saw what happened in Haryana. So they can't get on the same page. We even saw how Samajwadi Party completely finished the Congress in Uttar Pradesh by-elections and took away their symbol also from them. So those things were out in the open from a very long time. But when you talk about who their leader is, why will it make a difference to us? On one side, we have a leader, a clown in terms of a leader like Rahul Gandhi, who's busy either doing YouTube drama, creating reels, doing cookery shows, or doing their sister and they think that the Parliament is a JNU campus and they dance and they clap to show some sort of protest. On the other hand, you have that growing chorus for Mamata Banerjee. Now, who is Mamata Banerjee? She is anti-Hindu, which is very obvious. She only promotes one religion, people of one religion. And although she is the only chief minister in the country who is a woman, she is completely Mahila Virodhi. And I say that
Radhika, I'm not sure that's entirely right. She's been speaking about
Why
the rights
not?
of minorities.
Did she learn from Arjikar?
In Bangladesh,
Okay, I'll give you just three small examples. Give me 3 seconds. I'll give you 3 small examples. One, when there was a case of a girl who complained about rape, Mamata Banerjee questioned her integrity and her character. Arjekar, we saw what happened. Just a few days back, an infant girl was raped and there was silence over it. And she's in ICU, and continuous rapes after Arjekar have happened. We've seen what is happening. So if a woman chief minister is letting this happen in a state, is she not anti-woman?
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry, I say this with
I don't have a
responsibility.
Trinamool Congress spokesperson to defend that position or to counter that. But so we'll move away from that for a moment. Let me go across to Liz. There has been, Liz, a divide with the Trinamool Congress distancing itself from the Congress's push for discussions on various issues. The Adani Group issue, for example, in Parliament. The Trinamool has prioritized issues specific to Bengal. The Samajwadi Party has shown a preference for focusing on local issues like the Sambal violence. So therefore, is this not another big sign that, you know, the 1-point agenda of the Congress party is just their agenda? It doesn't reflect what the opposition wants?
No, first of all, what is India bloc and what is binding them? The only thing what is binding them is anti-BJP. They want to defeat the BJP, and that's the only thing which is. Otherwise, ideologically, they are in different platforms and they are very different. And in the states also, in some states, they fight with each other. So, and also, you know, this platform itself, the India bloc itself came up at a time when the country was going for an election, and Prime Minister Modi and the BJP was surging ahead. That was the time it came. Every party felt that there should be one platform, that there should be one bloc that would be fighting against the BJP. So that it came up and they put the election together. But now, there is no election now. There is no Lok Sabha election on the cards immediately. So they don't have to actually choose a leader. They don't have to be united. Of course, they are different. They are on different platforms on several issues. They are ideologically different. Of course, Samajwadi Party and Congress fought together. But also, it was against the BJP, to defeat the BJP. In Kerala, you know, the left and Congress are fighting with each other. But they are together here. So, you know, they have to just find some common issues to fight, maybe for a flow strategy in Parliament. But, you know, they don't have to be together on every issue. I mean, they don't meant to be also.
Okay, one sec. Pradeep Bharti.
Having said that, I must...
Liz, hold on. Pradeep Bharti, let me go to you next. The decision by the Aam Aadmi Party to not ally with the Congress for the forthcoming elections in Delhi suggests a significant level of mistrust or strategic disagreement within the India alliance, particularly regarding the leadership dynamics of your group. Is this because there is no faith in the ability of the Congress based on recent election results in a head-to-head fight with the BJP?
Vishnu, I don't think in that way. I consider that every party, when we have this alliance, we have this alliance for the entire India. And at the same time, every party has their own expansion plans. And when it comes to us also, we also tried and fight elections in Maharashtra, and we tried in Madhya Pradesh, and willing to fight some other places also. And we have MLAs like states like Gujarat and Maharashtra also. And just replying back to the BJP spokesperson, she made a few points. I consider that strongly objectable, what she has said about an honorable chief minister federal. I don't think BJP believe in federal structure, and she has spoken some strong words, which I really do not really want to repeat those. But when she was talking about the dynasty, I thought she's talking about Mr. Yogi Thakurs and Sindhyas and the Rajinath families and all. I think she's very good in that. And if she blame a chief minister for having a rape and speaking nothing on that, then please raise this voice for the Uttar Pradesh also, where a Dalit girl has been raped in Ayodhya, and Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh remains silent. So he is equally, you can blame him also for this. And who can who can be who is more optimistic that I did not want to make it a personal comment on that.
But let's get a reply from Radhika. Go ahead.
NDA also had for last 10 years there was no NDA meetings and all, but when it comes to the election of 2024,
but let's take on that specific point that you're talking about
when it comes to
just hold on, let's get a response to that specific point, because Radhika had spoken about Bengal and attacks on children over there and cases of rape. Let's talk about a case of rape over here in Ayodhya which has been raised. Will you respond, Radhika?
Well, it's interesting when the Samajwadi Party spokesperson, who himself comes from a dynastic party, we have Mulayam Singh Yadav's son Akhilesh Yadav taking over and fighting with his own uncle. That's the internal family matter. And he's talking about Adityanath, Yogi Adityanath ji. How is he a dynasty? Please get your facts right. This is what happens when you don't study and you just come and talk. When you're talking about rapes, I did not interrupt. Let me complete. When you were talking out of line, let me complete. I did not interrupt. You're talking about Ayodhya. Yes, please, let's talk about your Ayodhya Sansad's best friend and your Samajwadi Party leader who raped a minor girl. And what did Akhilesh Yadav do? Ladki ka DNA kya hai? Should we talk about Kannauj, where another Samajwadi Party recently, in September, there was a rape and a Samajwadi Party leader was arrested for that. Mau, another Samajwadi Party leader arrested for rape. There are innumerable cases of Samajwadi Party leaders in the past 6 months who have been arrested on charges of rape, and they have been proved. And what has Akhilesh Yadav done? He has not even bothered to go there. But yet he has asked about the girl's DNA. He has questioned the girl's integrity. And this is the same thing what Madam Mamata Banerjee has done in her state. And I will continue to remain constant on what I have said. Vishnu, Indi alliance is not an alliance. It's a wrestling ring where every party is fighting for its own supremacy. Whether you have Mamata Banerjee, who's dreaming of leading, she must answer today how she's going to unite others when her own state is sinking under lawlessness and debt. The Congress, on the other hand, which continues to behave like they are an entitled heir and refusing to give up its claim despite their repeated electoral failures. And we've seen that these parties are realizing how they are parasites, which we have been saying from day one, that they are parasites.
Okay.
Whether
All
it's
right,
Narendra
Radhika,
Modi
hold on.
ji,
I want
Amit
to go
Shah
back to
ji or
Seema
Nadda
Malik
ji.
for a moment. Seema ji, will you now? I will come back to you. I will come back to you, Pradeep. Hold on. I just want to rotate the strike. Seema ji, will you now, your party now, call a meeting of the India bloc and say that we want to talk about a change of leadership within the grouping? Is that what you're
No, nothing like that. I never said that we
I'm asking you
say that.
I'm asking you.
I don't think it's a hypothetical question that we are going to call a meeting and we'll say. I want to clear you, sir, that Rahul Gandhi is also a very good leader and we don't question his leadership or something. But for the better coordination, Mamata Banerjee is a senior person, and most of the people, whether it is Akhilesh Yadav ji or whether the Uddhav Thackeray group or the Kejriwal ji, they all respect them, respect her.
No, I understand you respect each other. I'm asking about leadership, right? That's a a higher level perhaps
I think
of
that
respect.
they will have a meeting and they'll decide that,
So there will be a meeting to decide on the leadership of the India bloc, you're saying this?
I think they'll give a thought to it and they will decide it. Something
I
like
hope they
that.
just don't talk about samosas not being served.
I don't know what this BJP spokesperson is telling. All the time they are, criticizing us for...
Your own leader
and
said
they don't see the dynasty in their own, they
Remember,
don't see the dynasty at all in their,
No, but Seema ji, the
party.
other point over
They
here
do,
is that,
they
as
don't
I
see
understand
the
it, the
rapes
key issue, Seema ji...
And the crime against women in their own party, there are so many examples of, everybody knows about them.
Seema ji, what is the priority? What do you believe needs to be the priority of your party on issues raised in Parliament? What?
For issues raised in Parliament.
What do you believe needs to be the central issue in Parliament for you and your party?
For us, I think all the Manipur issue, the Sambal issue, about the unemployment, the inflation, and I think one of the leaders said about
when the Congress party goes on a one-track agenda, right, against a particular business group, the Adani group, then,
I think here,
what does that say about your group? Because they are fixed on their one agenda, whereas you've listed four important points. You've listed unemployment. I think there are very important questions to be asked there. You've raised security, I think you mentioned. That's also equally important.
See, I think from both the sides, we have not seen something like that. The
I wish
ruling
all of
party,
you also raised air
the
pollution,
ruling
but
party,
maybe I'm getting
they
ahead
are
of
the
myself.
one who are disturbing the parliament.
Radhika ji, go ahead. Yes.
Vishnu, I have a question for the NCP Sharad Pawar spokesperson over here. If we all know that Sharad Pawar ji left the Congress party on an issue citing that he refuses to work under a foreign leader, a foreign lady. That is, let me just complete. Sonia Gandhi ji is of foreign origin and he refused to work under her, which is why he formed his own party. Otherwise, he was a true Congress soldier. Now, the same Sonia Gandhi, just give me 30 seconds to question. You can answer, let me complete. Now, the same Sonia Gandhi. Now, thank you. Now, the same Sonia Gandhi's links with George Soros, who was a man who wants to destabilize India, and her links with that organization which talks about Kashmir being a separate country, which kasida padta hai achhe Pakistan ko and has problems with India, is running on George Soros's foundation's money. And Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are acting as puppets of George Soros. Now, is he not going to question his own alliance partner, whose party he left because she was a foreigner? Now, with her foreign links, for trying to destabilize the country. So why is he not ready to ask her?
Will you not ask questions of the Congress? Pradeep, I'll come to you after that. Seema ji, go ahead.
Yeah. They just want to disrupt the parliament. This is the first time I'm seeing this thing. That the ruling party, they don't want a discussion and they just want to... It is not
true, the reason why Sharad Pawar ji left Congress?
Come on.
It's the truth. He said it. Come on,
question actually.
You should know the history of your own party, why your leader left the Congress.
Everybody knows that why you are raising this issue. You are raising this issue just to counter the Adani.
Let's not fight over here. Both of you hold on for a second. Pradeep, go ahead.
And you don't want to talk about the real issue.
Seema ji, half a second.
You will
that is the real issue. Now
you will spend the whole time in the debate and talking about
ladies and gentlemen, airtime is precious.
You will never speak about the discussion.
One sec, Pradeep. You've been waiting patiently. Pradeep, go ahead.
No, it happens that that's why we don't want to answer this.
I can give the benefit of doubt to Radhika ji about she's new to BJP, that she is not even aware of who was a material uncle of Yogi ji. So but at the same time, I'm astonished to see that. Second, about the rapes in Uttar Pradesh, daily 2 rapes are happening that she is not even aware of NCRB report. So that's a problem of BJP. On the other hand, she was talking about the issues like George Soros. Is BJP the great admirer and disciple of George Soros? Why they are remembering him day in, day out when if he is a threat to the national security and plans to sabotage him, what action they have taken till date? She has to answer that. 11 years you are in the power, and just other than doing the lip service, but the main fact is that there are 100,000 issues which BJP is trying to run away and will not discuss
all right.
about the
Okay, Pradeep, half a second. Radhika, 30 seconds. I'm wrapping this up after that. Go ahead.
Okay. Vishnu, if a person like, let's take for example Bill Gates, if he has interest in almost every state in India, if there's a case in the local court of Madhya Pradesh or Assam or Chhattisgarh for that, will there be questions in the US Parliament over this? No. Now, if Adani ji has a case somewhere in US, why is it that a question of concern in the Parliament over here? But yes, George Soros is a question of concern because he wants to destabilize the country. He is funding those people who believe that Kashmir is not a part of India. And Sonia Gandhi is the vice chairman on that organization. So questions of national security need to be answered. And Mr. Adani is not a question of national security.
Okay, everybody getting very heated over here. It's reflecting Parliament. All of you, please, let's stay calm on this program. But I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us today, perhaps reflecting the mood in Parliament, all of you. I'm going to move on now to another one of our top stories. In a landmark decision, the Supreme Court has imposed a stay on new lawsuits and surveys concerning religious sites following challenges to the Places of Worship Act 1991. Now, this act aimed at preserving communal harmony by freezing the religious character of places of worship as of August 15th, 1947, faces scrutiny over its constitutionality. The court's interim order seeks to prevent potential conflicts until a final verdict is reached. Joining us now, Professor Mridula Mukherjee, Sanjay Chadha, Senior Advocate at the Supreme Court. I'm also joined by Alok Srivastav, also an advocate in the Supreme Court, Nashutosh Srivastav, also an advocate of the Supreme Court. So we've got a fairly high-powered panel. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. Let me just go across to you, Professor Mukherjee. Some would argue that the Act infringes on the fundamental rights of Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, and Sikhs to, for example, reclaim their places of worship. Those who say this argue that by setting an arbitrary cutoff date, 1947, the Act prevents these communities from seeking judicial remedies for historical injustices. How would you respond to that?
Well, my answer to that is very simple. 15th August 1947, for one, is not an arbitrary date. That is when we actually got our independence, regardless of what some people may be saying nowadays that we got it in 2014. But, the whole world knows that 15th August 47 is when the modern Indian nation state is born. And that's why it's a cutoff. If we recall what happened at the time of the whole controversy, when it was at its peak, when this act was passed, the Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid controversy, this act, I think, was passed in September of 1991. Yes. The whole idea was that remove the Babri Masjid, Ram Janmabhoomi controversy, because it's already a matter of dispute. It was a legal issue from before independence. But all other such contentious issues or potentially contentious issues should no longer be allowed to come to the surface, and that we have to stop somewhere. As a historian, I have to say that history does not mean that you can keep going back and raking up felt, imagined, real, unreal grievances, wrongs, and spend the next 1,000 years trying to rectify the last 5,000 years of our history. Much happens in history. It happens in the history of every nation. And the period before the modern period, when people are, independence and nations have come into being, is one of conquest empires the world over. In Europe, there's the Habsburg Empire, there was the Ottoman Empire. Now imagine if everybody tries to set right those wrongs. What the Ottomans did to the Slavs, what the Slavs did to somebody else, what the Ottomans the Arabs did in Spain. We will not be able to go forward at all. Right. If, for example, the Indians, the real original Indians in the US started asking for compensation and revenge in the US, where would the US be going?
That it's not practical.
So there is a logic in this.
Yes.
I'll take 1 sec. Go ahead. Half a minute to finish. Which is that this thing was discussed threadbare in 1991. And it was a matter of trust between all the debates that took place that, yes, we will keep this issue open for legal redress, the Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid issue, but all others, we have to agree as a nation that we are not going to go down that path. And therefore, I think it's also a question of a solemn trust which the nation was given in 1991, not any one party.
Got it.
So therefore, I think questioning this act...
So, ma'am, I got to keep the strike rotating. I will come back to you.
Yeah.
Ashutosh Srivastav, people like Professor Mukherjee and others, who believe that the act must remain, argue that by maintaining the status quo of religious sites as of the 15th of August 1947, the act, in fact, helps in preserving our communal harmony. It prevents the use of history as a tool for religious conflicts, or political conflicts. Basically, at one level, there is a call for peace and for different communities living together. Isn't that something that we should all accept?
See, if we talk about the same act, the Places of Worship Act 1991, see, there have been certain, exceptions which were mentioned in the same act. For instance, this Ayodhya issue was also an exception. Apart from that, if we see Section 4 of the same act, it says that if certain places are considered to be ancient monuments, and if it comes under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological, Act of 1958, then in those cases, it can be kept as an exception. and the basic provision of the Places of Worship Act will not apply. Now, many petitions were filed in different courts with that respect. And accordingly, the surveys were allowed by the courts, by the ASI to do the survey and find out if these places come under the, Ancient Monument Act or not. So that was the basic, laws or maybe the orders being passed by such courts. But today, if we see the further development which had taken place in 2021, when one Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay filed a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the validity of this particular act by stating that it prohibits or maybe it protects wrongly that some of the invaders who came to our country and they devastated many of the such places of worship places like temples, etc. So it actually protects such kind of invaders. So accordingly, the petition was filed, and to challenge that petition, there were many impediments which were
clarification. Isn't it also
Yes.
true that Hindu rulers destroyed Hindu monuments in the past? It's not just Muslims who targeted Hindu monuments or people of one faith targeting monuments and places of worship of another.
So
in
it
the
is.
process of
So
history,
it is.
people
the same
of
law.
the same faith destroyed each other's monuments as well. So
Yeah.
the question is,
So-
how long do we keep physically digging up?
Yeah, see, the same law applies to the other religion or the other places of worship also. Because see, I'm talking about the law part. In the law, if there has been such monument which can be said to be ancient monument, whether it is any sort of, it could have any character of not a particular religion. It could be of any religious place. So this act has given such kind of powers to the court earlier. But when, as I said in 2021, when the validity of this act itself was challenged before the court, Supreme Court. So now today the Supreme Court said, okay, let us first decide this, whether this Places of Worship Act should continue or not. Suppose if it doesn't continue, then the matter is finished. Then,
All right.
that will be a different
I
case.
get your point. Let me go across to Sanjay Chadha. Mr. Chadha, there's a contention that by preventing courts from adjudicating on the religious character of places of worship based on claims which go before 1947, the Act limits the judiciary's role and therefore violates constitutional principles of justice and equality. How would you look at that?
Well, first of all, for looking into it as to what an act provides, I feel one has to go into the objective of passing that act. As the first speaker has said, that the objective at that point of time, 1991, the situation was such that lot of differences were going on, situations were not under control, and to see that things become normal, the fabric which is Indian fabric remains strong. People, the secularism and all those things are there at par. People are at par. The constitutional rights which are given to everybody, whether minorities or majority community, so those right prevails. To look into it, our parliament has passed this law. So what was the objective? The objective was to have a peaceful solution so that no such things crop up tomorrow. We have heard so many people saying that there are many other sites which will also come. There are various developments which are taking place. There was a 2022 judgment also which has authorized or which has given the permission for the survey. Now, today the situation is, which started in 2021, wherein one petitioner and several other petitions have been filed, where the validity, the legal validity of 1991 law is to be decided. And that case is pending before the court today, if I may say so. And the moot question today is whether if that act is valid or it is ultra virus to the constitution or the spirit of the constitution. That is what's first thing will be decided, and thereafter only.
I appreciate what you're doing, laying out the broader judicial parameters, which will be examined by the court. Let's see what happens. But Alok Srivastav, supporters contend that the law embodies the secular principle of our constitution. Why? Because it ensures that historical wrongs, right, do not dictate modern religious practices or ownership. Again, how would you respond to that?
The same secularism also allows the people to practice their religion whose places of worships have been invaded, destroyed and converted into places of prayers. One or two things I would like to tell you. The section 4 of this Act 1991 is very important. It simply says that the places of worship, their religious character shall continue to remain the same as it was existing on 15th of August 1947. Even without abolishing this act, if you have to ascertain the religious character of a place of worship, the only way is to conduct a survey. You'll have to examine what was the character of that particular place of worship, and then you'll abide by the act and you'll continue to preserve the same. So right now, one or two suits in which survey of certain places of worships have been ordered, those survey orders were not violative of this particular section 4. Rather, those were in compliance of section 4. That is first thing which I would like to explain. And that character has to be ascertained. Today's order, with utmost respect to the Honorable Supreme Court, today's order by which Honorable Supreme Court has even barred survey of the religious places of worships, that was something which was in my very humble view, which may not be warranted right now, because even the plaintiff of or parties of the suits were not heard. The provisions of CPC were not complied with. Nevertheless, one or two points I would like to explain to you, because you have very rightly pointed out and tried to elaborate whether secularism comes into the way or not. This particular act was not perceived by our constitution makers, by our framers of the constitutions at the time of incorporation of our constitution. This was incorporated later on in the year 1991 for various reasons, including political reasons. If you see section 3 of this particular act, it says places of worship cannot be converted. Even objective, which my learned friend was talking about, object of this act is also to prohibit conversion of the places of worships. Please remember, there is no prohibition on conversion of places of prayers. So that is one technical point which is important. Second is, our plea is that this particular act itself is violative of Constitution of India, because as you very rightly pointed out in the beginning of this program, of this particular discussion, that how can you curtail the right of religious practices of people? And as I am telling you, not only the constitutional fundamental rights, but also this particular act is violative of Article 13 too. And the way it was enacted was absolutely erroneous.
I just for a clarification, you said that.
Pardon?
I just trying to understand what you said when you said that there is a distinction between a place where one prays and a place of worship. There are those who would say that it's one and the same, right? Particularly
yes.
if there are
in Sanatan Hindu
which
religion,
are thought to be
in Sanatan,
destroyed or removed. It's one and the same.
So that is what I am telling you. Two, three things are important. Section 3, see, this act, as you are aware, is a very short act. It has only 7 sections. And section 3, 4 are the important sections. 5 prohibits or gives exemption about Ram Janmabhoomi. 3, 4 are the important sections. Section 3 simply says that places of worship, no one shall convert the places of worship. Now in Sanatan Hindu religion, the temples of Hindu religion are places of worship. Whereas in other religions, the places which are now in the present form, which are converted and formed in the present form, are places of prayers. So there is a difference of worship and prayer, and this particular argument has been taken by the petitioners in this case, and it will be dealt upon by the Honorable Supreme Court. But prima facie, all these suits which are being talked about, be it Gyan Vapi suit or be it Sambhal suit or Mathura suit, all these suits are talking about places of prayers, not places of worships, as existed on the date of 15th of August. So there is a fundamental fine difference between these two categories. And my simple question is this.
Yes.
How will you ascertain, and I am posing this question to you lastly, how will you ascertain religious character of a place of worship as existent on the date of 15th of August. You will have to adopt scientific measures, and nowadays you don't need to even break those structures. You can conduct scientific surveys, you can conduct GPS without affecting or damaging those religious structures. You'll have to ultimately ascertain the character. You don't have to only see the outlook of a structure, you have to see the religious character.
Therefore, it changes hands, it gets destroyed, it passes from one faith or one community to another. Is that what you're suggesting? I understand the technical arguments and you make them very well. But the point is, should there be a change in character at all? Right? Because does it suit all of us on this panel?
So that is what is contemplated in the Act itself.
This? No, I understand what the Act says. I understand the technical problems. But I think the law, is based obviously on it's premised on logic. It's premised on peace. It's premised on the basis of communal harmony.
I'll just tell you one example. I think I'll clarify myself. If we talk about...
Professor Mukherjee, I'll come to you next.
This is what I am saying is rather in consonance. What I am saying is rather in consonance with the concepts of secularism, where everyone is given religious freedom. I'll tell you something very pertinent. In Waqf Act, there is a provision wherein section 104 of Waqf Act, wherein the Waqf board can claim any property to be Waqf property, right? So for a particular religion, this freedom has been granted to claim that this particular property belongs to my religion, even though presently this is in the form of or it is entrusted to some other religion, but because, and you might be aware, in many instances even Hindu temples have been claimed by Waqf tribunal, Waqf board, right? So when you are giving one kind of religious freedom to one,
but let's go to Professor Mukherjee, just so that for the purpose of a television debate, while you make your point, Professor Mukherjee, the one key point that you just heard is that there is a distinction between a place of worship and a place where people offer prayer. And therefore, in light of the suits which have been raised, one needs to keep that in mind. Would you like to address that before making your point?
Well, I must say that I'm enlightened. Till now I didn't know this distinction. It obviously takes a very fine legal mind, well-trained in the law, to make this very fine distinction, which, commoners like us, scholars, commoners, we don't know the difference between prayer and worship. And I don't think that the eminent people who wrote this law or the bench in 2009, which gave the judgment on the Babri Masjid, Janmabhoomi, where it actually gave the land on which the masjid stood to the Hindu side, why they bothered to have 5 full pages in that judgment while giving that land to the Hindus, reasserting the Places of Worship Act and saying that this is the condition in a sense. It was almost conditional that we are giving this, but it means that we have to stick to this act. Now, all those judges, all those eminent people, those who wrote the act, none of them ever knew the difference between prayer and worship and all that. Well, we had to wait for Mr. Srivastava to tell us, so I'm enlightened. That's all I can say. But I would certainly like to say that, there is a strong weight of including. I would like to know what he thinks about why in 2019, including Justice Chandrachud, was in that bench. Why did they emphasize that Worship Act so much? I would like to know. If it is so thin, stands on such thin ground, then that whole judgment falls. Are we going to question that whole judgment? Then let's go ahead and question everything. Let's look below the temple now again. Where are we going to stop? Somewhere we have to stop doing this nitpicking, worship, prayer, this, that, anything to advance our arguments. I'm sorry.
All right, let's leave it over there. There is a pause at the moment.
May I respond?
What the Supreme Court has said. No, we'll leave it over here. The time for this hearing is over, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a short break. Up after that, I'm afraid not a very good report, but one that is a reality check we all need to look at. There is now a count on the number of people who have been killed in India between 2009 and 2019 as a result of PM 2.5 pollution. It's a report by Lancet, very credible, to very, very heavy credentialed people and scholars and scientists. That's up next.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
Welcome back. Tonight, a groundbreaking report from the Lancet, very credible, reveals the deadly impact of air pollution in India. Between 2009 and 2019, 3.8 million deaths, and that's a conservative figure, were linked to PM 2.5, surpassing Indian air quality standards. Shockingly, under World Health Organization guidelines, this number skyrocketed to 16.6 million. I'll explain the difference in the numbers in a moment. But what is PM 2.5? Remember, these are the particles which, as a result of air pollution, when they do spread, they stay deeply lodged in your lungs and they cause the maximum damage. It results in lung disease, it results in cancers, it results in a host of ailments, right? And it's something that impacts millions of people in our country. Now, the Lancet study underscores the critical need for stricter air pollution controls in the world's most populous nation, our country. Based on Indian and national ambient air quality standards, 3.8 million deaths were attributable to PM 2.5 exposure between 2009 and 2019. So, first up, these are the Indian standards, right? So, 3.8 million deaths as a result of PM 2.5 in this decade. But when using World Health Organization guidelines, the number of deaths attributable to PM 2.5 exposure rises dramatically to 16.6 million over the same period. Now, the World Health Organization recommends an annual mean PM 2.5 concentration of 5 micrograms per cubic meter, while the Indian standard allows up to 40 micrograms per cubic meter, highlighting that significant discrepancy in acceptable pollution levels. Why is there that discrepancy? We'll talk about that in a moment. 81.9% of India's population lives in areas exceeding the Indian standard of 40 micrograms per cubic meter. If you look at the World Health Organization standard, it's almost 100% who are exposed to PM 2.5 levels at levels which are unacceptable. Why? Because an increase of 10 micrograms per cubic meter in PM 2.5, according to Lancet, was associated with an 8.6% higher annual mortality rate. Bhavreen Kandhari joins us now, and I'm also joined by Dr. Ashish Jain, Director and Head of Respiratory Medicine and Pulmonology at Max. Bhavreen, let me come to you first. Is there not an urgent need to reconcile what the World Health Organization considers a quote-unquote acceptable level of PM 2.5 exposure and Indian norms, which are what, 8 times higher than the WHO norms?
Yes, Vishnu, absolutely. These figures are, it's not like we're hearing them for the first time. It's being said, over and over again. 1.5 million lives. It's something to really be, it's shocking. Our children are going to live 4 years average. India and in Delhi, it will be about 12 years lesser than, any other child in a cleaner air city or country. So this is absolutely, shocking that we're in a denial. I must emphasize that even recent, consecutively for the, I think, 4th year in the Parliament, the Ministry of Health very clearly said that they do not see any connect between air pollution and the death. So this is where the problem is. When we say there is no political will, this is what it is. When there's denial, that is the most dangerous game that we are playing. Because if we accept, only then we will be able to solve something which is, going to cost our children their health, the future. This economy. It's about 1.5 million lives, and it's about 95 billion dollars annually, which is roughly 3% of the GDP, which is lost in
so there's an economic cost
and
in addition to the loss of lives. But Dr. Ashish Jain, now that we have numbers, right? The key point over, and we're talking about lives over here, not just the economy and other factors. Does this make sense to you on the basis of the number of cases that you've seen over the last several years? In the past, we used to say a person has died of cancer or of cardiac arrest or of a kidney ailment or of a stroke. But now we have a number which says the WHO statistic, more than 16 million people in a decade have died of PM 2.5 alone. We're not even talking about PM 10, right? What does that say to you?
Hello, Vishnu. Good evening. And you have really picked up a very, very serious matter right now. Now, as you rightly said that, there are patients who were dying with the cancer and with COPD and heart ailments and other things. But let me tell you that this PM 2.5 and PM 10 and all the other pollutants, which they actually affect the lungs and various other organs of the body and ultimately result in cancer, or they result in cardiac arrests or heart ailments or lung ailments, stuff like this. So ultimately patients are dying because of these illnesses. But what they have found in this Lancet study, which you are quoting just now, is that the increased incidence of these cancers and cardiac ailments and COPDs, which are leading to patients' death, is because of this increased pollution. And as far as your question is, yes, we are seeing increased number of patients attending our OPD. We are seeing increased number of patients gradually increasing. I am practicing here in Delhi since 2010. And I can see that year on year, there is a constant rise in these COPD patients. We are finding it difficult to give them a symptomatic relief. We are finding new patients coming up with cancers, younger patients, those who are coming with cancers. And all this while we have been just talking that, this is probably attributable to the pollution. And now we have the data, Indian data with us.
No, exactly. And there's Indian data and there is WHO data. And Bhavreen, I think this is an important point that, why should we not accept the World Health Organization's data, bring down our standards? Are we in denial about the true number of people who are dying? Why is it that people are valued more for their lives in another part of the world and valued less over here?
Absolutely. And Article 21, Vishnu, clearly this is our and our children's right to breathe clean air and clean water. This is their birthright, and it's being taken away. Also about the AQI standards, which have been updated by WHO to about more than 2 years ago, and we haven't done that in India. So the numbers that we are getting right now would be probably much lesser, because the air that we are thinking like today maybe moderate is not moderate, because when you update the AQI standards, that will become poor, and poor could become very poor, and very poor could be severe, and severe could go to another level. So this is again another form of denial, something that's being asked for more than 2 years. Citizens have gone up to the Central Pollution Board, and they've requested, they've been writing to them. There has been small campaigns like sending postcards, etc. About 10,000 citizens wrote to the Pollution Board requesting that they must update. So why is this delay? Because this delay is also another form of denial. We're trying to conceal the reality. I mean, we want to say the air is moderate and good. Yes, we want to say that, but we don't want to lie. That's a very big difference. So again, this is extremely important, and that is, like I said before, it's going to happen only if they will think like it's all our children.
Just give me half a second, since I've
politicians.
got only a little time left. Dr. Jain, we've all gotten tired of wearing a mask because of COVID, but we wore it diligently because it was mandated on us. How important is it to wear a mask for citizens across large parts of India this time of the year?
See, Vishnu, it is very difficult for anybody to wear mask 24/7. If you're talking about the outdoor pollution, let me tell you, and you'll be surprised that the indoor pollution is far bigger threat than as compared to the outdoor pollution. The same air is coming inside your house, but inside the house, there are danders, there are perfume, there is mosquito coils and the incense sticks and cooking fumes and whatnot that is adding to the pollution. So if you think that you will be safe by wearing a mask outside when you're going out, think about staying at home, right? So mask is definitely not a solution. I've been telling this in various forums and to my patients as well. When you're visiting a visibly dusty and polluted area, for that period of time, you can wear a mask. But otherwise, it's not possible. The commercially available masks that 3-ply masks that we wear are hardly of any use. After some time, because of the humidity of our exhaled air, they become soggy and they become
Dr. Jain, you
ineffective.
raise an important point. I'm afraid I'm completely out of time on this program, but I think that data is absolutely shocking. We will continue, as always, on this program.
Vishnu, sorry I'm interrupting you, but just one point that I must make here is that we have been saying, the panelists are saying that, we are living in denial. I think this is not a denial. This is just a complacency. Sab chalta hai attitude. Kya farak padta hai attitude. If I can afford, I will have an air purifier at my home. If I can afford, I'll, go to London or
Dr.
Switzerland
Jain,
or ship over there.
I take your point entirely on the complacency.
Yeah.
Completely out of time. We'll revisit this topic. We're out of time on Left, Right and Center. From all of us here, good night.
This week on India Ascends. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चलेगा.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day! Asked to go for the constitution debate in Parliament, Rajinath Singh to initiate the debate in Lok Sabha. Opposition to raise Save the Constitution pitch, NDA likely to raise emergency. Priyanka Gandhi likely to be the first speaker from opposition. Cabinet clears One Nation, One Election bill. Game changer bill to be placed in Parliament next week. Actor Mohan Babu booked in an attempt to murder case for assaulting a journalist. In his complaint, the journalist had claimed that when he visited Mohan Babu's residence, the senior actor had confronted him and other journalists aggressively. After snub from the Aam Aadmi Party, Congress in solo gear in Delhi releases its first list of candidates for Delhi elections. Former MP Sandeep Dikshit fielded against Arvind Kejriwal from the New Delhi seat. Delhi all set for a triangular contest. Month before the Maha Kumbh begins, Prime Minister Modi to visit Prayagraj on Friday. Prime Minister to launch several projects worth 7,000 crores. And Chennai boy D. Gukesh is the new world chess champion, becomes the youngest world champion at the age of 18, second Indian grandmaster to become world chess champion. Right, the face-off between BJP and opposition MPs persisted, leading to the adjournment of both houses over alleged George Soros and the Congress connection. Now, but we are, of course, looking at the constitution debate, the debate over the constitution, which is going to start in the parliament from Friday. And as per sources, Defence Minister Rajinath Singh will start the debate on behalf of the government. At least 15 BJP leaders are expected to speak as per sources. From the opposition side,
Both Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi are likely to speak. In fact, sources indicate that Priyanka Gandhi might be the first speaker from the opposition side.
आज ये जोश जॉर्ज सोरोस बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है कि मैं वर्तमान व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करूंगा, जो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को पदच्युत करने के लिए, डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए मैं फंडिंग करूंगा, उनके साथ सोनिया गांधी जी का क्या संबंध है ये देश जानना चाहता है। इस मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए इस तरीके का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। हम इसका पुरजोर भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं।
These are the pre-planned design by Narendra Modi ji not to run the house. Yesterday, leader of opposition had met the honorable speaker and he informed the speaker that we are for running the house. Whatever allegation the member Nishikant Dubey make, you have to examine it and expunge it. Speaker assured us also. The same thing happened today itself. We don't know how a member getting every day 0 hour, that for same subject. For the last 1 week, you can see that.
जॉर्ज सोरोस भाजपा के विफलताओं को छुपाने का सुरक्षा कवच बन चुका है और इसीलिए एक ही विषय पर बार बार 0 आवर में उल्लेखित होना उसी का प्रमाण है, उसी का सबूत है। पार्लियामेंट का कानून ये कहता है कि जब एक बार विषय 0 आवर में उठ जाता है तो उस विषय को दोबारा नहीं आ सकता, लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा के एक लोकसभा सदस्य को बार बार उसी विषय को उठाने के लिए हर दिन उसको 0 आवर में अवसर मिल रहा है और उसने पिछले हफ्ते इस विषय को उठाया भी। जिस विषय को उन्होंने उठाया आज दोबारा उनको उठाने का अवसर मिला, तो क्या पार्लियामेंट के कानून भाजपा पे लागू नहीं है?
मैं समझती हूँ बहुत सारी समस्याएं जो उत्तर प्रदेश में हैं, जहाँ हमने देखा कि किस तरह उत्तर प्रदेश के भाईचारे को खराब करने का काम मौजूदा शासन, प्रशासन और सरकार ने मिलकर किया है। और आज जहां हम संविधान दिवस मना रहे हैं 75वां, तो वहीं बहुत सारे जो हमारे अधिकार हैं जिनका लगातार हनन मौजूदा सरकार कर रही है, इस पे भी प्रश्न उठता है आज। और जो 2 दिन का जो स्पीच होगी तो हम सब अपने पक्ष को रखेंगे इस मुद्दे पर।
BJP has also ensured that its leaders are meeting today. In fact, there was a very important meeting of Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajinath Singh, the Defence Minister, at the Prime Minister's residence a short while ago. Before that, even in the Parliament, Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Ram Meghwal had a meeting. So clearly, all of this seems to be geared towards the fact that tomorrow is going to be the spotlight of the entire session. The Constitution is going to be debated. This is a political move also by the BJP. The subtext of that is interesting. The BJP completely wants to own the narrative around the Constitution, specifically around the reservation policy, after what we saw in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, something that has been denied and dismissed in the subsequent electoral victories that the BJP has enjoyed both in Haryana and Maharashtra. But today, of course, in the Rajya Sabha, there was complete chaos. It was, in fact, a theatre of complete disruptions with JP Nadda, defending the chairperson who is actually facing a lot of accusations from the India bloc allies who have called him the biggest disruptor. And but of course, the picture was slightly different in the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha, I'm happy to at least report that the disaster management bill has been cleared. Yesterday, we saw the railway amendment bill being cleared. In fact, even during the discussion of the disaster management bill, Sadhguru Owaisi made this important point that pollution and heat wave are not part of disasters, which is something that should make us think. So clearly, when the parliament runs, it always makes all of us as citizens feel proud about this.
Now, the Cabinet has cleared the One Nation, One Election bill, which aims to synchronize all elections in the country. The bill is set to be tabled in Parliament next week as per sources. This move comes after the government accepted the recommendations from a high-level committee led by former President Ramnath Kovind.
ये आना चाहिए, जैसे आप उड़ीसा में देखिए एक साथ चुनाव हुए और आपको बार बार चुनाव में जाना नहीं है, लेकिन हमारा प्रदेश में वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन नहीं है। अभी हमने लोकसभा चुनाव किए, दोबारा अभी विधानसभा चुनाव करना पड़ता है, और जो साल भी आप लोकसभा या विधानसभा चुनाव करते हैं लगभग पूरा साल में कुछ डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होते हैं। तो इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन हो। हम लोग इसको पूरा समर्थन करता हूँ।
नया एंगल था कि इसमें बेरोजगारी की अब बात ना हो, अब अगले सेशन में जो है महंगाई की बात ना हो, बजट की कमियां होंगी या बजट की जो खामियां होंगी उन पे बातें ना हो, बल्कि बात हो वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन पे।
ले लिया फैसला तो बिल्कुल समर्थन करते हैं। हम लोग कमेटी के पास भी गए थे, आदरणीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी कमेटी के पास। कमेटी में भी हम लोगों ने कहा था, हमारी पार्टी ने कहा था कि हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार शुरू से पक्षधर रहे हैं लोकसभा में।
जब हमारे हाउस में वो प्रस्तुत हो जाएगा तो उसको देखने के बाद उसके मेरिट पे हम बात करेंगे। पर मेरे दिमाग में एक सवाल है कि जिनका विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल बचा हुआ उनका क्या होगा, जिन विधानसभाओं का कार्यकाल खत्म हो चुका है उनका क्या होगा। और मैं कोविंद साहब की इस थ्योरी को समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि इससे 1.5% GDP बढ़ जाएगी। वो कभी अर्थशास्त्री नहीं रहे हैं।
It's a long procedure because, as you are well aware, the constitutional amendment has a lot of processes that have to be followed. It's going to be take some time. That's the reason why the government is ticking the box, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his cabinet have followed in letter and spirit what the Cohen Committee report has done. What they have and what we've been able to understand from our sources is that the cabinet has cleared the first phase of the One Nation, One Poll. What does the first phase mean? It means that elections to be conducted simultaneously for Lok Sabha as well as state assembly elections. That proposal, which amends 4 constitutional amendments, will be tabled in the floor of the House, as you said, as early as next week. It should be given to members during the weekend so that they can study it, and if they have any provisions against it, they can put it up. The House has to be on order when a constitutional amendment is moved, and it's in that process that we will have to wait and see. They haven't touched the other process, what is called a simultaneous, just immediately after this election, to conduct elections for panchayats and local bodies after 100 days. They're not touching that, which also means a common electoral roll, which will need ratification of state assemblies. What the first phase does is this constitutional amendment is only required to be passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha and does not need the ratification of states. So that's the first process that they have done. But yes, it will go to a parliamentary committee, a JPC as they're talking about it, if not a full parliamentary committee, to study in depth, speak to everybody else, and then go through the contours of that. But as you are and I know, Parliament is unpredictable. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. There are already remarks from federal, from state chief ministers as well as others who feel it goes against federalism, against parliamentary democracy. So we'll have to wait and see how they muster that 2/3 majority, both in Lok Sabha as well as in the Rajya Sabha.
Now, the Congress has released its first list of candidates days after Aam Aadmi Party made it clear that there was no chance of an alliance with Congress for Delhi elections. Interestingly, Sandeep Dixit, former MP and son of former Delhi CM Sheila Dixit, has been fielded from New Delhi. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party chief, is the sitting MLA from the New Delhi constituency. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, so an interesting choice by the Congress, because Sandeep Dixit, of course, has always been a vocal critic of the Aam Aadmi Party, even at the time when Congress was the fact that Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are allies in the India bloc. But now that it's clear that there's going to be no tie-up for Delhi elections, so the Congress has gone out and released its first list, and an interesting choice to be pitted against Arvind Kejriwal.
That's right. Sandeep Dixit is, in fact, an old hand and a veteran Delhi leader who actually helped his mother, Sheila Dixit, 15 years as Chief Minister to nurture the New Delhi constituency. He, of course, was a member of Parliament from the Trans-Yamuna region and East Delhi. So it's in that context now that the Congress has released that list of 21. He's one of those prominent amongst the other ministers of the Sheila Dixit government, Harun Yusuf. There's, of course, Devendra Yadav, who's also the PCC chief, Ragini Nayak, Jai Kishan, who's also a former MLA, Abhishek Dutt. So all heavyweights have been asked to contest in the Delhi elections and put up their best. As you're well aware, the Congress in Delhi has been really a decimal point and marginalized completely. So we'll wait and see if they are able to make an entry back into Delhi after losing 3 consecutive state assembly elections.
Sunil Prabhuday, thank you so much for joining us on that update. Shifting focus now to the Bengaluru Techie suicide case. Now, the Bengaluru police is in Uttar Pradesh, but they are still to find the accused's wife. Remember, the accused's wife's family resides in Jaunpur in Uttar Pradesh, and the Bengaluru police team have been there. They have in fact held talks with the local police there, but so far they have not been able to speak to the accused's family, the wife's family in the wife and her family in Jaunpur. News now from the JNU campus. There was violence reported during the screening of the movie Sabarmati Report. Stones were pelted at students watching the film. Few students were also said to be injured. The movie screening continued after the attack. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka for more on this. Tanushka, give us an understanding of what actually happened.
Well, stones were pelted on students during the screening of the Sabarmati Report at JNU today. The screening was being held by the student-led party ABVP, and ABVP claimed that today, in the first 10 minutes of the screening of the film, which stars Vikrant Massey, stones were pelted onto the students from hostels, although students are still unclear as to who, these people were who pelted stones onto them. Some students also say that stones were pelted onto them from the outside. A few students have received minor injuries, and the screening was stopped for a bit, but it was resumed after some time as well. Officials of the ABVP wing, such as the ABVP JNU secretary Shikha Swaraj, has also confirmed that about this incident and that it happened, and some students were also injured. But there's still unidentified miscreants, and the university administration has not yet said anything about this matter that happened at JNU today.
Right, Tanushka there, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now, veteran Telugu actor Mohan Babu has been booked in an attempt to murder case for assaulting a journalist. This following a complaint by the 35-year-old journalist. In his complaint, the journalist had said that when he visited Mohan Babu's Jalpalli residence on December 10th to cover the ongoing dispute between the actor and his younger son, the senior actor had confronted him and other journalists aggressively. Now, switching tracks back to political news, and a leadership tussle is intensifying within the India bloc, with allies advocating for a leadership rejig, hinting at a future without Congress at the helm. The Trinamool Congress is pushing Mamata Banerjee as an alternative to Prime Minister Modi and possibly as the head of the India bloc, signalling a lack of confidence in Rahul Gandhi's leadership capabilities. This has led to Congress becoming increasingly isolated within the alliance as the cracks widen amid the ongoing power struggle. Meanwhile, the Samajwadi Party suggests Akhilesh Yadav should coordinate the India alliance, adding to internal dynamics.
जी समाजवादी सांसद आप मुझसे पूछेंगे कि जो इंडिया ब्लॉक की जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी के अध्यक्ष की बात अगर कोई किया जाए, संयोजक की बात किया जाए, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री अखिलेश यादव जी को संयोजक बनाया जाए, ताकि हम अपने प्रदेश के मुद्दे को प्राथमिकता के तौर पर उसे उठा सके सदन में।
मैंने जी खेद प्रकाश किया उस स्पीकर का घर में दोनों गए थे। वहाँ ठीक हुआ कि कल्याण हाउस पे आके ये बोलेंगे और वो मान लेंगे। मैं इतना दिन तक जानता है। तो कल्याण तो बोला, ज्योतिरादित्य तो नहीं माना। इसके बाद स्पीकर को भी कुछ कदम उठाना चाहिए। ये बोलना ठीक नहीं हुआ, वो तो मैं मान लेता हूँ। ये कांग्रेस भी नहीं चाहता, बीजेपी भी नहीं चाहता, हम लोग क्या करेंगे? ममता बनर्जी हम लोगों को बता दिया हाउस चलना चाहिए। और बंगाल का बहुत समस्या है। दिल्ली सरकार बंगाल को रुपया नहीं देता, वो आवास योजना की रुपया नहीं देता, वो मनरेगा की रुपया नहीं देता।
We'll head into a short break at this point, but the news continues right here on NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Maha Kumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Maha Kumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents. New Delhi's security calculus as the Arakan army takes over the 271-kilometer Myanmar-Bangladesh border. Why is Trump trolling Trudeau, and is it good news for New Delhi? As growth slows down, what are the priorities of the new RBI governor? What do flawed politics in Romania, Georgia and Belarus indicate about Europe's democracy? All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter.
Welcome back. Now, a month before the Maha Kumbh begins in Prayagraj, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit the city on Friday, launching several projects during a 3-hour visit. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone of projects worth nearly 7,000 crores and will also perform puja at the Sangam with representatives of 13 akharas as well as prominent temples. In fact, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was in Prayagraj today to review the preparations. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Ranveer. Ranveer, what is in the itinerary of the Prime Minister on Friday?
Tomorrow is an formal inauguration of Maha Kumbh 2025 because Prime Minister Modi will be in Prayagraj for a 3-hour visit, and during his visit, PM Modi will reach Prayagraj at 11:30, and after reaching Prayagraj airport, PM Modi will take a chopper and will land at Aral, which is opposite to Sangam, and from Aral, PM Modi will on board on a special cruise to reach Sangam, and after reaching Sangam, PM Modi will perform a special Ganga Pujan there. And after that Ganga Pujan, PM Modi will visit Akshay Vat, which is inside the fort of Prayagraj, and then PM offer prayer at Hanuman Mandir, which is nearby Sangam. And after that, PM Modi will lay foundation stone of several projects and also inaugurate several projects worth rupees around 7,000 crores. And after that, PM will address a huge gathering near Sangam. So tomorrow is a big day for Maha Kumbh, because from next month, 13 January, Maha Kumbh will be starting, and tomorrow after PM's visit, the preparations will obviously increase, and CM Yogi Adityanath, he was in Prayagraj today, and if we talk about last 15 days, this was the third visit of CM Yogi Adityanath to take stock of the preparations for PM's arrival. So tomorrow, PM Modi, Governor Anandibhen Patel, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, along with several leaders, they will be in Prayagraj, and after that, the preparations of Maha Kumbh will inch up, and next month, the huge and world's largest gathering of mankind will be seen in Prayagraj at the Sangam Ghat.
Ranveer there, thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, the Cabinet Committee for Security has cleared around 20,000 crores Make in India projects for Su-30 fighter jets and 100 K9 howitzers. This is a major success for Make in India in the defense sector, as this big clearance has come in today from the Cabinet Committee for Security. And the two projects were cleared by the CCS, and the contract for the Su-30 MKI jets has already been inked as per defense sources. Now, Indian Grandmaster Gukesh has become the youngest world chess champion at the age of 18 after beating title holder Ding Liren of China in the 14th and last game of a roller coaster showdown that went right down to the wire. Gukesh secured the requisite 6.5 points of Liren after winning the last classical time control game of the 14-game match. There on your screens there you can see Gukesh's reactions, an emotional reaction there from the young man who has become the youngest world chess champion in the world at just at the age of 18, beating Liren, who was the title holder. Right, and on this win, we have former world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand joining us on the show. Mr. Anand, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Your first reaction to Gukesh's win?
Well, it's a little bit of historic and a little bit of a complete surprise. So, historic because obviously he's the youngest ever world champion in history. It's surprised because 20 minutes before the end, it didn't look like it was going to be decided today. And we were assuming that it's time to get ready for the tie breaks tomorrow. And then suddenly, dramatically, history creeps up on you, and then he becomes the youngest ever world champion. So, a very, very pleasant surprise, and obviously very sudden, but intense feeling of joy.
Right. Mr. Anand, what do you think is Gukesh's biggest strength? Because we were waiting, of course, for this to happen for some time now, and it finally has. But what do you think is the one single characteristic that sets him apart?
It's a bit of everything. In a sense, finally, you have to do well in everything. You have to grow as a person, grow as a player, overcome all the challenges, take the setbacks in stride, and do it. And he managed to do that. He was very focused, very dedicated, and he was rewarded for it today.
Right, and with such talented chess prodigies like Pragnananda and Gukesh, Mr. Anand, what do you think is next in line for Indian chess?
I think the future looks amazing. Hopefully this will now keep chess in the spotlight, and more and more youngsters will take to the game, and already the number of players we have, the talent we have is great, but we could go much higher.
Right, Mr. Vishwanathan Anand there, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. On that note, we'll slip into a short break, but news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
हमारा संविधान भारत की महान परंपरा, अखंड धारा, उस धारा की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति है.
Finally, the opposition and government to square off over the constitution in parliament.
पूरे देश में एक ही संविधान चले.
वो कहते हैं कि लाल रंग का संविधान राहुल गांधी दिखाता है.
Parliament all set for a fiery constitution debate.
बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का संविधान भारत का संविधान.
इसके अंदर जो लिखा है उसकी हम रक्षा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम जान देने को तैयार हैं.
Constitution in crisis or scare for vote bank? What will prevail? Watch NDTV special coverage.
NDTV Indian of the Year 2024.
NDTV नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों का बहुत स्वागत करना चाहता हूं.
Celebrating the extraordinary.
Thank you, jury. बहुत धन्यवाद करना.
Honoring those who shape India's future.
For me, it is a great privilege to participate.
NDTV Indian of the Year. Only on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world,
ladies and gentlemen, my guest today is not just a renowned jurist, but also a former Chief Justice of India. He still very recently occupied that chair, was part of some very consequential decisions, and it is generally believed, and independent observers say, that during his time he did move the Supreme Court towards a lot of administrative reforms and alacrity. Justice U. Lalit, welcome to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Justice Lalit, I just wish to ask you to begin with one question. That in a rare occurrence, Parliament is going to debate, at least they have agreed upon, a constitution debate, a debate on constitution of this country. Tell me one thing, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
There are certainly good features about it. See, every now and then, those persons who really matter, and when it comes to constitutional aspirations, goals, and what exactly would be the account as to what we have been able to achieve up till now, perhaps the best and, there can't be anything better than that. The body would be the parliament.
So you think it's a good thing?
If the parliamentarians quite periodically keep on taking this account or stock-taking situation as to where exactly do we stand, how far have we come, whether there are any provisions which require any amendment, or whether any amendments which had been effected up till now whether those amendments need any kind of fresh reading. So therefore, this kind of introspection is something which is always welcome. So if the parliamentarians wish to do that kind of introspection on the achievements on the constitutional front, then it's a very, very welcome idea. Yes.
And my second question to you would be that in terms of the aspiration or the lives of the common people, common men, common ordinary citizens of this country, how do you think, of course, it is the role of the judiciary, you occupied the apex of it, to interpret various features of the Constitution in relation to the provisions in the Constitution, freedom of an individual, freedom of expression, those are the critical features of a democracy. How do you think our Constitution has fared so far?
It has fared very, very well. Of course, the judicial interpretation also helped us. In the initial case, the first case, which was A.K. Gopalan, one of the arguments which were advanced on behalf of the petitioner were that when you consider and interpret the expression except in accordance with procedure established by law in Article 21, do you simply go by the procedure as stated in the law, or would it be also open to see whether that procedure is fair or not? That is to say, read quote unquote expression due process in that particular article. It took us some time for the Supreme Court to accept that, and in Maneka Gandhi we came out with what is called the expanded definition of right to life. It is that expanded definition of right to life which was responsible for our reading a typical right flowing from Article 21. That is to say that every child in this country in the age group of 6 to 14 will have a fundamental right to be educated and to be imparted free, compulsory and good quality education. This is something which the Supreme Court stated in 1993. So therefore, in about 9 years' time, the Parliament came out with an amendment and Article 21 capital A got inserted. So these kind of developments always augur that very well the change is something which we always aspire for. Change for the betterment, change for the better lives of people. So therefore, if you study the Constitution, we have lost one fundamental right, which is right to property, but we gained one fundamental right, which is the right of every child in this country to have free and compulsory education. Have we really lost on account